Yeah, karibuni. Yeah, today is an early start, geared or catalyzed by, nikiwa na kikombe yangu ya maji hapa. Wow, karibuni. Today is an early one. Wow. Speeches like no other. Unajua mimi siku hizi naenda nikiwa rate, wakienda kanisani na wasikiliza. So kwanza munipe bingo. Yeah, so today is a bingo. Niliwaambia, I did a prediction here. Niliwaambia leo hawatajaribu kuleta vurugu. So it's a bingo. I did a very good prediction yesterday. Hadi yana akashtuka. So today is a bingo for me. Because the government has to pretend. They will attack when we are not prepared. So lazima wa pretend there is a good nation. Yeah. So I did that prediction na niliwaambia. So muache kucheza na mimi sana. Nikiwapea ma predictions za zingine mnakubali. Hata sasa nawaambia Ruto anang'olewa mamlakani. Ruto anang'olewa mamlakani na hamusikii. Mnasema really? And I know what you don't know. Najua hiyo hujasikia. Okay. Weka hapo tu. And I know what you don't know. Ruto will be the easiest to get out of power. Kaa tu. Hii sio ile ya Raila. Hii sio ile ya Raila. Haya. Haya. Unataka niongee na siongei. Mumezoea kudeal with a very regular person. Mtu mnajua sana. Sahi muna deal na tornado. Na mjui itafanya landfall lini. Wacha niwamalizie hapo. And let me show you what you are dealing with. And nataka kukuonesha kile tuna deal nacho. Nataka kukuonesha what we are dealing with. Nataka kuwekea sahihi. Nataka kuonesha what we are dealing with. Mumefika. Nataka kuwaonesha what Ruto is dealing with. It is symbolism, but it means a lot. So, Ann, uko tayari? Let me see my video. Yeah. And that is what is awaiting Ruto. Tunambeba hivyo. Hiyo ni aga tunabeba Ruto hivyo. I think you think I'm crazy. Tunabeba Ruto hivyo. And I have been collecting information na naweza kuambia things are good. Nasikia majenzi wako pahali wamerelax hivyo, wamengoja, they are waiting tu for a mi siongei mingi Ruto ajui nyi mnataka niongee na siongei. Nani Njue Njagi aliniambia niache kusema vitu mingi. Unajua Njue Njagi ni kama ameanzia kuona kuna vitu tunaongea hapa. Mimi nimesema siku hizi mimi siongei. Njue ameniambia, under the advice of Njue Njagi. Njue Njagi ameniambia nisikuwe naongea. Mimi nakuja hapa nacheza cheza naenda. Kuna watu tu wako tu hivi wanango mimi sisemi. Kuna watu tu wacha niweke wale wameshinda kwa kanisa. Njoo amenikanya, njoo ameniambia niache ujinga, so wacha niwaekee sasa siasa ya karata. Siku hizi nimeambiwa tu niongee vitu regular, niachane na mambo mingi. Amujui nataka kuonesha na Gachagua ako live by the way. Nataka kuwaonesha vile saidi tu jokes ni kushangilia, tunashangilia. Wacha niwaoneshe. Nataka kuwaonesha vile vile Ruto tunambeba 2027.
It's coming down. Here it goes. It's on the road right now. It is on the road. Holy cow. I had one goal this day. Put my camera probe in the path of a tornado. Let's go, let's go! I gotta go, we gotta get out of here. Get out of here! Oh my God! Insane tornado! Even though the tornado misses the probe, I could still potentially deploy a second time since the tornado was still going. Incredible tornado! Holy crap! That might be Tony. Holy crap! Oh my God! It's right there! All right, the probe is fine. The probe is fine. It's right here. It's right here. Oh my God! Oh, let's go! It's roaring! We turn around to try for another deployment. This is insane. It might be starting to rope. However, it looks like the tornado is roping out, but it's really just getting started. I've never seen anything like this in my life. No.
I've never seen anything like this in my life.
In the freaking field, man. Shoot that close. Dude, I'm getting on the field.
Jamaa tunambeba hivyo. No, I am not going to under.
Oh my God.
Ruto atakuwa anaona hivyo 2027. Atakuwa anasema oh my God. What are you doing? Are they taking out of the
Chris, it's coming back north.
You don't know the power we have.
We might be able to intercept it. We'd have to go right now, though.
Right as we're about to move, the tornado does something incredible.
Oh, look at the inner core.
You mean that
Chris, we can intercept this. Oh, and it's too late now. Let's get closer. Let's get closer. Oh my God. What is that? What the heck is that? I have never seen that before.
The TV is so beautiful.
Bro, what is... Oh my God. Oh, with the lightning. It's gonna cross the road. Here, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. What the heck am I looking at, dude? Oh my freaking Lord.
We race to catch back up with the tornado.
It's coming back to the road. We can get extremely close to it.
Yeah.
It's gonna hit these traces if they don't move. Oh God.
Here,
let me get out. I've never seen anything like this. This is insane. That inner core. That inner core. All right, we gotta get around these guys. That is a violent tornado. Yeah, it is, man. It's moving pretty hard to the left. Oh God, these guys gotta move. This is not good. We gotta be ready to move. We gotta be ready to move. This is not good, guys. It's turning hard to the left. This is not good. We gotta move. No, it's coming. Don't hit the road. Please do not hit the road. Don't hit the road. All right, we gotta be ready to move south. Yeah, get ready. We're ready to move. It's not yet. Oh my God. It's still moving from right to left.
The tornado quickly turns towards the road with dozens.
So, and we are going to create a tornado for Ruto. 2027 will be a tornado. It will be a big... Ruto atakuwa anaona hivyo. Hii ni kura sasa hii. Hii ni kura. Kura itakuwa inakuja hivi. And hii ni kura ya upinzani.
Of other storm chasers on it. This was a worst case scenario.
Don't hit the road. It's fine. I'm not deploying on that. No, it's too dangerous. Here it comes. It's going for the road. Oh God, oh God, oh God, oh God, please.
By the way, in the history of Kenya, kama mujui, for the first time, Ruto will concede kabla hata kura hazijahesabiwa zote. Najua hiyo hamjasikia. And for the first time in the history, let me show you. I want to show you what is going to happen to Ruto. What will happen? Nataka kuonesha where Ruto should be preparing. Najua muamini. Hii ni speech ya Ruto sasa.
Thank you for the silence. Ladies and gentlemen of the press, we're here this afternoon, and I'm here to read a statement which I shall proceed now to read. Ladies and gentlemen, this election has been a glowing tribute to all the people of this great Republic of Kenya. The campaigns have been peaceful yet competitive, and it has provided the freedom of choice for each and every one. Our country has once again demonstrated its stability and maturity. So let us now ensure it attains its rightful place in the world order. We must now turn our attention to ensuring that all those leaders and representatives that Kenyans have elected deliver on their promises, be selfless, realistic, and honest as they fulfill the responsibilities, and above all, provide the change for which they have been elected. I accept the choice of the people, and in particular, now concede that Mr. Mwai Kibaki will be the third president of the Republic of Kenya. KANU and I will respect him in his position in accordance with our Constitution. KANU will play its rightful role in Parliament to ensure that the wishes of Kenyans are well represented and will remain true to all those we represent. I take this opportunity to thank all those Kenyans from
hata Ruto ako na experience ya kuconcede, so haina shida, alikuwa hapo. So hiyo tu speech ya Uhuru ndio tu atachukua, alafu atoe hapo, alafu aweke candidate yetu tu, atafuta Mwai Kibaki, and now so and so will be our president. So he is used. So Anne, nimewatolea, I'm trying to show you life to come. Nawaletea life to come. Sasa nimesikia Gashawa anaongea leo, hako kwa TV, lakini kabla ya Gashawa aongee, wacha kwanza niwaekee huyu best yetu leo. Amejaribu sana, ameongea vizuri. Yeah, so niwaekee speech ya huyu best yetu, alafu niwarudishe kwa Gashawa.
Ando aitwage tugi Muriega ringi. You can see my teacher is doing very well. Ndugu yangu Mheshimiwa Rigathi Gachagua, the second deputy president of the Republic of Kenya, my brother and my friend, the Honorable Your Excellency Kalonzo Musyoka, Mheshimiwa Martha Karua, Mheshimiwa Justin Muturi, Mr. Speaker, my brother Eugene, na ndugu zangu wote ambao mmekuja hapa. Kwanza kabisa ningependa kutoa shukrani kwa mhubiri wa leo, Reverend James Wambugu, bila ametuhubiria. Mimi ni Seventh Day Adventist, kwa hivyo nilikuwa kanisa jana. Na wakati nilikuwa kanisa jana, as I listened to him preach here today, nilisema lazima kuna kitu Mungu anataka hata mimi nijue. Sababu yule mhubiri wa jana alituhubiria kutoka Joshua 1, 5, 6 and 9. Now the theme of his sermon was be courageous, be strong. Na leo nimekuja hapa tena sermon ya pili wiki, nimeambiwa pia be courageous and be strong. Lazima hata kama kichwa yako iko na shida fulani, ujue kwamba mambo hawezi kuambatana namna hiyo. There's a message that is being sent to you from God. Ninawashukuru ndugu zangu, na munikubalie Mheshimiwa Gachagua niongee a little bit reflectively. Nimeona viongozi wengi hapa, wazee wetu hapa, Mheshimiwa Kamanda, kuna viongozi hapa, Mama Jane Kihara, mzee Tora na wengine ambao tumekuwa nao katika utumishi wa serikali hapo mbeleni, na ndugu zangu wengine ambao wako kwa siasa ambao wamezungumza hapa na wengine ambao tumekuwa tukiongea. Huu sio wakati wa kawaida katika jamhuri yetu tukufu ya Kenya, na tulikuja hapa leo niseme tu ukweli, kwa sababu wakati tuliona yale maneno yalifanyika Othaya last Sunday, tulisema tuende sote kwa kanisa, kama wanataka kutuua watue tukiwa sote pamoja, na kama wanataka kutupiga watupige tukiwa sisi wote pamoja. Na vile mnajua, mimi nilikuwa katika Ministry of Interior. I served as the country's Minister of Security for 5 years. Attacking a place of worship is normally known in the security sector as crossing the red line. Mmesikia before even President Obama using that phrase, crossing the red line. Jua hata msikiti. Na niseme ukweli, because Honorable Kalonzo and Honorable Karua, as the senior most lawyers, you know, and Mheshimiwa Amalwa and Mheshimiwa Muturi, I am not breaking the Official Secrets Act. Tukiwa kwa National Security Council, kuna mambo ambayo hata tukizungumzia sisi sote tunakubali. Huwezi kwenda beyond a particular point. Ukifuata mtu aingie kwa msikiti, we come outside. Ukifuata mtu aingie kwa kanisa, we give instructions, the command that position in a vintage manner outside. Kwa sababu hapa huwezi kugusa hiyo hapa. This is dangerous. Kwa hivyo mimi naona kama ile ilikuwa ni going beyond the red line. Na nakubaliana na wenzangu ambao wameongea hapa. Na kila wakati mimi napenda kuongea tu slowly na kueleza wakubwa ambao wako kwa serikali. Siku nyingine nimetoa story hapa ya kiongozi mmoja wa taifa ambaye alihutubia press conference asubuhi, akasema eti yeye atasikia the name surrender and the name giving up don't exist in her vocabulary. She was a prime minister. 3 hours later alikuwa anatafuta helicopter kutoroka nchi yake. Niseme leo hadharani, our former director of intelligence, a man I respect very much, retired General Philip Kameru, he used to tell us kwa security, anatuambia, unajua, we don't have bullets for 55 million Kenyans. You people who have responsibility must find a way of finding solutions by talking to Kenyans, even when they're in the opposition. Sababu hatutaki kuchafua nchi yetu. That's why my first point today is to advise our leaders. You might be very happy today, ufikiri wewe uko na nguvu sana, wewe ni mtu mkubwa. Mumeona hii kiburi vile mnaona hapa, pandege nini, kujipiga kifua. Tumekuwa na by election, hata Mheshimiwa Magara nikiwaambia, vile tulikuwa tunaambiwa pale kwa by election, sisi ndio serikali, tutaiba kura, tutafanya nini. I want to be very honest with you. Siku moja utashangaa sana. Saida unatafuta ndege kutoroka. Because huwezi kusukuma wananchi mpaka beyond the wall. Na tena, let me say something I ordinarily would not say because the press is here. If I was advising this government, and people here, political scientists like Mheshimiwa Gashawa here and Kawanja and the rest can agree with me, you are radicalizing this country to a point where you won't be able to control it. The anger down below, mimi sijui wanaishi wapi. The anger down below, ile asira iko na wananchi sahi. Ama viongozi nasema uongo. Sinyi mnakutana na wananchi kila wakati. When you listen to wananchi very carefully, tukienda kwa mikutano, hata nimekuwa nikienda kwa mikutano. 2 weeks ago nilikuwa Coast. Naongea na viongozi, unasikia vile viongozi wanaongea. As a leader, na niwaambie tu kweli, tuko kwa kanisa, as a leader, unasikia hiyo maneno wananchi vile wanaongea, unajiuliza viongozi wetu wanajua hii mambo. Sasa hii ni kama wale ambao walikuwa wanakaa kwa ile meli inaitwa Titanic.
Matiangi ataendelea, lakini kuna kitu by the way, Matiangi hapo kuna point aliweka noma sana ati Ruto na watu wako Titanic tu na magirlfriend, mutasikia hapo, but I wanted to say hii ni interview ya Gachagua, live na ina local TV. This one is not Citizen, Inoro akona 15k no 14k live sahi. That's a good viewership ina local nini kwa sasa wale wako live kwa mtandao, you can imagine sasa wale wanamuona kwa TV pia Inoro, so already akona 14k YouTube ina local TV. I think that one he is doing well. He is doing well. Yeah, he is doing well. So Georgina ananiambia niweke okay, nitarudisha Matiangi baadaye. Let me see if I can be able to get him, but he's doing well. Unfortunately anaongea Kikuyu, so we will have to alienate watu kidogo. Let me see.
wa president uria bonus irarihirwo hurari umwe muri uria bonus irarihirwo bonus karari na thina utiga thina thina muno bonus irari na thina ici irihagwo wa nyambu hari uhoro wa macani ri ni cia gutua macani na fertilizer. Faita ya murimi ri ni bonus hau no wonagira kindu gia kuria. Ici ingi ni cia guteithiriria wira gutua ri ciringi 14 nona fertilizer ni ikirirwo kena ni gikirirwo riu ri nyumba ino itu ni thinikite muno wathani-ini wa William Ruto. Ningi ri kuhuraga ciana, ningi ri kuhura kanitha, ningi ri kumena andu aitu kubutwo mawira. Riu andu aitu marauga atiriri mucera na mukundu akundu kagatake mundu wothe uracera na William Ruto to nio maramuteithiriria gutuhura. Tariu ku witima ri Ruto rangira hotire gutuhura atari na mheshimiwa witagwo Wainaina tondu witima ni Wainaina no urena nagira hara tuguthiira mwena mundu witagwo Kiruga MC wa Chinga. Okorwo Kiruga na Wainaina matirari mbara-ini tutingihurwo, atimia na ciana matingihurwo. Gwekire uguo wa Nyambura tondu mwanake munini ngwire hanini. Mbara ya Mau ya 1953 ndiarituhire tondu muthungu ari na hinya mwingi muno tocio Ruto enaguo. Ari na bomu, ari na guruneti, ari na mitoka, ari na mishinga, ari na buruburu, na ari na thigari nyingi muno cietagwo home guard. Muthungu angeigatirwo na mwaka umwe ni Mugikuyu ena kabanga tondu gutiri handu na ndoi ngurunga na ndoi hinga. No andu aria mari guku metagwo home guard na tukunia na kunda ngutume nio matumire mbara iyo erituhe tondu ni monagia muthungu uyu ni Mau kwari mundu wetagwo Gakunia ekiraga ikunia ekira ikunia ri andu makarora-ini wahitukaga gwika undu ri ukamenya undu ri Mau okorwo ni Mau ri ageka uguo no nduroneka. Andu acio ni manyaririre andu a Mau muno. In fact mekagwo mundu ucio metagwo home guard. Korwo ni areriria mukaguo ni muthaka na nduri Mau ugiuka ageka uguo ugatwaro ithamirio nigetha magacoka mucii waku. Ni andu mekire maundu mena magigi maingi muno guku Gikuyu-ini na andu acio ni thina witu wa Nyambura. Ruto ndangituhota na tungimuhurite tukamunina tige ni andu aria maramuteithia. Andu acio maramuteithia aria maceraga nake ajumbe nio maramuonia witima niku. Ruto angimenya witima niha nio maramwira kanitha yajagia thaa cigana ona, nio maramwira atiri kabai gacira gaka niho mangiurira, kabai gacira gaka niho mangiurira. Koguo nie ndirera andu a nyumba itu atiriri nie ni ndiraigua mwanjira ni mwiharire kuingata Ruto no gutiri undu mwikite ona mungimuingata. Mutaingatite akunyaniria ruriri andu aria maceraga nake aria mamuteithiririe kunyarira nyumba itu. Koguo korwo ni turoraga nyoka ri yuragwo hamwe na matumbi tondu ona ngioraga nyoka wage gucina matumbi ucoka ukagia tucoka tungi tunini tugatuika njoka cia guka gukuria. Hau ni tuguka gutega turi
ikie na bara na kiuria giako kia mwico kia bara utangikorwo no ndungi ngwendaga kuria ni wiyuragia niki gitumaga nowe tu utharikagirwo tondu atongoria aria mukoragwo nao ri ni tuonaga mena micemanio yao kundu gutiganite matihuragwo
ni tondu riri ni kura cia kirima giki nikio ndui kiari giake waku ukimuingata akihiga gukwa ndeibo kamona aku na twana twega akenete uigua uru muno ni aturagwo muno ni kirima giki tondu twamuhete uguo buri tukamwendo uguo agatuheria na kirikaniro agoka uguo agatuhenia bottom up iki tukimuhe agicoka agitukunyanira agitugaruka agitucagagia akiyekera nyumba itu akimenyamaria akimenyarira kirima giki kimuhetera riu ni akoragwo na uru mwingi muno na kirima giki tondu ni wekura ici ri tondu hindi ĩngĩ twamuhũrire 3.7 tukihũrĩra Raila 1.3 kura icio nĩ 5 million nacio kura ingĩ 1.6 itiaikirio kura ici rĩu ciĩ tayari gũikia rĩ tũtarĩ tũrandĩkithia ĩrĩ njerũ nĩ 6.6 na nĩ tũkwandĩkithia ingĩ 1.4 nĩ tũgũkinyia kura mirioni 8 na nĩũĩ tondũ nĩ anjũĩ wega tondu ndamuteithirie guku gutire mundu wamwendaga rumatia ngimaiguithia ngimera mundu ni agirire ni mundu mwega rekei tumuhe kanya ni agarurukire ni mundu mwega ni ngiconokete muno ona ndihotaga kuface atimia tondu ni ndamahitithirie
he aria muigaga wira ucio warutirwo ni president Uhuru Kenyatta tondu president Uhuru Kenyatta niwe warehire
onake ni ya mahitia makuga rutwa Uhuru na mahitia maingi nginya kungira tondu we wamurehete arigitie kuraga andu aitu akimuohera agitwira tumuohere ko Uhuru ndamuohere ndingiamumenyire riu ri Uhuru wa Kenyatta na nire ithuothe twi mahinda maingi ta njoi ya mutu no riu tondu Uhuru ni tayari ri icio ni mutongoria witu Uhuru ni arekwa huruke mundu ukurunga mahitia ma Uhuru na makwa ri ni ngurunga makwa na nonge ma Uhuru riu ruto ni yatiriri kura ici mirioni 8 ri Rigathi wa Gachagua ri tondu ni aiguagwo ni ruriri ne kanua ga kwariria ruriri ri ni akwariria atimia makamuigua ri ni akwariria nake makamuigua ri ni ni akuinuka koguo nikio ahuraga akajagagia
Monday.com, the opposite of any work platform we tried in the past. We tried other work management platforms, not naming names. They all suck. Monday, total opposite. Didn't just work.
One Rigathi wa Gachagua ni tondu Rigathi wa Gachagua niwe wina dawa ya kuinukia mundu uyu na koguo ri areciria hihi angijuraga ri ategikondo mamuthure wenda kumwira uko ni arajuragire ri ndio na kungithuka muno makiria ona tamu ino ndangirarikirie tondu andu mangiraumirire mamugire nginya Statehouse ona aroragire Rigathi wa Gachagua na ndangigakinya guku gikuyu-ini angirwonire thina uria tariona na ndimwire tondu itheru wakoragwo na yagiciria ni mundu mugi muno kaundu kau arabangite ati no ajurage ndoi mugikuyu nu na ndoi mukenya nu ni ndina support nene muno nginya kwa Baruya na Githii nginya Shumari na Kenya no kurugame ngirarugamire koguo ri bare no nyambura ndirahurwo ni ru akirima giki tondu ndikinyitite tondu kirima giki ndingirekia ruto ni acoka kirima giki madingi mwitikiria akigayanie Mount Kenya East na West ruto ni acoka kirima giki ndingi mwitikiria urage guku njaga guka guthambia makinya make ruto ni acoka na ruto agicoka nyumba ino itu ni yathira na ni ona uru riu ni ngegutira na guthererie ciana ciakwa ni ndanjitite ndahurwo gwitima yanjira riu ndandiri bare no hari akinyire ri riu ukoro waku atungiatigwo na una ni baba witu na riu dutigane no horo uyu masista ciakwa na andu aria angi maranjira riu ri brother ciaku ciothe ni ciakuire maitu ni akuire baba witu ni akuire nyumba ino niwe tutigithwo guku bari Gachagua niwe uri hinya ngondu tuteithagia riu ngiuragwo ri twatigwo nao dutigane no horo uyu mundu enda gucoka acoke ukihonoke ithuo giturore riu ndirera ciana ciakwa atiriri nie ni ndamuigua no riu nie ri ndingitiga nyumba ino itu ri ino ni ruto ri kungithia atia riu nyumba ino to ni kinjihokete ri ndingimutiganĩria nie nyenderie guoya ri nditigire gukua ri nditigire kugurara ri ndikunje nie ngicoke muciĩ ngiuge honokie moyo wakwa ri riu ri nayo nyumba ino iguthiate nie ndirauga atiriri ngiriri yaringire muti
ciana iture muoyo
ikiringa nguyu igikua ciana igitura muoyo iriaga nguyu ni ndathire kuria marigiti wa Nyambura ngiuga andu a marigiti matikuingatwo William Ruto na Sakaja makihura makidwara Senate makithitanga ati ni ndagiriria andu maingatwo marigiti nie ngiingatwo wira no ndirari marigiti ndirera andu marigiti ati ciana ciao ri ni mona gya kuria riu nie ndirauga atiriri nie ara tukinyite Wanyambura ri na nie ndi na uru gutire mundu ungikua thiko igiri na gutire mundu ungikua kuma rucini nginya hwaini Ngai na wendi wake ni agwika uria kwenda nie ni hoirwo muno ni andu na nie ni njui Ngai ni akungitira no nie ni ndirutire na ngehotha kwi njumbe ndo itu na kwi bururi tondu nie ndingĩenderio guoya Wanyambura mituka yakwa ĩninwo ngĩguoya indo ciakwa ininwo ngĩguoya nyenderio guoya hũrwo mbara ya mwĩrĩ ndĩtigĩre njeherere Uhuru ri akĩretire ndangĩhota kũng'ethanĩra na mũndũ ye mũciĩ rĩu niĩ ndingĩehera rĩ ngĩgĩtuĩke nĩ ndakĩgĩa guoya rĩ njehere rĩ maUSPD nĩ mabutirwo wĩra rĩ maUCS rĩ nĩ mabutirwo wĩra rĩ andũ aitũ rĩ nĩ indo ciao irahũrĩrwo ngengere andũ aitũ rĩ nĩ mamomoreirwo andũ aitũ rĩ nĩ manyaririrwo kanitha citũ cia gĩkũyũ nocio irahũrwo cia PCA na cia ACK na cia ED nĩ ũronire mathiĩte ED kũrehe gĩconoko rĩu niĩ ndingĩkĩgũra guoya njuge ngĩcunge muoyo wakwa ngĩtĩkĩre comfort yakwa njuge mũndũ tondũ nĩ akĩrehire thĩna mũno rĩ ngĩcoke nyũmba kwa nyina Gachagua akĩhe irio rĩ ngĩtindage ha ngĩthoma noboka ndĩgĩthikĩire rĩ nyũmba ĩno itũ ĩthire rĩ tũngĩka atĩa Wanyambura na ningĩ ndĩroria andũ arĩa manjugagĩrĩria ngakĩmoria atĩrĩrĩ a nyũmba ĩno itũ fine Rigathi wa Gachagua no akĩehere agĩkorwo ti mwega to njĩra ũrĩ mũkabira nĩ kwarĩrĩria andũ aitũ to nĩ nyonaga andũ aitũ makĩnuma nyũmba ĩno itũ Rigathi wa Gachagua eherera rĩ nyũmba ĩno ĩgũtigwo naũ
in fact ona andũ acio
makĩrĩkia kana rĩrĩ nakĩo niĩ angĩkorwo ndikĩrĩ mwega rĩ Rigathi ndangĩhota kũruta wĩra na andũ nĩ arakũma andũ anga nĩ areka atĩa fine no ngĩkiuga nĩ ndikĩrĩ mwega mũno na gũtirĩ mũndũ ũrĩ 100% nĩ ndĩ mahĩtia makwa nĩ ndĩ mawega makwa onokorwo hihi no ngĩehere rĩ andũ acio maugaga atĩ nĩ ndagĩthũkia rĩ ndingĩehera ũmũthĩ ũyũ rĩ nyũmba ĩno itũ ya kĩrĩma rĩ andũ a Meru na Embu na Gĩkũyũ rĩ matigwo naũ
andũ acio magũkagĩra makoretwo makiuga atĩrĩrĩ no kwĩihũria ũreihũria ũkiuga atĩ ũngĩgerwo ngero maũndũ no maharagane gũkũ bũrũri-inĩ makiuga maũndũ mangĩthiĩ na mbere o ta mũtugo marauga no kwĩihũria
na nĩ igũria atĩrĩrĩ Wanyambura icũgĩrĩte Ruto Mũgĩkũyũ ndarĩ na bata na mũndũ bata na gĩtĩ kĩrauni kĩauma mũtwe nĩ mabati Rigathi wa Gachagua hutio gĩtĩ-inĩ rĩ no ciumia igĩrĩ ariganĩra rĩu nĩ mwaka ũmwe na nuthu gũtirĩ ũndũ ũngĩ maragia tiga ũhoro wa Rigathi wa Gachagua nĩwona mũcemanio ũrĩa ndeka gũtirĩ mũndũ ũngĩ ũngĩona mũcemanio ũrĩa ndeka hau nĩwona mũcemanio ũrĩa ndekire Nairobi niĩ ndĩ na ũmaarufu mũnene gũkĩra arĩa naguo ndĩ obici maugĩte atĩ thutha wa wiki igĩrĩ nĩ ngũriganĩra makiuga nĩ acoke wa Munyoro ndoka wa Munyoro nĩ akĩmenyekana thĩinĩ wa thĩ yothe niĩ gũtirĩ kwĩihũria ndĩreihũria na okorwo ndikĩrĩ na uge rĩ ndĩrahũrwo nĩkĩ Wanyambura okorwo ndikĩrĩ mũndũ bure ũguo gũtarĩ mũndũ mũrũmagĩrĩra rĩ mĩcemanio yakwa ĩrahũrwo nĩkĩ mũtĩ ũtarĩ matunda ndũikagĩrio mahiga nĩ ihĩ ũngĩrora ngathĩti ciothe headline Rigathi wa Gachagua mĩcemanio yothe ya andũ a Njaruo Rigathi wa Gachagua Kalenjin Rigathi wa Gachagua Baruya Rigathi wa Gachagua social media Rigathi wa Munyoro rĩ agĩciraga kĩarĩrĩrio wake njuge atĩrĩrĩ niĩ njĩre andũ a nyũmba itũ manjĩtĩkĩria nĩ ngũmatongoria na nyũmba ĩno itũ ndigwĩtĩkĩra ĩninwo nĩ William Ruto ndĩ muoyo namba igĩrĩ nyũmba ĩno itũ nĩ ngeretie mũno tondũ William Ruto anyingata wĩra endaga eke ũrĩa ekĩte 2007 anyitithanirie kabira iria ingĩ ciothe igethere nyũmba ĩno itũ Ngai akĩndeithia na ngĩtarwo nĩ athuri na andũ a kanitha ngĩcaria arata ũmũthĩ ũyũ rĩ ikamba na ithuĩ twĩ kĩndũ kĩmwe Maathai twĩ kĩndũ kĩmwe Gĩthii twĩ kĩndũ kĩmwe Baruya twĩ kĩndũ kĩmwe rĩu Ruto ndangĩhota isolate nyũmba ĩno itũ amĩnine tondũ nĩ tũcarĩtie arata rĩu niĩ ũrĩa ihoya rĩakwa tu kwĩ nyũmba ĩno itũ no rĩmwe tu o rĩmwe tu mahoya mũnjigenie na bamĩrĩ yakwa mahoya-inĩ mũcoke mũige itungati iria njeraga nacio mahoya-inĩ anake acio na airĩtu acio na atumia mũmaige mahoya-inĩ andũ aitũ macoke metĩkĩre kura nĩ irarehwo gũkũ macinani mweri 29 wa gatatũ kura cioka andũ aitũ ciana cianyu mũndũ wothe wĩna kĩbandĩ oe kura na mũndũ ũtarĩ kĩbandĩ mũhakikishe nĩ oya kura ici citũ ciakinya milioni 8 niĩ ngwenda kwĩra andũ a nyũmba ĩno itũ ndĩngĩona thĩna na ndĩngĩona ũru twĩna kura milioni 8 kura icio tũcoke tũrĩkanĩre ciothe tũcikie gĩkabũ kĩmwe tũtakũgayũkania niĩ nĩ ihoya rĩakwa kwĩ nyũmba itũ na ndĩnjĩre nyũmba itũ niĩ ndĩrona ũgwati mũnene mũno mbere itũ andũ aitũ mangĩheo mbeca magarũrũke ta Jumbe aya maheirwo mbeca makĩgarũrũka rũrĩrĩ niĩ na ngũhe MC ndĩmacokerie ngatho mũno ta MC a Kiambu ndĩramarutĩire ngũbia maraheirwo mũndũ ũngĩ andũ a nyũmba itũ tondũ nĩo customer a Matangi iroka iramondwo kunyarira nyũmba itũ MC ma Kiambu ndamarutĩra ngũbia atĩ marerirwo thiĩ mũingate wa Matangi maheo mũndũ 500 marauga matikũmũingata ahecimu aitũ maheirwo mbeca manyingate rĩu mũthĩ ũyũ nyũmba ĩno yonete ũru tondũ niĩ Wanyambura ndahũranĩte na njohi ya Ibango yothe nganina anake aitũ maume mĩtaro magĩe na bamĩrĩ nyũmba itũ ndĩgathire rũrĩrĩ rũtikahuke kuma ndaingatwo mwoe kura mwendane mũikare mwĩ kĩndũ kĩmwe niĩ mwetĩkĩra mũgathikagĩrĩria ndiũĩ maũndũ maingĩ mũno no nyũmba ĩno itũ nĩ njũĩ ũrĩa ngũmĩgitĩra na nĩ njũĩ ndĩna formula nĩ njĩkĩte mathabu na ngoya maoni kuri mabishopu kuri andũ a biacara kuri andũ retired ndĩna plan njega ũrĩa nyũmba ĩno itũ tũgũ-secure future yayo nyũmba ĩno itũ ndĩkarinwo nĩ William Ruto na going forward icoke thirikari-inĩ na njĩra nene mũno biacara citũ icoke ũrĩmi witũ ucoke ũmomori wa nyũmba ũrũgame ciana citũ itige kũragwo kanitha citũ itige kũhũrwo ngwenda kũria nyũmba ĩno tu ĩhe kanya ndehoya na gĩtĩo kĩnene mũno niĩ ndĩrutĩire kũgitĩra nyũmba ĩno na kũmĩtwara kũrĩa agĩrĩirwo nĩ gũthiĩ ngwenda kũria tu support ya nyũmba ĩno itũ ĩnyite mbaru ĩhoere ĩthikĩrĩrie na niĩ nĩ ngwenda kũhe nyũmba ĩno itũ assurance tuoya kura icio milioni 8 na tũikie gĩkabũ kĩmwe kũrĩa tũkarĩkanĩra na nyũmba ĩno korwo nĩ niĩ tondũ tũrĩkanĩire atĩrĩrĩ tũrĩ andũ 6 a 7
ona nĩho ngwendaga tũke tondũ ndĩrona ta twarĩkia maũndũ
Kari wala cagua
rĩ ici 30 rĩ wĩtĩkĩrie ngũtware ihenya
sawa
nĩ wa twĩra itua rĩa no ũtagathurwo nĩ rĩtuĩtwo rĩa haha no ũgathurwo rĩ tũrarĩtwarithia atĩa
one kĩrĩma nĩ kĩndicaidĩte nĩacokerio wega mũno Matiangi Matiangi ũria atĩrĩrĩ na nĩ angenia mũno mũndũ arauga tũtirĩ hakiri wĩna hakiri mũndũ ũyũ arauga na hakiri arakorire gĩthomo kĩarehirwo nĩ mwari wa Kĩbakĩ Kĩaburi arathũkia nĩ wĩna hakiri mũndũ ũyũ rĩ aratũma na thigari ihũre andũ kanitha arauga na hakiri mũndũ ũyũ rĩ arakorire biacara igĩthiĩ na mbere arathũkia arauga na hakiri gatagatĩ gake na ithuĩ nĩ wĩna hakiri na ndĩrĩ ici ya hakiri rĩ no mũndũ mwaganu mũno tondũ ararĩ gũkũ haha karati na arera andũ atĩrĩrĩ inyuĩ andũ a Kĩrĩma nĩ inyuĩ mwaheire kura niĩ ndingĩtigana na inyuĩ no ndigana na inyuĩ niĩ thiĩ ngabuate andũ apubafu araragia ũhoro rĩu ajaru agĩciĩruma egũkũ gwitũ haya andũ marakĩhũra rũhĩ akinya kwa Jaruo rĩ aramera tiganai na andũ acio matirĩ hakiri inyuĩ nĩ inyuĩ mwĩna hakiri andũ acio nĩ akabira rĩu akoragwo na ruga tofauti kũringana na kũrĩa arĩ egũkũ rĩ areta Jaruo pubafu akinya kwa Jaruo rĩ agatwĩta akabira na kauga tũtirĩ na hakiri ũrĩa kire nĩ ũndũ nĩ atũhenirie rĩ na akĩhenia andũ a Kenya rĩ nĩ ecirĩtie nĩ mũndũ mũũgĩ mũno no nĩ ararigwo andũ a Kenya othe nĩ mamũthomete ũguo makamũmenya ta rĩu ararĩ kũu kwa Jaruo agathie kuruga thamaki nigetha Njaruo cione ati ni amendete ngira Njaruo inyuĩ mũtiũĩ mũndũ ũyũ egũkũrĩa atũthĩraga nginya mĩtura agĩtũhenia ũguo nĩguo ahiana nĩ mũndũ kũringana na kũrĩa ũrĩ maheni tofauti rĩu njuge atĩrĩrĩ Wanyambura tugĩte atĩrĩrĩ ũcio tũtikũmwenda na no nginya ainũke na ndĩrenda kwĩra andũ a Kĩrĩma inyuĩ nĩ inyuĩ mũkũdecide ka mũndũ nĩ akũinũka Kĩrĩma kĩandĩkithia kura milioni 8 na cikio gĩtabu kĩmwe ũrĩa tũkũrĩkanĩra na ainũka tũrakiuga atĩrĩrĩ Gachagua nĩ arũgamĩte Martha Karua nĩ arũgamĩte Eugene Wamalwa nĩ arũgamĩte Okiya Mutata nĩ arũgamĩte na mũndũ ũngĩ ũkwenda turauga mũndũ athiĩ kwao acokanĩrĩria andũ ake na kura ciake acokanĩrĩrie tũtingĩhanyũkĩra kuga nũ nĩtũkũhũrwo mũno Mwai wa Kibaki atangathirwo nĩwe kũhũranĩra gĩtĩ gĩa president 202 handũ ha mũng'ethanĩro mweri 14 mweri wa 10 2022 gĩthurano gĩtigaithie mĩeri 2 na thikũ 13 ona ithuĩ tũtirĩ na haraka tũgatangatha mũndũ next year
arĩa maroiga atĩ matrix cia ithurano icio rĩ nĩ tofauti na cia ihinda-inĩ rĩrĩ na matrix cia gĩthurano gĩkĩ nĩcio irathĩrĩria inyuĩ mũkorwo mũkĩanĩrĩra mũhũranĩri wa gĩturwa kĩanyu tene
gĩthurano kĩu na gĩkĩ nĩ ihanaine kĩu kĩaregaga Moi na project yake Kenya nima ĩrarega Ruto na project yake koguo Kenya marauga atĩrĩrĩ tũnengerei mũndũ ũmwe tũtirenda kũmenya mũikare thĩ mũrute mũndũ ũyũ ndio nĩtũiguithanĩtie niĩ Rigathi wa Gachagua nĩ ndĩrauga nĩ njagĩrĩire na ndĩrauga ndĩna kura nyingĩ ndĩna ũmenyo ndĩna ũhoti ndĩna mĩbango na no nduĩke president wa Kenya mwega mũno hei kanya ithia mũndũ ũcio ta mũthikiri wa kũiywo mauga Rigathi wa Gachagua nĩ ũndũ wa gĩtũmi gĩkĩ na gĩkĩ tiga tũnengere Kalonzo na njiguithio na njuke njĩre andũ akwa ũrĩa manjiguithia ithuothe tukauga nĩ Kalonzo tũmũnyite mbaru kũngĩgatuĩka ti Kalonzo nĩ Matiangi ithuothe nĩ twaiguithanirie tukanyita Matiangi mbaru kũngĩgatuĩka ti Matiangi nĩ Martha Wangari wa Karua my sister ithuothe tukamũhe kura citũ kũngĩgatuĩka nĩ Natembeya tukamũhe kura citũ ndĩramerire atĩrĩ mũcemanio-inĩ na nĩndamera gũkũ Kĩrĩma ndera Matiangi na arĩa angĩ mũtigatinde mũgĩthiũrũka gũkũ kũnogia andũ gũkũ andũ nĩ matuĩte matua atĩ Ruto no nginya ainũke metereire itua no once kwĩrwo nũrĩ kura cia Kĩrĩma ciothe gĩkabũrĩ kĩu koguo ndĩramera atĩrĩrĩ mũndũ nĩ athiĩ athondeke gwake ũthondeke kũngĩgatuĩka nĩwe rĩ cia Kĩrĩma ona ndũkũnindi gũka gũkũ ngakũrehe Karati na ngũnyite guoko ngũrehe Nyĩrĩ ngũrehe Kagumo ngũrehe CBD ngũrehe arĩa angĩ njuge atĩrĩrĩ tũraiguithanĩirie nĩ Kalonzo ũhoro nĩ wathira koguo rĩ mũndũ wothe athiĩ acokanĩrĩrie ciake acokanĩrĩrie na hinge ũrĩa nĩ hingĩte Kĩrĩma na niĩ kĩrĩa kĩratũma
ũkĩhingĩte te mũnene na nĩ tũrona andũ makiuma timu-inĩ yaku
atĩrĩrĩ Wanyambura
na tũraigua he angĩ ona marĩ o njĩra-inĩ
atĩrĩrĩ Wanyambura kũrĩ tofauti nene mũno ya andũ na atongoria Ruto nakoragwo na andũ gũkũ Kĩrĩma no akoragwo na njumbe hakuhĩ 60 icio nĩ kura 40 ici ingĩ 6 million ndarĩ nacio ni ũhoro wa atongoria ndicirie ũhoro wao atongoria arĩa a rũrĩrĩ othe ndĩ nao mũndũ wothe ũtangĩendia rũrĩrĩ mũndũ wendete nyũmba yao mũndũ hete raia gĩtĩo othe nĩ intact kĩrĩa gwĩkire Ruto nĩ andũmĩire andũ aingĩ mũno maũndũ makwa na maũndũ ma rũrĩrĩ na maũndũ ma DCP na nĩguo ndagũire kuma obici ndahandĩirwo andũ ndĩrĩ obici na ndiamenyaga tondũ niĩ ndĩ mũndũ wendete andũ mũno kwanza Agĩkũyũ nĩ ndetĩkĩtie Agĩkũyũ mũno gũkũ Nyĩrĩ ndahandĩirwo andũ erĩ mũndũ warĩ PA yakwa na mwanake ũngĩ ndandĩkĩte warĩ MP nĩo matuĩragia maũndũ makwa na ma rũrĩrĩ magatwara kwa Ruto ngĩmenya ngĩmaingata rĩu barauga atĩrĩ kuma maumire nĩ kũmaingata na maingatire ta rĩu ũcio ũmwe ageragia gũtuĩria ngĩthondeka kĩama kĩa DCP nĩwe watwaraga ndeto kwa Ruto ũtukũ ngĩmenya ngĩkunyĩrwo nĩ mũthigari ũmwe akĩnjĩra kamũndũ karĩa mũkoragwo nako gakuhĩrĩ gokaga gũkũ ũtukũ agĩũka kĩhingo-inĩ gakĩingatwo
ũguo nawe wĩna andũ kũrĩa
gũtirĩ mũndũ nani ndiakĩmenyire ũguo mũndũ ekaga kaĩ ndakĩmenyaga niĩ ndĩ Mũkristiano ndĩ mũthuri wa Reverend rĩu niĩ ndoya atĩrĩrĩ atĩ andũ othe nĩ andũ ega na Ruto nĩ mũndũ mwega atĩ ndĩmwĩtĩkia arĩ gwake na niĩ ndĩ gwakwa rĩu akĩnjigĩire andũ gwakwa akahandĩra nginya thĩinĩ ũguo nĩguo ahotire kũnyingata obici riu ndauma o muciri ninge ngitumirwo angi mererithagia maithori morabu andu acio nao ri utuko ri kwaruta kugira mbeca na ni ronire andu acio marathiururukire maracoka kuria maumite kwaruta tondu okorwo marauga ati Rigathi wa Gachagua ti mundu mwega ri mangiraumire mathie kiama kia Markarua kana maume mathie kia JB Muturi kana maume mathie Matiangi no maracokire kuria mekaga ri maturaga gwiri atiriri andu acio othe ni akunyaniria ruriri.
The way you see an idea in your mind and shape it into something that could only come from you. This is how website creation should be. Wix Harmony, the new way to create.
Tukona magira kanyamu kana kuri Harambe House ni ngoma ingata tondu no nginya tuthigurane ngano na thawani tondu bare no tuthiete no nginya umenye muthigari waku ni uriku ndukagukorwo na muthigari akurathe na thutha kana akugure kahiu ka mugongo urete mbere kana gwikirire irio thumu tacio marathire acio no ngai tondu rimwe wanatiga irio metha-ini ugathie na hau gwiteithia no ngai tukamucokeria ngatho tondu andu acio matumitwo ni ruto na matiari na maundu mega tocio mwe ndaingatire ucio mwanake wa guku ucio ni angianjikirire irio thumu-ini atumitwo ni ruto koguo ri ni ngai ni anyendete ati ni ndahotire kuhonoka ati ndumiirwo andu nginya manginjikirira thumu irio-ini ngai akihonokia ati ndiakuire tondu ruto ni abangire maundu moru muno koguo njuge kiama kia DCP utire kundu githiete mundu gwitwo Kabado ni muheshimiwa wa tene wa bata muno arokire DCP muheshimiwa gwitwo Gicuki Mugambi wa thaya arokire DCP ra na angi ni maroka ona acio mekwa ruto ri maratucaria utuku mweri wa mugwanja andu meiturwo-ini eni utuku andu mweri wa mugwanja ruto akona mundu tariu metereire nigetha muone kindu gia kwigwatia ri ODM ni auga kwenda thirikari 50-50 na ni marenda gite kia deputy president na maga kuheo matikwenda riu ri tondu kidikida kiri na andu guku andu ni akwa ri ndangikiona hi kidikiaga ri niho makegwatia no marenda kura na githimi magite matikahuru ni ruto no andu acio the mweri wa mugwanja wa kanana gutigakorwo mundu kuu ni tukamamukira aria maroka no mokera yaini ni ndimoheire na ndira mundu na undu nake othe ndiramerire moke nginya kunyaniria ruriri nginya aria mararaga kwa ruto nginya aria maturaga Sugoi ni moke muchujo wa raia kiama ni DCP makorane na Wanjiku haria irebe-ini Wanjiku no kauo ni twamuohera o tutiramuohera uyu ni mukunyaniri wa ruriri uyu tutikumwenda uyu ni kudangu tumeo tutikumwenda riu atiriri DCP ni kiama very strong na kiama kiu ko gitire na hinya wa Nyamburari niki kiratuma gavana wa Naikuru ari nene ko ina igwa nendo ka Naikuru ni mundu more wa ko Naikuru wa DCP ni mundu more wi ku Nairobi giti turathire guku Karibangi turahota ODM turahota UDA turathire kuria Kisa turahota ODM turahota UDA kiama giki niko kina umarufu muno thiini wa Kenya na nikio rona gigitigirwo na nikio rona tukihurwo koguo njuge gutire mundu umite kiama mundu mwega mundu straight mundu wendete andu ao mundu heteraia gitio mundu wendete kiama giake gutire umite acio othe ni kumaingata turamaingatire umwe MP aranjiraga atiri ni ri tondu ndia kuingatire ri ndirenda direct nomination na unyandikire marua njikarage namo ati gathi direct ndiramuria ati direct kiama kiriku DCP ati ni kiama giaku ndiramwira niti giakwa kiama giki ni kia members ni ndire no hoti na uge wa kuheana direct nomination to anybody ginya andu aria othe arata kwa na tuturaga nao a John Medho a Karungo a Jane wa Kihara a Gacheri a Murango a Munyoro a Gogoyo othe meharirie mundu abingwo ni gutire mundu ndirateithia na ndingihota na ndino hoti ucio mathie macemanie na raia free and fair nomination wanengerwo tigiti wa DCP wiro cio ngiundigire nini ngakwendia ni mwene ngoka gwikira campaign
no ngikoro ni uyu Wanjunju urariria uhoro wake ri arakiuge ndaga tigiti tondu wa mbeca iria kunete niguo agitiririra uteti waku na kiama
nguria atiriri Wanyambura kai ungihoya ngitha kame ndingĩenda kwarĩrĩria mũndũ ũcio tondũ mũrata wakwa nĩ na mathĩna maingĩ mũno ena macira 15 na nĩ matũmĩte anyitũka ndingĩenda kũmwarĩrĩria ningĩ thĩ mũno thĩ mũno ndingĩenda kwaria ndeto ciake
no na ngwendaga gũtirĩra kĩũria kĩu na rĩrĩ nĩkĩ kĩratũma andũ arĩa othe maroima mwahu-inĩ waku maroima na gũkũ magagũcambia
rĩu rĩ nĩ tondũ no nginya
wamarora othe profile yao
atĩrĩrĩ
Excellency horera wamarora othe rĩ ona ngwĩciria no mĩrũgamo ya ũteti no itĩo
ona tũtirĩ nake
no aya angĩ othe
ndĩrakũria atĩrĩrĩ
othe maugaga ũrĩa wĩ mũru
gũthiĩ kwa Ruto rĩ ũyũ mũgĩkũyũ nĩ tondũ gũtirĩ mũndũ ũrenda kũigua Ruto nĩ ũrĩa na magigi rĩu no nginya ũkĩhenia andũ nĩ tũretagio mbeca anga nĩ tũretagio kĩ anga nĩ tũretagia ngandũ
ndwĩtagia mũnene ndwĩtagia
cia gwĩka atĩa kĩama kĩa DCP nĩ kĩama na kũruta mũhothi kanitha-inĩ kĩama kĩa DCP nĩ kĩama kĩa mũingĩ na nĩ tũrĩ andũ aingĩ mũno masapotaga kĩama gitũ na ũsapotaga okorwo nĩ ũkwenda na gũtirĩ mũndũ ũracimicagwo kĩama-inĩ gũtirĩ mbeca tũiyĩte cia SHA kũrehe kĩama-inĩ gũtirĩ mbeca tũiyĩte cia arwaru kũrehe kĩama-inĩ gũtirĩ mbeca tũiyĩte cia andũ akũrũ ta cia arutwo arĩa agatwara UDA kĩama gĩakagwo nĩ members na members nĩo maraka kĩama na twekaga launch tuonganirie mbeca nyingĩ mũno na cingĩtwo nĩ trustees nĩgetha mũthenya ũrĩa tũgatangatha mũthenya wa launch tondũ twatangathĩirwo bara tũkĩmenya andũ aitũ nĩ makũhũrwo twageria kũbanga tũthiĩ Kajiado tũkabangĩrwo bara twageria kũbanga tũthiĩ idio kĩharo hihi rĩu tondũ ũmũthĩ matinaga tũhũra rĩ nĩ ngũthiĩ ndĩkĩmenya nĩ tũrenda gwĩka launch na twĩre matigũtũhũra twĩke launch itũ mbeca icio ciarutirwo nĩ members itirĩ bangagĩra na trust Wanyambura gũtirĩ kĩndũ ndĩrenda kuma kwĩ mũndũ irio cia kũrĩa ndĩ nacio mũciĩ wakwa wa iria nĩrĩo nyuaga niĩ tondũ ndikĩnyuaga njohi rĩ na ndinyuaga soda maĩ maya ndingĩaga niĩ betũrũ ndingĩaga na ndĩkĩrĩ mũndũ wĩna tũindo twake ti atĩ ndĩkĩrĩ atĩ ngĩrĩ mũhoi na akĩrĩ mũndũ ũgĩthũkũma ngĩte hĩndĩ ya Kĩbakĩ nĩ ngĩrĩ kĩndũ gĩakwa hana andũ mathiĩ kwa Ruto rĩ makanjambia no tũroria atĩ handũ ha gũthiĩ kwa Ruto rĩ mũtithiĩ kwa Matiangi handũ ha gũthiĩ kwa Kasongo rĩ mũtithiĩ kwa Martha Karũa handũ ha gũthiĩ kwa Kasongo rĩ mũtithiĩ kwa Mũturi no marenda gũthiĩ kwa Ruto tondũ nĩkuo maumĩte na nĩkuo maheagwo mbeca na nĩkuo marĩagĩra na ndĩmorie andũ magathiĩ kũgĩra mbeca kwa Ruto rĩ niĩ mangĩhe mbeca marutĩte kũ na acio nĩ andũ a gũthiĩ kwara rũhĩ merwo nyita mbeca ici akahũra rũhĩ gũcera na Ruto wacera mwoneka nake kũgeithania ũkanjia maheni straight tondũ nĩ mũndũ wa maheni rĩu ũraugaga SHA ndĩraruta wĩra last week rĩu marauga nĩ ĩraruta wĩra marauga maũndũ mothe nĩ mega njugie atĩrĩrĩ niĩ ona ũngĩnjambia ona ũngĩnjigĩrĩra igenyo cigana atĩa niĩ ndingĩgũcokeria andũ a nyũmba ĩno itũ nĩ manjũĩ rĩtwa rĩakwa nĩ rĩega rekondi yakwa nĩ njega korwo niĩ nĩ ndahutirie kĩndũ kĩa mũingĩ ũmũthĩ ndigĩrĩ igoti-inĩ ndingĩatwarirwo tene niĩ ndirĩ cuke niĩ ndirĩ kĩndũ kĩa mũndũ ndĩndoya gũtirĩ kĩa mũndũ ngoya gũtirĩ kĩndũ kĩa mũndũ ndĩrenda ona kĩmwe niĩ wanjĩra njũke gwaku mũcemanio ngũrie nĩ ũbangĩte mũcemanio ĩ nĩ mũgũrĩte ngũbia ĩ nĩ mũmomberecete andũ maumĩre ĩ kwĩna ikero ĩ ngakũhe date ngoka niĩ gũtirĩ wĩra ũngĩrutaga na niĩ gũtirĩ bata ndĩrabatara mbeca cia mũndũ ona ũrĩkũ kana ũrĩkũ mbeca ciakwa cia gwĩka na maũndũ ũrĩa ndĩrenda gwĩka ndĩnacio
no he arĩa bado makoretwo makĩrora ũteti waku na maũndũ maya ma mwĩkũanĩro makauga nawe no ũkorwo nĩ ũraruta wĩra na President William Ruto na njĩra o yothe mwĩna mĩario
ndangitiga njuragano ndangitiga maheni nie ngiremwo ni guikara nake na to ndageragia kumurunga ndithiini ri akiremwo ni guikara nani to ndangienda mundu ama ningi niendaga kindu gitagwo yesa to ciarehire hau ucio witagwo yesa mwanake ucio mukui Isha riraruta wira yesa andu aria akuru riu ni akenu yesa Machani ni mega yesa Kenya itu ni thiete mbere yesa riu ndenda Kenya ituike Singapore yesa au ni hega muno kwanza yesa ni maundu macio ndingihota wa Nyambura ni ndi muthuri mukristiano utangienda ndeto cia maheni no utangienda kuhenia andu aria mahete kura na ni ndi mundu wa kuheo kura mundu ndagakuheo ko ndaigatirwo office ni ndaheirwo kura ni andu ta cia guku gwitu 3.7 ni ciaheire na ciaheire ta gatu wa Gachagua na tige twari nake ndandironire giti ucio niguo uhoro wa ma na ni akumenya giki gigita gikinya thari ta cio tuku mweri 10 wa kanana ni akamenya mugikuyu no
kuma riria umire office ni aria kwariria kana either directly kana kuhuthira andu ake
ni ndingiaria nake na ni oi kuri andu ake mageragia kunjira tagote ti nduri uthu yanga utiri yanga ke ngamerorera tu I have no time for William Ruto and ona inyuo the kuyo kende cokari kwa Ruto kingi ndiga guku muci na ndigiwe ku ni giacoka gwake no tatidigitiga no gitige coka no ndigithikiririe I have no time
more kanirie na thi kihora
kuisha maneno finish kumano
gatagati-ini kanyu ri kwina mwikuaniro ucio ati he andu tondu ni kaundu gakore na ni ngijo ni ukaiguite mwikuaniro
muthenya
gwatinda ho muthenya utuku ringi
ni ndiui ni no njarie ciakwa ni ndingithie utuku ndingithie muthenya na ni ndire thogora ndaiguire agire ati every man has a price niguo ati arehura githuri gutire mundu tari bei ni ndire bei na ndingigurika ko kuri andu bangi mena bei ndiui andu akwa ni mageretio muno gwitu andu macokerie ngatho ni matumana tumanirwo muno John Medwa agatumanirwo Karungu agatumanirwo Jane Kihara agatumanirwo Bogo agatumanirwo andu akwa matura matumanagirwo ati maheo mbeca aria twi nao no makauga reke marugame na ruriri marugame na nyumba yao na nikio ndimacokagiria ngatho ndametete kuria Mombatha ndira kumathinjira kumacokeria ngatho tondu ni monete mathina maingi muno makiingatwite cia chairman matiorire makiingatwo kamiti-ini matiorire gutire thabari maheagwo na mena mathina gutire biashara mangiruta Kenya ciana icio ni cia ruriri na ni njega na ni njoketie ngatho muno na ndametete tu kumathinjira na nyina Gachagua akimahoera muno tondu ni andu ega muno na ni njire andu a nyumba itu kuria Nairobi mundu gwitwo Gakuya mwanake gwitwo Mwago mundu gwitwo Major Dong mundu gwitwo Mwafrika ni marutite wira munene muno wa kurugama na nyumba itu Kiambu Karungu Hathang'wa ni arutite wira munene muno wa kurugama na nyumba itu guku Murang'a John Nyutu Munyoro na Muriu ni marutite wira munene muno wa kurugama na nyumba itu guku Nyeri mundu gwitwo Kagucia mundu gwitwo Adeto speaker gwitwo Gichuhi wira mwega kuria Naikuru Jane Kihara akaruta wira mwega Nyandarua Wanjiku wa Muhia John Methu makaruta wira mwega muno wa kurugama na ruriri kuria gundu gwitwo Embu mwanake gwitwo Mukunji akaruta wira mwega muno wa kurugama na ruriri kuria Laikipia mundu gwitwo John Kinyua kuria Kajiado Ngogoyo na senator gwitwo Sekina ni mwathai mundu wa bata muno endete nyumba itu muno na ni ngwenda kwira andu a nyumba itu aria me Kajiado Sekina mundu na ritho ria tha tondu ni atwendete muno nyumba itu na ni njuge tigari icio ciakwa ti nyingi no ni njega muno na ni cindeithĩtie muno kũgitĩra nyũmba ĩno itũ nĩ ngĩninĩtwo nĩ William Ruto tũtirĩ handũ hega tũngĩrĩ horu gũkĩra harĩa tũrĩ no timu ĩyo tũrĩgĩcera nayo na ma MCA maitũ ma gũkũ Nyĩrĩ nĩ andũ a bata a Nyandarua nĩ a bata a Mũrang'a a Kĩambu nĩ marangenirie mũno Kĩrĩnyaga acio aingĩ nĩ maikirio mũhuko nĩ ngavana matimenyaga kũrathiĩ atĩa na nĩ kũinũka makũinũka tige nĩ MCA ũgĩtwo Mathenge hau na ngĩ ũgĩtwo Mũcina aigana ona maramenya ũrĩa mareka andũ aya angĩ othe nĩ magũrirwo makĩinaga o cia Ruto cia kwendia rũrĩrĩ ta rĩu tũrarĩ mũcere andũ a Mwea mucere urehetwo ni Ruto na andu a biacara mucere wa Mwea utari kundu ungiendio andu a Mwea no kurira mararira na gavana maginda raini mena MCA makiuga no Ruto niguo andu aitu monire thina na ni murango warathiete igoti-ini kurugamia uhoro ucio turahotwo cira njuge nie ndi okay timu ino ndinayo ni njega and so far so good na no irageria ikiimbaga na uria turathii githurano ni tukuona andu ega andu mangirugama na nyumba itu andu mangirugama na andu ao andu mangihota guteithia andu ni guthii kwagirite.
Good. Kia muico nigetha tuthomerwo mohoro na njira nguhi ni Wakarura wa Nyitu tucokererie ndagika ta 20 uguo wa magweta your excellency ndona ta kuratuma andu aria mangienda gukarugama na DCP makorwo na guoya gwakinya ni nomination andu acio mahane uria uramatugiria na uria marugamite nawe ta megateire tigiti wa DCP
matirugamite nani marugamite na ruriri no ngo itari mutongoria mwega ndingiaga kuhe andu mahua mao me muoyo korwa atongoria acio ni magorirwo ni Ruto nyumba no guthire ngiathirire to ndingihota ndi nyiki na ndingĩkorwo itarĩ mũtongoria mwega ndingĩaga kũmenyithia andũ aitũ thigari iria cindeithĩtie kũgitĩra nyũmba ĩno itũ niĩ ndirauga rĩu andũ acio othe aingĩ nĩ abinge Karũngũ nĩ mũbinge Jane Kĩhara nĩ mũbinge Wamũhia nĩ mũbinge gũtirĩ mũndũ ũtarabingwo na ti kuga atĩ tondũ nĩ manyitĩrĩire rũrĩrĩ atĩ nĩ ndauga mathurwo niĩ ndiugĩte mũndũ athurwo mũndũ ũrĩa agũthiĩ arĩrie kũrĩ andũ we ũrĩa arutĩte marore mangĩona kũrũgama na rũrĩrĩ nĩ kũmakererie mamũthure rĩ no sawa sawa no ngene onani mangĩthurwo no ngene no niĩ gũtirĩ mũndũ ũnyitĩte guoko ona ũmwe na ndikũnyita mũndũ guoko no ndingĩaga kwĩra andũ aitũ atĩrĩrĩ niĩ rĩ Gathi wa Gachagua rĩ mbara-inĩ no nĩguo ĩ nene rĩ nĩguo tũkĩhũrirwo ta nyũmba rĩ nĩguo andũ aitũ monire maũru rĩ nĩguo mathĩnire rĩ nĩguo magĩirwo gĩtĩo rĩ kuma ndĩronire kũrĩa Gatũndũ kũigua ũru mũno Wajagũra nĩngũigua ũru mũno nĩ harĩa ahecimu aya matũkinyĩtie atĩ makera Ruto andũ aya Gĩkũyũ nĩ andũ rĩ nĩ andũ takataka mendaga mbeca na irio atĩ Gatũndũ PS wĩra wĩtagwo Bianco arathire Gatũndũ kũrĩa kwa Kenyatta kũndũ kwarũgamĩirwo nĩ Jomo Kenyatta kũndũ president witũ wa kana Uhuru wa Kenyatta nĩkuo aratũire itũra rĩ gĩtĩo ndĩrarĩ kuo maranjĩka gĩtĩo kĩnene mũno mĩkũrere ũkĩte kũhũrĩra hũrũ nĩ andũ a Gatũndũ ĩraumaga kũu ĩgũgĩtie mĩrũri PS ũcio agatũmwo nĩ Ruto atĩ nĩgetha anyare Uhuru wa Kenyatta tondũ nĩguo mũbango ũrĩa ũrabangĩtwo tondũ Ruto nĩ marakĩruma Uhuru mũno na makamwagĩra gĩtĩo atĩ nĩgetha manyararirie Uhuru wa Kenyatta kũrĩ andũ a Kenya PS agatũmwo nĩ Ruto akanengerwo mũcere na mboco ageta atimia agaita thĩ tĩri-inĩ atimia mayaga irio ta ngũrwe atĩ rithathi ĩrahũrwo igũrũ nĩ mũborithi na atimia matingĩtiga kuoya mboco na mĩcere gĩconoko kĩnene kĩa nyũmba itũ tondũ ũrĩa mũndũ ekĩte Wanyambura rĩ nĩ kũhakikica tũtirĩ kĩndũ ona kĩ nĩgetha tũmũgocage tũmũinamagĩrĩre na nĩguo warĩ mũbango wa Moi andũ aya rĩ thũkia macani mao thũkia kahũa kao thũkia iria rĩao thũkia biacara ciao matuĩke athĩni matuĩke ahoi ũmaheage 200 na irio cia kũrĩa ndĩrera gwatĩrĩ nĩ mũndũ hoi Ruto mararĩ na karijini ciake makinyua iria rĩtagwo mũciki mareragĩra video ĩyo magatheka makauga ĩcokerwo makauga atĩ hapa ndio kwa Uhuru Kenyatta hii ni watu ya Uhuru magatheka makoneka rĩrĩ rĩa gĩturi makĩrora ũrĩa Mũgĩkũyũ agĩte kĩene akagĩrwo bata akagĩrwo kĩharĩro atĩ Agĩkũyũ andũ merutagĩra wĩra andũ megĩtĩo andũ marĩaga thithino yao ya Nyambura atĩ Ruto aheana mboco na mũcere na nĩ mũcere wĩitĩtwo tĩri-inĩ ndũngĩhota kũngania moyage mũcere ũrĩa ngũrwe matharanage mũcere tĩri-inĩ nake Ruto na andũ ake no gũtheka makĩnyuaga iria rĩtagwo mũciki makiugaga nona hii Uhuru ni mtu bure ona watu yao ona hii Uhuru hata baba yake alikuwa bure ona watu yao vile
your excellency
nĩngũigua ũru mũno
tondũ ndĩna mbica icio rĩ reke tombe tũikĩrie tuthomerwo mohoro na njĩra nguhĩ nĩ Wakarura wa Nyitu tũgĩcoka rĩ twambĩrĩrie na mbica icio nĩgetha tuone mathirĩ maku no njuge na wĩra atĩ Uhuru president William Ruto nä araikarä te handå
we ndångämenya ä nä yakwä ra ndä na ndå kå mareroragä ra mbica ä yo arahå rahå magå rå guo ona ndinakoma nä kå igua å ru akä mama akä må gä kå yå hau nä ho rä u matå kinyä te
horera reke hau na maundu mangi manini maria
Yeah, so that was Gachagua interview and so kama kuna mtu anataka kuingia kwa show analyze well and good. So I think Gachagua is very consistent. He continues to funnel the reason why he doesn't think Mount Kenya can support Ruto again. So I think he is very consistent on that dialogue, and I don't think he can change. So kama umesikiliza Gachagua leo, I do not feel like there is a way in which hata kama watu wanasema some thing ati asamehewe arudishwe kwa serikali, I don't see him getting a working platform with Ruto again. I think they have different extension. They have different extensively. So that is what I think. Anyway, wacha nirudishe Matiangi. Or maybe we can begin with Gachagua in the church. Today I did. Atometa wants to debate you. Ni sawa, mimi sinanga shida. Siringi kwa hapo, mwambie aingie. The problem anaogopa link. Kama anataka kunidebate anagonga hiyo link na anaingia. Yes, gonga link na uingie. Tuongee. So wacha nirudishe Matiangi amalizie maneno ya Gachagua. I was playing Matiangi speech, so Matiangi amalize.
Wanakunywa wine kule juu na dance na girlfriends wao na Mary ikasingi na ikisingi mutasingi na huyo girlfriend na wine yako na kila kitu mutasingi. I'm telling you, we are playing with the country. Hao viongozi wetu tuambie tunacheza na nchi vibaya sana. Ya pili, mnajua mimi nilikuwa waziri wa elimu. Mheshimiwa Rais Kibaki wakati alikuwa rais, even President Clinton said one person angependa kukutana na yeye kwa maisha yake wakati aliulizwa ni Mheshimiwa Kibaki. Sema president ya Kenya ambaye ametoa free education and 1 million kids have walked to school. That is there, it's in record. That's what President Clinton said. That is the person I would like to see who has done wonders in this world. By the time President Kenyatta was coming to office, wale watoto wa Kibaki walikuwa wamefika secondary. Sasa President Kibaki Uhuru akaanza kutusukuma na 100% transition. Tukapita hapa mistuni huku Narok, kwanza tulikuwa tunaenda huko na natembea kiwa county commissioner, watoto wote waende shule. We invested very heavily in infrastructure development. Watoto wanaingia shule. 6 decades after independence, tufike mahali watoto wetu wanashindwa kwenda shule. Sasa ni excuses na telehewa sijui nini. And you know, lazy people, watu wazembe bure tu, kazi na washinda, kazi yao ni excuse tu. Oh, sijui ni nini ilifanyika, sijui ni CBC nini, excuses. We have enough money in this country. Believe me, as a former Minister of Education, we have enough money to put our children back to school. And tupe serikali, mimi naambia wa Kenya, tupe serikali, tutarudisha free primary education, free day secondary education, watoto wetu watarudi kwa hiyo maneno, tutarudisha.
Matiangi anasema mtupe serikali tu kidogo muone. Hiyo mambo yote Ruto anasema iwezekani, ama hiyo maneno Ruto anashindwa, tunarudisha yote. And the church was in jubilation. Yeah, anasema hiyo yote tutarudisha. I couldn't believe it.
Tupe serikali, tutarudisha eduafia, ile insurance ya kila mwanafunzi ambaye yako kwa secondary school. And we will tell you how it's done. You are looting the money. Hii pesa mnaona inalipwa huku, watu wanalipwa kila siku nini? Wakubwa wako hapa, they are my elder brothers who are knowledgeable on these matters. Rigiji has been deputy president. His Excellency Kalonzo Musyoka has been vice president. What do you do with 7 billion in Statehouse in one quarter? Statehouse sio shule, kazi inafanywa huko. Sio kazi, sio hospital where people are operated. You don't buy. What do you need that kind of money for? Ni kuiba tu, unaendelea hivi, nchi inaporwa. That is why our children don't have capitation in schools. Hii pesa inaenda huko. Na ninawaomba wananchi na wale viongozi ambao mko hapa, tafadhali nawaomba tuelimishe wananchi wetu. Safari hii sio ya kuongea hivi, tukishikana sisi wote pamoja tunaweza kurudisha nchi yetu kwa barabara. Our focus is to fix the country. We are on a mission to fix this nation. Sababu imeenda hivi namna hii. Let us fix this nation and we can do it. Nimalizie haya. Mimi mzee Kamanda ningemwambia hivi. Unajua tumefika, ni vizuri ndio vile tunaongea. Na nataka kuambia from the bottom of my heart, my brothers and sisters. Nchi yetu mahali tuko sasa, lazima sasa tuungane. Sababu kuna kasumba ambayo imetumika kutugawanya muda mrefu sana. And the demand of our people is bigger, stronger, and even much more forceful than the ambitions and needs of our individual leaders. Ukienda leo nyumbani ujiulize swali, na ndio mimi nataka kumalizia. Wewe jiulize, honestly, wewe mwenyewe ukiwa tu peke yako, hawa wangwana kama wamefikisha nchi yetu hapa kwa miaka 3, hebu jiulize, wakipewa miaka 5 utakuwa na nchi inaitwa Kenya? So if you really love your country, and I believe all of us love our country, saa hii sio eti kwamba lazima Kalonzo awe president, au lazima Matiangi awe president, au lazima Gachagua awe president, ama Martha lazima awe president. Saa hii lazima tusaidie nchi yetu jamani. Tukiendelea kuongea hii maneno, tunafanya msaa namna hii, sarakasi hivi, na huyu sasa ataanza hiyo sarakasi, unajua hawana akili. Na mimi nikwambie, sio viongozi hawa hawana akili. Kenya is suffering because it's under average leadership. Wale watu ambao wanatuongoza ndio shida. Shida sio nchi, shida hiyo akili kwanza tunaambiwa sasa. Wanasemekana kina Kalonzo hawana akili, Rigiji hawana akili. Sasa wewe mimi nakuuliza, mtu ukiwa na akili, upewe serikali mahali watoto wanaenda shule, kesho watoke shule hawaendi shule. Hiyo ndio akili kweli? Uko na akili kubwa sana. Wagonjwa hawana chakula hospitali, madawa hakuna. Wewe ni mtu wa akili sana. Barabara kama hii tulikuwa tunafanya hapa nyoka, hata hii Mama Road hapa Murang'a tulianza na Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta ikwame. Ni watu wa akili zaidi. Wale wako na akili zaidi. Barabara kama hii Keno Marwa. When we were in government, this plan tulikuwa, I was the chairman of the government projects when we were in government. We were saying hii ni kitu cha kumalizika in 2 years tumemaliza. Sasa wale wako na akili nyingi bado wako nayo huko. Sijui kama ni akili na wazidia manikazi. Wako na akili nyingi hao. Sasa tumefika mahali tuongoza na watu wale wako na akili nyingi, polisi na goons wanatembea pamoja. Hao ndio watu wako na akili. Hapo tunafanya nchi yetu inakuwa namna hiyo. Mpaka we are becoming a laughing stock kwa sababu tuko na watu wako na
that one has not come back. Ati tuko na watu wako na akili mingi, ati polisi na goons wanatembea pamoja. Matiangi, that was epic. Hiyo lazima nirudie bwana. Hiyo lazima nirudie. That one, kumbe Matiangi tusimuorange hivyo.
Wa in government. We were saying hii ni kitu cha kumalizika in 2 years tumemaliza. Sasa wale wako na akili nyingi bado wako nayo huko. Sijui kama ni akili na wazidia mani kazi. Wako na akili nyingi hao. Sasa tumefika mahali tuongozwa na watu wale wako na akili nyingi, polisi na goons wanatembea pamoja. Hao ndio watu wako na akili. Hapo. Tunafanya nchi yetu inakuwa namna hiyo. Mpaka we are becoming a laughing stock kwa sababu tuko na watu wako na akili. Sasa wale hawana akili ndio tumeangalia kutoka kwando. Wale wako na akili nyingi ni wale wanaweka polisi pamoja na goons. And you hope you love a stable country. Jamani, tuache hii sarakasi. Let us come together. Turudi pamoja. Sisi tuna mpango. Wakenya tupe serikali. Muone vile tutapanga hii maneno. We will return Linda Mama. Ile ilikuwa inafanya na Mheshimiwa Uhuru na Mama Margaret Kenyatta, tutarudisha Linda Mama. Hii sarakasi ya shaa hii, we will fix it. Hatutakuwa na shida hii ambao watu wako nayo. So, we know what needs to be done and we understand what needs to be done. Na tuko tayari, tuamini, tunaongea sisi pole pole, tutafika mahali. Wacha wetu atazungumzia. Nilisema the other day kwamba unajua hii united opposition ni kama boma. Iko nyumba hapa, iko nyumba hapa, iko nyumba hapa. Iko siku tutapanga vile tutaenda Ngurario. Na yule mzee ambaye haya mama ambaye atatuzungumzia tukifika hapo. Na tutamtaja wakati huo. Na tutafanya Ngurario mzuri sana na tutakuwa mbele. Finally, very finally. Nataka kuwaambia wakubwa wetu wa serikali. Wafanyakazi wa serikali wameteseka. Ukiangalia pay slips ya wafanyakazi wa serikali, saa hii people have lost faith in public service. Kwa sababu there is no earning, pay slip imepotea, there is no respect for structure in the public service. So wakati viongozi wetu wa serikali wanasema hatujui, eti sisi hatuna akili, hatujui kitu gani kinaendelea. Wale wafanyakazi wa serikali ambao wanafanya nao ndio wanatuambia mambo mingi. Na unajua wengine tulitoka hapo hivi majuzi. Tunaelewa kila kitu. Wasifikiri eti sisi ni wajinga sana. We understand even this, we have even done our own polls and we understand what's happening. Waseme ukweli. They have no path to election victory. They doesn't exist. Na sisi tukiungana pamoja namna hii, there will be no contest. It will not be 50+1, it will be 70+1. And there will be no contest.
Kumbe Matiangi anajua vile grao iko. Yeah, it is true, ni 70+1 for the opposition. Nimekuja kujua by these people are following what Kenyans are saying. We have already done a poll for Ruto. Even in mimi mwenyewe, poll yangu mwenyewe, Ruto is doing 22. So 100 minus 22 is 78. So hiyo 78 hata ukiweka margin of error utoe 5, already tuko na 70. So Matiangi is spot on. Kuna vile I think they have started listening to the streets. Ni kama wameanzia, yeah, it is true. Ruto is scoring 22. Na pia hiyo 22 najiuliza ni gani? He should be scoring lower than that. So Ruto is doing at 22. Ingine yote ya upinzani, hiyo yote itashikana. Ya Ruto ndio itashikana. So kama Kalonzo anagonga 40, Matiangi anagonga 30, Gachagua anagonga 14, hiyo yote ni kura moja at the end of the day, because hakuna mtu ataenda pamoja, and that's how they are going to extinguish Ruto. Ruto will not be, there is a difference between defeat and extinguishing. So we will not only defeat but extinguish. Extinguish. We will extinguish Ruto. Extinguish ni kama zima moto. Unakuja na pipe. Hata na tuzimi na maji, tunazima na carbon dioxide. Ile na hiyo story kuisha. Na nataka kuwaonesha, no, it is not high. It is not high, Ann. It is not high. Ann, ni kama wewe, ni kama unisikilizi. Ngoja kidogo. Ni kama bado uelewi vile Ruto atagongwa. Kuna kitu inaitwa bomb cyclone. Hiyo ndio itagonga Ruto. Wacha nikuwekee. Ni kama una habari. Nikikuwekea hizi vitu ni imagination which is true. Uwezi kitu inaitwa bomb cyclone, ndio hiyo.
Extreme winter weather, a bomb cyclone hitting parts of the eastern seaboard. It's a burst of Arctic air that's causing blizzard-like conditions. The Carolinas are seeing the worst of it. Every single county under winter storm warnings until Sunday morning. Visibility is brutal. The driver of this 18-wheeler survived. However, the cab of his truck was crushed by an oncoming train at a crossing near Charlotte. It was just one of nearly 200 collisions reported in North Carolina today. CBS's Skylar Henry is covering it all for us from Norfolk, Virginia, and I see that snow is...
Na hiyo tu ni jana tu, inaitwa bomb hurricane. Ni kama una habari ya hizi vitu. Unajua sisi tumeona hizi vitu Takuwa naona hivyo. Na mugonga cyclone yenyewe.
Local tax experts are here. Now you can meet with a TurboTax expert in your community.
Githomo-inĩ kĩa arĩa mahetwo wĩra ũcio Ministry of Education na ũtaaramu mũingĩ wa kũmenya nĩ atĩa kũngĩbangwo nĩguo mwana ũyũ athome wega.
Kĩnene kĩa makinya macio nĩ rĩathana rĩa president atĩ arutwo othe arĩa marekire KJSEA makorwo makĩamũkĩrwo mathukuru-inĩ marĩ na
so ati watoto wote wakuwe welcomed kwa mashule. Hiyo ni maneno ya view sasa bwana. Unajua na kuonesha hizi vitu na uamini. Na nitaacha kukuonesha hizi vitu because you are not serious with me. Na kuonesha what will happen. Na Ruto atagongwa hivi. And you think I'm joking. Wacha nikutafutie ingine. So Otamota unasema you cannot claim to hate Ruto and love Gachagua. I did not say we love Gachagua. We love what Gachagua is doing. So and Gachagua came to join us in opposition. So it is not Gachagua who is taking us to opposition. Gachagua has come to opposition as a collaborator. So kama unafika, I think Otamata, you think we have just come to YouTube today? You think Gachagua ndiye ametuleta? Ole wako bwana.
The life of a typhoon, also known as a cyclone in the Indian Ocean and a hurricane in the Atlantic, starts as a cluster of thunderstorms rotating around a deep, low-pressure system. Light crosswinds in the atmosphere keep the cluster together, and the rotation of the Earth causes the massive storms to start to spin as one. Finally, the energy from the sea's heat creates a towering column of moist, hot air, which gives the swirling typhoon its power. Radar and satellite images are showing Haiyan has a perfectly formed eye at its center, which is spinning at an ever-increasing speed.
I learned the ice skater principle about where the arms are out here, and as you spiral around and you go faster and faster and faster to the center. And the typhoon is the same kind of animal, whereas the winds come on in towards the center, they increase. And the maximum winds are in the eye wall.
Yeah. So, Ruto ataona typhoon. We, bwana Otameta, si nimekuwekea rika.
A performance that truly matters.
Unaogopa nini? Tunaenda kuonesha Ruto typhoon. Typhoon ya kura sasa. Whatever you are seeing. That guy bwana. He is disappearing bwana. Nimemwekea link hapo. Otameta kuja. So unasema you cannot hate Ruto. Otameta, you don't understand. Gachagua came, even when Gachagua, even when he is in the government, watu wa Mlima walikuwa wameanzia kushift. So by the time Gachagua is being impeached, he was welcome to opposition na watu wa kwake. So alafu watu wa kwake wanamwambia sisi tunakuanga huku. Bedroom yetu ni opposition. So and that is what pushed Gachagua to opposition. Otherwise angejaribu kucheza peke yake pia. Angetoboa. And we are very proud, by the way, to be in opposition. Umeiona ile story ya uko kwa mpinzani and you feel good, you feel happy. That's how we feel. Ni by the way, mi sahi tu nafurahia sana nikiwa upinzani. I actually appreciate being in opposition sana hata kuliko. Kuna venye upinzani wa siku hizi unakaa tamu. Ama mnataka kuniambia tu I'm just trying to pretend. Like being in opposition looks merrier. Looks merrier. Ni kugonga tu Ruto tu. Kwenda Songo. One time. One time. Being in opposition is merrier. Kuna venye like tu being in opposition. It's merrier. Like you feel good. Hey. Yani hata watu ndio wanaji-invite to opposition siku hizi. Miaka hiyo ingine ya kitambo, you used to be pushed to opposition na unakasirika sana, hao wananipeleka upinzani na mimi siku upinzani. Upinzani wa siku hizi, you want to be there. Najua kuna watu wanielewi, lakini wacha tu niache hiyo story. I'm proud to be opposition. Kitambo ungekutana na mtu anasema ati I'm proud to be opposition. Upinzani wa siku hizi, ni yule upinzani juice. Hiyo Otamata hezi hika. Upinzani with an amp. I'm proud to be opposition. Wacha niingize Njero Maura awakerereshe kidogo. Upinzani sasa siku hizi unakusikia mtu akisema I'm proud to be opposition. Yes. I wish mnaweza jua vile tunafurahia kukua upinzani. But I've never been proud to be in opposition. Kama saa hii. Mimi nimefurahia kukua upinzani sana by the way. So I'm upinzani by choice until otherwise. Na pia tukiingiza serikali tugeuke, tunarudi upinzani tena. Upinzani is the landing point. Upinzani ni airport in modern day democracy. Munaingia serikali wanaleta, si unaona hata Miguna, sijui kama niliwaonesha Miguna. Ngojeni kitambo. Na venye Miguna okay, nani na venye Miguna alikuwa anatusumbua huko na Ruto. Wacha niwaekee Miguna kidogo, dakika moja. Au hamkuona Miguna jana? Hamkuona ubeshte? Na venye alikuwa anatupigia kelele hapa akisema sijui Ruto. Ndiye huyo sasa, hebu sikia.
Ida was unlawfully fired from the teaching profession when she was teaching at Kenya High School in 1975. I was in standard 5, primary 5. Miguna was in primary 5. So now, after all these decades, Ida did not work. People say Ida is a great, businesswoman. No. Ida has not actually worked since 1975. Ida has primarily been Raila Odinga's wife. That's why she's known. And in any event, she's way past 75. What are you telling the youth out there? And when I talk about the youth, I don't just mean teenagers. Yes. I mean people who are between the age of 19 to the age of 45. Mm-hmm. Many of them all qualified. And this came after Ida criticized Oburu Oginga for working with Ruto. Then she goes right into bed with Ruto less than 3 months after her husband died. She has not mourned her husband for 6 months. This is a disgrace. Ideally, we should not go to elections to remove Ruto. We should remove Ruto on the streets, ideally. Ruto should be removed from power using popular uprising, popular protest. So it's what I would call popular revolution, as more recently done in Bangladesh. Having seen what happened in Tanzania and what happened in Uganda, it portends badly for Kenya and may encourage Ruto to do the kind of things that they did, hoping that because the world has done nothing about it, he will also get away with it.
All right, you got to stop buying generic Viagra if y'all over 40. You can get 9 pills of 100 milligram generic Viagra for just...
What I can tell Ruto, though, and this is what gives me courage. Number one, of course, Kenya is not Tanzania and it's not Uganda. And Kenya has reached a level of awareness, of consciousness, political consciousness, that is way above Tanzania and Uganda. Nothing else to complain about.
Central figure in Kenya.
Not give anyone confidence.
Yes.
That number one, it's prepared.
Miguna will speak, but let me have Jerumaura alafu niweke Miguna alafu tusonge mbele. So Jerumaura, jana nilifanya prediction ya today they will not try to attack Gachagua because they also want to protect their own image. They will pretend that hakuna kitu mbaya inatendeka Kenya, and it has come to pass. Na hakuna mtu nasikia ananipea bingo yangu hapa. Na venye watu walikuwa wananiambia hapa ngoja. I did that and I'm doing another prediction today that Ruto will be a one term. Ya ukweli sasa. Sio ile ya view sasa. Sio ile ya I know people like Akina Ann and some other people here muko na hangover mingi sana. Because you don't think like things can happen. Bado amuamini, you think like what was happening to Raila Odinga. Let me tell you, Raila Odinga issues zimeisha. Sasa ndio ni kunoma. Beshte anaenda. Umesikia hata Matiangi mwenyewe, beshte yetu mpole sana. Si umesikia Matiangi akiongea leo? Si umesikia vile Matiangi anasema? Hao watu wamekwama. Wewe umesikia Matiangi anaongea lugha kama hiyo? Na mnacheza hapa tu. when you hear ukisikia Matiangi ameanzia kucharge, ujue huko ni kufinish. Ukisikia Matiangi ana charge, ati Matiangi anasema wamekwama. Matiangi. Anyway, ni sawa Njero.
Habari zenu Njero na wasikizaji. Sasa huyu Miguna ndio amesema kitu ya muhimu sana. Angekuwa ni bwana yangu miezi 3 peke yake, kwanza kurogota kazi. Kwa nini wao kumpea kazi? Ni wanawake wangapi bwana wamekufa huko hawajapewa kazi? Yenyewe hakuheshimu Raila. Wacha wapelekane hivyo. Wanapelekana huko wachukue ile fiti wapate pesa, na maskini anaenda maskini tu. Sasa hawa ODM wanafuata hawa watu na wanalala kwa choo huko Kibira. Wanawafuata nini? Hao ni nyumba zao tu, wanataka tu pesa. Kuna kusaidia wananchi. Hata sitaki kusikia vile wanafanya. Sauli wanaenda. Hakuna pahali ni mwaka tu. Next year, they all gone. Huyu Miguna amesema kitu ya muhimu sana. Au Raila angesikia Gachagua alimwambia toka wewe mtu wa kusikia. Aliambia atauawa. Ruto alikuwa na hasira. Unajua Ruto never forgive anybody. Na Kenyan, Ruto is fake Christianity. Fake. Huyu hata ajui Mungu ni nani. Ni uongo. Mnakumbuka alienda huko Nyanza wakati anafanya kampeni, anasema ati huyu Raila amsikilie huruma, Sauli alimsaidia. Ati alafu akampeleka Hague. Hiyo akaweka kwa roho. Vile Raila alikuwa anatuambia ati unatupio maharagwe hivi kama kuku. Ndio alifanya Raila. Na tulijua tu huwa ataua huyo mtu. Hiyo ni revenge. Na watu wakifikiria vizuri wataona Ruto anajua Raila ni nini ilimkula. Revenge. Alisema atampeleka bado whatever. Ati kama ajijui. Hiyo ilisema nini? Watu wa Kenya nyinyi fungueni macho. Fungueni macho. Alisema atarudisha Raila kwa bado huko kwao kama ajijui. Na alifanya. Ati amesikwa Statehouse whatever. Hakuna dululu hata mmoja Ruto alitoa. Hiyo ni pesa yetu. Hiyo ni tax. Sauli alikuwa minister. Na wanda baba yake alisikwa na hiyo state. Nataka kujua mtu anirudishie hivi. Kama baba yake alisikwa na state. Yeye ndiye alikuwa wa kwanza prime minister Kenya. Sio Raila. Raila hakuwa anajua anaenda kwa shimu ya Saitani. Tiana hapo anapembelezwa ati na nini? Anataka kufuruga hiyo chama yote ya haribu. Ni Ruto. Na ODM wana akili. Hao wote walikuwa tu anakula Raila. Hata hao. Wasiseme ni sisi tulikuwa tunadharau Raila. Hata hawa. Hao wengine wote walikuwa wanamfuata. Walikuwa wanamkula. Waache kutuambia tuheshimu Raila. Wanamsagua huko kwao. Wamsagui. So what? Kwa nini wanataka watu wengine wamuingize kwa kiti na hao wafanyi? Kisumu yote ingekuwa inatoka kuchagua Raila, that is fine. Lakini watoki. Anangojea watu wengine watoe kura zao. Hapa. Mtu ajipigania kwa ufasi. Miguna umesema point. Lakini sijui kama watakurudisha huko Kenya. Si unataka kusimama Kenya wapi? Wewe Miguna kaa pale huko. Kaa Canada, wachana na Kenya. Kenya iko na wenyewe. Hebu Wajiro kuja utuwekee wa Munyoro, hata na Miguna. Laila ameenda, wacheni kutaja jina yake kila siku. Acheni ya kumziki. Hakuna mtu atasimamia hiyo ODM kama Laila. Yote itaharibika, itaenda hivi, ikuwe moja kama Kanu. Wote ni akina Wanga, sijui hata wanajua vile wanafanya. Ni kunona tu, ni pesa wanakimbilia. Watoto waedi shule, wanajali tu kujoin Laila. Ruto. Wasimami huko kwa gari kusema, Ruto, how comes watoto not going school? Wanasimama tu ati we want to have what? Tuko kwa campaign. Hapana, mpaka mwaka kesho. Sasa wanauza chama yake. Na hii ni opposition mpya hivi. Huko kujai kuwa na opposition. Opposition anaingia kwa serikali kila siku. Hii ndio opposition sasa. Na ndio itasaguliwa. Huko kujai kuwa opposition ya ukweli. Ni ukubafu. Si hata wameitwa ukubafu tu. Na ule wanafuata. Na wanamuita wanaitwa wakubafu na wanamfuata tu. Opposition ile iko huko, hiyo ndio ya ukweli sasa. Hao wengine wanakula pesa na wako huko. Kwa nini wanakula pesa pili? Wanatakana wapelekwe kotini. Wacha na kusema ati ni opposition. Hakuna opposition iko huko, wako kwa serikali. Wanyang'anyo hiyo pesa yote. Watoto wanasomea wasomi, hakuna madawa kwa serikali, watu watibiwi. Na wanajali tu watu wakuwe na serikali, na tuko na 18 months. Hii ni ujinga gani? Wote ni Judas, waende nyumbani hao. Na ule atagua watu ni mjinga kama hao. Amwachane na hiyo pesa mnapewa. Hata ukikula usisagua watu. Mnanunua alafu wanaambia wakiwini wanasema nilinunua hiyo kura yako. Ndio unateseka. Kwa hivyo tafadhali ukule pesa yake yao na usimzague huyu mtu. Na ule miaka ingine tena mnateseka vile mnateseka saa hizi. Hawa mtu aache kuchukua hiyo pesa. Kwani utakufa mara ngapi? Hiyo pesa muachane naye kabisa. Utakani kuendaga kwa chachi, mimi naonaga nyinyi wote ni Kristiana, mnakimbia kwa chachi na mnachukua pesa ya kugongwa ogo hii. Bribery. Unaenda kanisa kufanya nini then? Au ukiwaona huko kwa chachi hiyo ya walikuwa huko Kikoba. Wote ati Kellen ni anafaa kitambaa ya white. Wakienda kila chachi wanafaa nguo ile. Na wajui ni masaitani gani wanabeba. Kwani ni lazima uende kila chachi. Huyu ndio president wa kwanza tumeona kuna hii ujinga. Ukikaa kwa chachi yako si watu wanajua unafanya vizuri. Unaenda kutembea hiyo kupeleka hiyo majini yako kwa chachi, kwa kila chachi ya nini? Na kufaa vile zile magoa wanafaa. Mnajua ni Mungu gani wanaomba? Mnafikiria kila mtu anaomba Mungu huko? Watu wako na ujinga sana huko. Sijai kuona watu hata hawana akili hata adabu. Kera ni analala na wanaume wenyewe, kuzaa na wanaume wenyewe. Sasa amevaa kitambaa ya white ya nini? Dunia kweli. Tutaona. Wewe Jiro usiwe niweke hapa na mguu, nakuja uweko wa Munyoro ama mimi niende. Akaka kuona wa Munyoro vile alifanya leo. Acha Miguna ameweka point. Huo mama amedharau bwana yake kabisa. Miezi 3. They still mourning. Hata watakana wakuwe wanaongea kwa media, walikuwa wanatakana wapoe. Sasa ikiwa miezi 6 watu wasahau, sasa wanatokea tu na mtu ni miezi 3 tu amekufa. Ujinga. Sasa hii ndio ako na tabu. Na amewacha na ile pesa yote Ruto Raila alikuwa anakimbilia serikali, hiyo makampani zote wako nazo ya nini, laana na watoto wadogo. Hata yeye atagogwa tu. Kwani anauza bwana yake kazi? Tamaa. Naita watu wa huko tamaa. Tamaa ndio inawaua. Tamaa. Wajiri ondoa huo Miguna ananiangalia mimi. Hebu muondoe hapa. Mimi nataka kuona wa Munyoro.
Sasa wewe unasema Miguna atolewe na ndiye alikuwa anaongea. Wacha kwanza Miguna aongee, tutaweka wa Munyoro. Wacha tusikie.
Si nilimweka point. Nimesema
institutionally prepared.
Okay, ngoja.
The second issue is the lack of independence of the IEBC.
Yes.
The IEBC chair, as everybody knows, was basically Nanok's handpicked poodle in the county of Turkana. And then
This is my team, and we get everything done with Monday.com. This is Josh, our project lead, who used to have too many projects going on at once. We used to call
his election, because it was not really the way he was chosen, left a lot of Kenyans a bit puzzled. In Kenya is the only country in the world where we do not know the name of the chair of the Electoral Commission. I don't know his name.
I also.
I don't know his name, and honestly, I've done a bit of research about him. His tenure at UNDP was
biashara. Again,
what are you doing, Jiro?
To kindu gitagwo housing levy ino rutu aroya mbeca kuri andu kumatunya na kumaiya, aroya mbeca cia andu akamatinia mushara, akoya mugunda wa muingi, araka nyumba mugunda-ini wa muingi na mbeca cia muingi, agacoka akenderia andu nyumba icio, mbeca icio the akaiya. Wira wa mbere wa Rigathi wa Gachagua president wa Kenya ni scrap housing levy, na nyumba icio tunengere counties ikomborithagie icoke mbeca icio icokeria andu mbeca ciao. Nyumba ucio tuira wa thirikari gwaka nyumba ucio no ira private sector. Mwai wa Kibaki wa Nyambura gutire nyumba gwire ciakwo, no ni ciakirwo. Ahingurire bypass, agikira thitima, agikira rami, agikira mai, agikira sewage, nyumba igiuka ikiambata. Turenda nyumba cia Kenya ciakagwo ni private sector, na mundu agethwo haria agwikinyira. Wenda nyumba ya room imwe gwaka, wenda ya bedroom imwe gwaka, wenda ka studio gwaka, no ucio tuira wa thirikari. Again, to restore the dignity of the payslip, no nginya tucokerie muruti wa wira gitio giake. Ruto riu woete almost 44% ya payslip. Gutunya andu karuta wira agagutunya. Riu umuthi turaria mweri uyu ni ongerera nyingi igoti ringi ria ngiri hakuhi ithathatu ria NSSF, ningi andu marengwo mbeca ati maforce gu save. Mundu ria gwika savings ciake no ria kwenda, no nginya tu restore dignity ya payslip. Again, kindu gitagwo human rights, no nginya tuhakikishe ndeto ici turona na borithi, na borithi nyingi ni njega cia kuraga ciana, kunyita ciana migwate, ndeto icio no nginya ikinye muico, no nginya tumirire the rule of law nigetha andu maikare na njira yagirire.
Wina cira uri igoti-ini na he andu maroiga no korwo wina mibango ino yothe na ni miega, but magakorwo na nganja tondu mareciria no ukorwo uramatwaririria handu no ndugakinya thabari iyo, na niho urona andu ingi nginya makiuga to korwo urenda
Tonginya ukorwo na giti utongoria heanagwo ni Ngai no heanagwo ni andu. Umuthi uyu ndi mutongoria uri uraheo gitio muno thiini wa Kenya, uri uretigirwo ni Ruto muno na thirikari na gutire giti ndinakio. Ni ndirabatara giti, nigetha ngorwo ati ndina utongoria andu aya ngumatongoria ndigitikana itari cira ucio gutiri kundu urithie cira ucio ni ugateo kahinda gakinya na ningaheo gitio giakwa no na ndingiaga kuheo ri ndingiaga gutongoria nyumba itu ati tondu ndina giti umuthi uyu andu othe ni macaragia na gutiri office ndinayo mangora guko wa munyo guko andu maihuraga guko mayuka kunjaria utongoria ni uria we moyo-ini waku uria we ngoro-ini yaku tigite gia kuheo. There is a very big difference between being powerful and being in power. Kuri andu in power agita mucemanio to mundu witagwo Sabrano no nginya arihe andu mamuthikiririe no nginya ekire hema ahe andu 2,000 mamuthikiririe okay amere ni fire ni athie ungikorwo ndungiariria andu tamarihite ri wi mutongoria wa andu you are not powerful. Good. Power iria powerful ni ati nyumo thayo muthi ndariria andu 20,000 na gutiri mundu urihitwo micemanio yakwa wa Nyambura gutiri mundu uheagwo ciringi ona imwe andu maumagira guthikiriria mutongoria wao to ni mamwendete ni mamwitikitie ucio niguo utongoria no ukorwo obicine ne muno na megeka mitune no angikorwo ndungita andu 1,000 umahe uhoro utamarihite ri wi mutongoria wa thacigara.
Good. Kia mwico no turanirie na kigo giaku kia muthia ungiheo mweke wa keri he undu ungicenjia makiria gwakinya ni uria witainwo na atongoria a gitaru gia gatagati aria muthenya wa umuthi nginya mucemanio-ini uria uma ni wiguire senator wa Kitui akiuga nio makuhagurire ti bururi uyu he undu ungicenjia
gutiro ndingihota gucenjia tondu acio mari akunyaniria ruriri andu mehokete nda ciao uria tureka ni kuhakikisha githurano giki kiroka nyumba ino itu ni yathura atongoria ega matangikunyanira ruriri na matangendia nda ciao ni ndiari na thina ni atongoria ndari nao mendagia ruriri andu acio ndametaga ngamerorera rutu aratuika uria aratubangira twatigana magathi makamwira geta Kimani wa Icungwa ngamwira mundu ni akurinda nyumba itu agathia gathita geta wa Matinga ngamwira mundu ni arabuta andu itu agathia kamwira ucio niguo mutino na ndarego munene muno ndi mutongoria ni ndonire thina muno tondu ndiari na andu ni andu tu akuhangira nda ciao na kwendia ruriri ndirenda kwira ruriri na kurihoya na gitio matuteithanie nao nigetha nyumba ino itu irugame githurano giki kiroka tuthuthurie andu wega tumamurike wega tuthurie andu matari ucuke andu matangendia nyumba yao andu matangiiga nda yao mbere makwamba gwiciria uhoro wa muingi nie ndingithurirwo andu wega ndakwira ndinaga kuruka andu hau ta 20 na tutindikite Ruto ndakomaga ko ndari na andu ta acio 60 nyumba ino itu ingiri ndongu ingiri na gikeno kinene muno koruma Ngai ni ahete andu wega ta ndinao ko ndina andu 70 ta ndinao 20 gutire kindu Ruto atangitwenengerete tungimutindikite uguo ndangirahota kuguia uria atindikagwo ni ODM no riu ri mutino riri kathi wa Gachagua ri githurirwo andu akwendia ruriri andu akuhangira nda ciao andu mateciragia uhoro wa atimia andu matendete ciana andu mateciragia uria uhoro wa mundu ungi wira wao no gucaria irio cia nda ati mariu maranengerwo mboco monge marehere ndo itu itarahea atimia mageterera mboco mathaa 7 irahea mathaa 4 macio ni mathaa 11 riu ni giconoko kinene
gitaru gia gatagati gia guthurira andu acio niki gigakugiriria gukorwo ukihangira nda yaku
ko ni ndahangira nda yakwa ndigire wira Nyambura ko ndenda gore rutu endaga ngire tulie no guajirite we gathi hapana piga kelele we wacha tukule bana hii serikali tumetafuta bana wacha tukule kwa swali pana kimwira sasa tunakula na watu wetu bado kula kitu we wacha na watu we kula kwanza ko ni nda yakwa ndendaga kule ko ni nda yakwa ndahangira ndigiti nda guku na ndege.
Good. Tutirihire
nie ngwenda kwira andu aitu thengio muno nyumba itu ni uria munjihokete na mahoya manyu na ndikamugwitia na ndikamuconora nie mwanyitirira na mahoya muthikiririe nyumba ino itu ni ngumitwara kuria Ngai endaga ikinye ngwenda kumwira nigetha micemanio ino itu ndigatharikirwo ni turarikie kumenya mucemanio wina andu aingi ndutharikagirwo mwaigua twatangatha micemanio itu ritagathaga na radio mukaihura kuo makiri na makiri nigetha gutikage mundu ungithukia mucemanio witu wakeri anake a nyumba itu mugitire kanitha citu atimia na ciana matikana hurwo ringi kwina anake itura mwaigua kanitha ndi turoka anake itura riu mukaumira mukehariria kanitha
kwehariria atia
ego ikara meharirie
atia
njira ciothe makehariria kugitira kanitha makagitira atimia makagitira ciana uguo niguo mundu ekaga tariu ni uria twaturaga uguo na mai matha gutire mundu ngiamuhutirie ndi mwanake munini gutire mundu na wa mundu wagiru ni kuhurwo mwanake na hinya koguo ngwenda kwira andu aitu atiriri kuria guothe twatangatha micemanio ko ni turoka itura rianyu anake itura riu mukehariria mukaihura kou mukagitira atongoria anyu mukagitira mucemanio wanyu mukagitira kanitha cianyu kanitha citu itikana hurwo ringi anake aitu mena hinya twina anake mena hinya na ngucokeria anake agitugi makwibangite anake makiria ngiri kugitira kanitha ucio wao ona ko borithi tinoka utiri mundu ungikinyira kou tugikinya thaya kuma anake ngiri 2 akurangira mucemanio na riu hau niho tukinyite koguo ngwira kwendana Waikuru tondu mburu na mutimia yake ni maratutisha anake aitu kuma mai mahiu kuma Naivasha kuma Girigiri Naikuru Bahati kundu gugwitwo Thubukia anake aitu mumururuke na mumuke tene mugitire atongoria anyu mugitire micemanio yanyu tondu hau niho tukinyite tondu tutingikihurwo Nairobi na tuhurwo gicani
no muthi ukihoira uteithio kuma kwi borithi na makuhe ndungihoya uteithio
tikuhoya ndiagirwo ni kuhoya security ya Kenya ni right ithuĩ tũtingĩhoya Ruto atuteithie na tũtingĩmwĩhoka by the way ũguo eka ũmũthĩ no korwo nĩ gũtũtiriki aratũtiriki tũrelax tũthiĩ ũguo tũteharĩirie oke atũhũre nĩ mũndũ tũmũĩ mũno nĩ tũmũĩ mũno tũtingĩmwĩhoka ona borithi ĩgĩũkaga anake makorwo meharĩirie kũgitĩra kanitha kũgitĩra aciari ao kũgitĩra ciana na kũgitĩra mĩcemanio na kũgitĩra atongoria ao.
Good. Mheshimiwa Rigathi Gachagua ngatho cia mwanya nĩ gwĩtĩkĩra kũnyitanĩra na ithuĩ hwaĩ-inĩ wa ũmũthĩ nawe mũthikĩrĩria na mwĩroreri wa Inooro TV harĩa hothe wamũkĩra ũmemerekia ũyũ ĩmwe kwa ĩmwe TV-inĩ njĩra-inĩ citũ cia ũkinyanĩria kũhĩtũkĩra nenda itiganĩte YouTube, TikTok, Facebook ngatho cia mwanya nĩ gwĩtĩkĩra kũnyitanĩra na ithuĩ hwaĩ-inĩ wa ũmũthĩ handũ-inĩ handũ rothe twanyitanĩra nao gũkũrehera ũmemerekia ũyũ mwena wa Nairobi tukinyitirwo ni Regina Wanjiku wa Mwaura no mwena uyu wa Munyoro tumana Karo wa nyina wa Besi na Karo Maina handu-ini ha timu ndito ya Kirĩrĩmbĩ ĩmwe kwa ĩmwe kuma wa Munyoro Mathira kaunti-inĩ ya Nyĩrĩ yana hwaĩ-inĩ mwega njĩtagwo Waweru.
Sawa. Gachagua ndio huyo amemaliza speech yake. There are so many things which have happened today. I think Gachagua is very consistent. I think messaging ni ile moja. Ruto lazima aende, we cannot work with him again. I think he is very consistent on that messaging. So let me have Miguna. Ama Jeromoro, you can react to that kabla nilete Miguna malizie because pia Miguna ameongea jana sana and I want him also to play here. So do you have something to react for Gachagua? Kabla nilete
nitasema asanti Sauli, wakati wameenda kuona IG tunaona walikuwa wamepewa nini security, na hiyo ndio inatakana ikue security. Wanakuwa pale wanaacha wanaongea wanachoka wanaenda nyumbani, lakini sio kupiga watu na tear gas na kupiga watoto. Huyu Ruto asike adabu na asome katiba. Nilitumana huko asome katiba vile inasema. Huko sio Uganda. Unaona?
Haya, sawa Jeromoro tumepata. So wacha Miguna aseme kitu then you will react again.
Less than lackluster. Even though a lot of their resumes are spruced up, and when you look at it just on paper, you would think that these people have a lot of things that they have done and contributions they have made. But really, it's just a resume being beefed up. And then when you look at the other members of the IBC,
how to use shells in World of Warships? Let's do it this way. If you are
you find that a lot of them have checkered careers. Most of them have had relationships, very close personal relationship with Ruto, William Samoei Ruto, and people in Ruto circles. The statements they have uttered, their comportment does not give the country confidence that they are going to conduct a free, fair, and credible election. Number 3, they have not done boundaries delimitations, which was supposed to have been done by this time. Number 4, they have from what I have been able to observe, I think they're engaged in very active suppression of voter registration, so that areas where they believe William Ruto is not going to get a lot of support, they are not aggressively registering voters. Then I am not sure about who is controlling the recruitment of staff for the IEBC, because traditionally, historically, the reason why our elections have been messed up is that the recruitment is done by National Intelligence Security Service, which is headed by Nurdin Haji, who is worse than all Ruto's poodles added together. His involvement in persecution of Kenyans when he was the DPP, including my persecution, left a lot to be desired. Then we know what he did when the Gen Zs rose up to resist Ruto's finance bill 2024 and the carnage. You see, the NIS was supposed to have been transformed or reformed many years ago and turned into a civilian entity. They were not supposed to carry guns and use it against the country. Their role is to collect, collate, analyze, and use intelligence for the preservation of national security. They are not supposed to arrest, kidnap, detain, and torture Kenyans or kill Kenyans, but that's what they have been doing. So it is quite obvious to me that unless something drastic happens, unless Kenyans do something drastically, Ruto is out to steal the 2027 elections, particularly the presidential election. But I think he wants to steal all the elections so that he can control the counties, he can control both houses of parliament, and he can continue to rule because he's not governing without any kind of accountability. So whether Raila was alive or not would be a bit insignificant. But I think to end on this question, I think Raila's life would have made it worse. I think I'm the only one saying this. I'm the only, because Raila, if you recall, after the Gen Z protests, Raila went to bed with Ruto, which was not expected because he went to bed with Ruto without demanding accountability and justice for people who had been massacred. And he said that he was doing it to quote unquote stabilize the state. The state was not insecure or unstable. The only person who was falling was Ruto's regime. So he went there to strengthen and fortify Ruto's regime by calling his troops back, by muddying the waters, by desecrating the graves of the brave men and women and even kids who had died through police brutality as they protested Ruto's misrule. So if Raila had continued to be alive, and I'm not saying he should be dead, one would have thought, one would have expected him to continue working with Ruto under the disgraceful so-called broad-based arrangement, whose purpose was to perpetuate the impunity that Ruto had instilled in the country and continues to. And I'll give you two examples.
My journey into trading, like that learning curve, has exponentially just gotten a lot shorter. The stuff that I'm learning, that they're teaching me, is I don't think I would learn this in a long time. So I love it. In those 3 weeks, I've learned more than I have in the past, I would say 10 years of Googling and trying to, figure out stuff on my own. It's just a lot of knowledge put into these courses, and
doing paper trading, you see the reward in these classes. The mentors are fully involved, and you can see that, by them helping you win is them winning as well. We win as a team. So I've never had a mentor before in trading, had mentors at work, but not in the trading field. So they're definitely fully dedicated.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform. Describe what you want and watch it take shape. You can plan, customize, and expand in any direction. From tools built for one to platforms ready for many. From passion projects to enterprise-grade systems. Everything is built in and ready to launch. It's a new world of creation, where you can go as far as your imagination takes you. Can you imagine it? Let's make your dream a reality right now.
Yes.
Number one, Raila supported the egregious takeover by the Adani crooks of JKIA. He defended it, and he continued defending it even when the courts and Kenyans had rejected it. That was an act of treachery. That was an act of betrayal of Raila Odinga on Kenyans. Number two, Raila Odinga tried to justify what Ruto was doing with the so-called compensation committee, which the courts have ruled was unconstitutional, and many of us warned had no role in trying to bring justice for those who had died. The courts are there, and there are many institutional, legal, and constitutional mechanisms of redressing wrongs. If only the state, and William Ruto in particular, obeyed the Constitution, upheld it, and does not defy court orders. So clearly, Raila made Ruto become more arrogant because he believed that with Raila's stature and support base, and with his party, they would control parliament fully, and he would not face impeachment or any kind of resistance from members of parliament. And also the ODM supporters would not give him problems like they had always done by demonstrating and protesting, criticizing him, and exposing his excesses, both locally and internationally. So in other words,
yes.
In other words, with Raila Odinga alive, 2027 election would have become more of a coronation of William Ruto. Now that Raila Odinga is dead, I think Kenyans have a more realistic way or means of stopping Ruto even before 2027. That's my opinion.
Yeah, thank you. I would want to ask you how Kenyans can engage so that we arrive at stopping Ruto so that somebody else can perhaps take over. But before that, you mentioned something about Raila Odinga giving Ruto support. Raila Odinga has argued that he looked at the situation and saw that if he didn't step in, the military was taking over and the country will have gone to the dogs. What is your position on that, Miguna?
That was a lie on many fronts. Number one, there has never been a military takeover in Kenya. The closest Kenya got to a military takeover was in 1982, and Raila was allegedly involved in that one. So that was the only serious attempt at a coup, all right? Since then, we've not had attempts, not even a whiff of it. We have not even had rumors that that the military is trying to overthrow the government. So that
was a lie.
A blatant lie. Number two, concretely, there is no evidence that we have obtained from anywhere that a coup was going to be executed in Kenya. Ruto, in 2024, in my view, controlled the military absolutely. You know, we are talking here after General Ogola died, and nothing happened about it. And up to now, there has been no serious inquiry done as to how he died. And yet the military did not do anything about it. Number three, if you look at the demographic composition of the Kenyan military, because of the successive regimes of Kenyatta.
Stone PK, unajua Miguna is a bit unconventional, so muruhusu kidogo aongee, then I will loop you. Is that okay? Ama you really want to speak? Stone PK, naongea na wewe. Ayuko.
And Kenyatta 1 and Kenyatta 2, Kibaki, Moi, and now Ruto. The overwhelming majority of the people in the military are...
This is my team, and we get everything done with Monday.com. Sarah is a senior project manager, and she has never missed a deadline. She uses Monday.com so every...
Kikuyus and Kalenjins. And so if you go by that demographic alone, you do not see a situation, and these people are fully in government and have been in government consistently since independence, the so-called independence. And the military is probably controlled from Washington and London more than it is controlled from Nairobi, really. And then the final point is that, and so what if there was going to be a military coup? You see, sometimes Kenyans are scared for absolutely no reason. Let's put it this way. The so-called civilian administrations that we have had since 1963 have done nothing but loot, plunder, and destroy Kenya. They have rendered 75% of the country unemployed. Most people cannot survive, like you're just telling me. A professor like yourself, a professor used to be the greatest thing we all aspired to, because it was not just the intellectual, achievement. It was also the lifestyle. People respected professors because they lived well, they carried themselves with decorum, they made significant contributions to society. And a professor would not leave teaching to go run a business, for example, when I was growing up. Right now, professors take more time trying to run matatus and maybe even posho mills to be able to survive.
Make ends meet. Yeah.
And thanks to these so-called civilian administrations. So when they tell us that the military is bad and that a military takeover would be the worst thing, when we look at military, some of the military regimes, say, for example, in Burkina Faso, we wish that it was in Kenya. There is nothing wrong with that regime. Some of the military regimes in the Sahel, a lot of us drool over and say, what did we do wrong? Because sometimes a country needs a reset. And for you to get a reset, sometimes you need interventions from outside the normal, institutions of state. Jerry Rawlings, for instance, when he took over in Ghana, made significant contributions to the Ghanaian state than civilian governments that followed the overthrow of Nkrumah. So some of the greatest revolutionaries have been military men. You understand? So for someone to say, and especially Raila Odinga, who went to school in East Germany, which was supposed to be a socialist state, and who said that he was a social democrat, and who said that he was somebody working to create a society that would bring social justice, for him to just throw this scaremongering statements as a way to justify why he went to bed with Ruto is quite unfortunate. And so I don't accept Raila's explanation that his involvement was to stabilize the country because the military was going to take over. Because if you look concretely at what he did, he came up with some hot air thing called the 10-point agenda, none of which has been implemented, just like his so-called 10-point agenda with Uhuru Kenyatta when he betrayed us and went to bed with another despot in 2018. He talked about BBI, and it all came to be understood by all Kenyans that was just another gravy train that was concocted for purposes of siphoning public funds.
Stone PK, are you there? Ama umeingia studio ukahama? So, Madam Jero Mwaura, unaelewa Miguna ama ni okay. Stone PK,
yes, I'm there, Jero.
Oh, so hebu nikuulize, it was a very long interview.
Yeah, I'm here. How are you?
Njema kabisa. It was a very interview with Manyora.
Huh?
It was a very interview with Manyora yesterday or the previous day, where this guy, he really spoke very, and like you can hear, like he has a hockey to military regime. Nataka usikilize hapa because he spoke at length about the Sahel region, and he actually approved that style, and he was saying that even like that scare to some extent, whereby we think like the militaries cannot do something. He said like Ghana was able to get reforms after getting Jerry Rawlings, who was a military man. So Miguna does not see a problem with actually even overturning government. In other words, the interview yake jana ilikuwa about that. So do you want to, unataka ongea kidogo ama you have already aligned with what you're saying? Nikupe nafasi.
Go ahead. Acha
Ongea.
tusikie.
Unajua umeniambia utaki kusikia, ati utaki kusikia half-baked things.
From the treasury into the pockets of private individuals like him, so that he could continue being a billionaire when the rest of the country suffered. And similarly, the same thing with what he did with Ruto. And you can see Ruto is continuing. He just appointed Raila Odinga's widow to UNEP.
What's your take on that?
See the choreography. You can see the choreography. It's ridiculous, you know. But what do you expect? Look, when Ida was unlawfully fired from the teaching profession when she was teaching at Kenya High School in 1975, I was in standard 5, primary 5. Miguna was in primary 5. So now, after all these decades, Ida did not work. People say Ida is a great, businesswoman. No. Ida has not actually worked since 1975. Ida has primarily been Raila Odinga's wife. That's why she's known. And in any event, she's way past 75. What are you telling the youth out there? And when I talk about the youth, I don't just mean teenagers.
Yes.
I mean people who are between the age of 19 to the age of 45. Many of them all qualified. Remember, The president of Burkina Faso is not 45. The president of Senegal is not 45.
Yeah, those are young people, yeah.
A lot of presidents in Africa and the world are not 75. When you are in your sunset years of 75, having been made a billionaire courtesy of Kenyan taxpayers, what is it that IDA is going to, what contribution is IDA going to make to Kenya at the UN?
Would it be better for would it be better, for example?
Let me just finish, brother. Let me finish.
Yes, yes.
She's not a diplomat. She's not a career or trained diplomat. She's not an environmentalist. She's not a politician. This is not a job for a teacher. Even if you wanted to coddle Ida and make her quiet, this is not the way to go. And I have not even gotten to Oburu Oginga and the shenanigans in ODM. So when you look at it, it is choreography, it's political PR, which is very dangerous for the country. It has no substance. It has no serious focus on the issues that affect Kenyans. It clearly shows you that the intention is not to create confidence among Kenyans that we are being governed properly. And I will go into other issues pertaining to how he's not doing that. But anyway, to that extent, I am extremely disappointed. And this came after Ida criticized Oburu Oginga for working with Ruto. Then she goes right into bed with Ruto less than 3 months after her husband died. She has not mourned her husband for 6 months. This is a disgrace.
If you're a Christian thinking about starting a business, don't. Starting a business is a terrible idea. 95.
Would it have made a difference if it was the appointment was given to Winnie or a junior, for example?
No. This is the wrong way to go. First of all, my friend.
Yes.
So Oburu Oginga is the leader of ODM and supposed to be in broad-based, right?
Yeah. Yes.
And remember that ODM is being funded in billions, tens of billions by taxpayers' money. Okay? Number two, Akinyi Walkoa, Raila Odinga's sister, is an ambassador in the US.
Correct.
Akinyi Wenwa, Raila Odinga's sister, is a chair or a board member of a state corporation.
Correct.
Adhiambo, Ruth Adhiambo Odinga is a women rep from Kisumu. Oburu Oginga is a senator. Raila Odinga's sister-in-law is a councillor or county MCA in Siaya. Winnie, who has never held a job since she graduated from university, has never held a job, has never been a clerk, has never been a secretary, has never been a messenger, has never done anything in her life privately or in terms of institutional work. Was nominated by Ruto basically to Iala. It was UDA that voted for Winnie. Let us not forget that. Okay? And so it was given on a silver platter. Now you are saying only one family. We are getting to number 10 of the appointment. I've not even counted Ida's appointment. Now you are saying it would be better if it was Winnie, So Winnie was going to be taken from Yala to UNEP. I don't know what difference that would have made, or give it to Junior. For what reason? Like, look, I'm one person who insists on the establishment of a merit-based society. A society where genetics is not the criteria for appointment into public office.
Yes.
But people's qualifications, abilities, integrity, and competence. And the commitment of these people to national values and ideals and a vision for the transformation of the country for the benefit of everyone. That's the country that we want, a country that can bring social justice to everyone. But if you continue with this monarchy or monarchist agenda of bestowing power on 2 or 3 or 5 families and making them to control everything in the Republic of Kenya, that's the wrong way to go.
Now, you paint a pretty gloomy picture, but there is hope in what you said, that we have time before 2027 to sort of tame William Ruto, to manage to change things. What, in your view, would be the best shot from Kenyans? As it were, people are talking of one candidate from the United Opposition. Who do you think is best suited, I mean, to carry this burden, to carry the flag? Assuming we've sorted out things like IBC, other challenges we have, what, in your view, would be the best approach of selecting one candidate to face Ruto? And on top of your head, who do you think should that candidate should be from the array of politicians angling to unseat Ruto?
Okay, so allow me to change your question a little bit, and I will
Please.
come back to it in an indirect way.
Yes, yes.
So number one, I don't believe that is the right question to ask, because it limits what can be done or what ought to be done, not just to remove Ruto. And when I say Ruto, I mean a system. So when I say remove Ruto, I don't just mean Ruto the person. I mean Ruto and all the institutions of impunity that he thrives on and that he has weaponized for purposes of perpetuating the same system that has messed up Kenyans for 63 years.
Yes.
So number one, ideally, and this is my approach and has been my approach for a very long time, ideally, we should not go to elections to remove Ruto. We should remove Ruto on the streets, ideally. Ruto should be removed from power using popular uprising, popular protest. So it's what I would call popular revolution, as more recently done in Bangladesh, for example, okay?
Yes.
Which would result into the convention, a national convention being called for purposes of Kenyans from all progressive sections of society, gathering and figuring out how to transform the colonial state to a real independent African state that will have at its core the dignity and benefit of the Kenyan African citizen. The state that was constructed after the Berlin Conference in 84, 85, was not meant for the African. It was supposed to be for the extraction of African raw materials and the exploitation of African labor for the benefit of the British. So that state needs to be removed,
dismantled,
and smashed to the ground. So basically, that's what I stand for. And in the process, of course, we would be smashing Ruto and his ilk and bringing forth a system that would be different from what we inherited from the British. So that's my preferred route. That's number one.
That's ideal.
So now, number two, if it is a question of going through the bourgeois election, the British colonial election, it's not a democratic election, but let's say it is the closest we can get to some modicum of
an election.
Continuing the system that we've had, but probably a little bit better than what we have now.
Yes.
What I would expect is that
taxes was feeling unwelcome. Now taxes is no.
We do not go to election thinking about an individual as such, but values that those individuals or that individual must have for that individual to be elected into public office. And what are these values that I'm talking about? The values of integrity, their values, and integrity comes with incorruptibility. There are people like that in Kenya, believe it or not. Their values of competence, their values of respect to the Constitution as we have it, their values of accountability, their values of social justice, their values of equity, their values of equality, their values that give dignity to all Kenyans, irrespective of their ethnic, class, or gender, or regional background, or religious background. Their values of the democratic tenets and principles, where we respect each other and we respect each other's rights to enjoy the rights that are enshrined in the Constitution.
In the Constitution.
Now, there are a lot of Kenyans that ascribe to what I am describing. And if you find a single Kenyan, for example, that embodies these values more than others, then that is the person that deserves to be given the position of the presidency. Now, when you look at the so-called official opposition, the one that you suggested was
the united opposition, yes.
None of them embody these values. And I'll just mention a few of them. So let's start with Rigathi Gachagua. I happen to have gone to school with Rigathi Gachagua. He was ahead of me.
Yes.
It was in third year when I was in second year. And by no means can he claim to subscribe to the values of freedom fighters, the Mau Mau. Because when he was at the university, Rigathi Gachagua made a name for himself as a snitch, as a spy, as a person who was working for the special branch for Moi against us. But you see, he was made the chairman of Nyeri University Students Association, and Moi used him to divide students at the university. He was given a lot of money to buy students, and he would be reporting on what we were doing, and was part of the reason why we were kidnapped and detained at Nyayo House barely 2 weeks after we got into power. When we were expelled from the university, he was made the aide to Mbithi, who had presided over Alshan. Joseph Mbithi. He was not, at the time, he was the vice chancellor. And remember, after they closed the university, destroyed Sonu, jailed Bouquet, and detained some of us and then released us and expelled us from the university. Yes. Someone like Rigade, because he was graduating that year, graduated and joined Mbithi, who was subsequently appointed the head of public service.
Public service, yeah.
And then he became a DO, then became a DC. I don't know if he even became a DC, but he was a full-time special.
You're a special DO.
Yeah, he was a special branch operative who was given millions and millions of shillings. He became very rich as a student for betraying the cause that we were fighting for. So,
but he could have changed.
Rigadi has never changed.
He could have changed. Yes.
No, but I'm trying to tell you, let me just give you a synopsis of what he has been.
Yes.
Because he never left Kanu. So for the 24 years that Kenyans were being tortured, Kenyans were being executed by the one party Kanu tyranny.
Yeah.
Rigathi Gachagua was working for Kanu and continued doing the same thing for 24 years.
Yes.
Rigathi continued to work for the most retrogressive section of the Kenyan population, even when Moi stopped being president and when Kibaki took over. You see, during Kibaki's tenure in power, there were two strands.
Yes.
There was a strand which was very retrogressive, just like Kanu, and which consolidated power and isolated Kibaki against Kenyans and turned the Kibaki presidency really into a Kikuyu chauvinistic presidency, where Statehouse, they were just speaking Kikuyu. I mean, it was just Mount Kenya. It was Mudauras and Gichangis and whatnot. Everybody who held significant power during Kibaki's reign was actually a Kikuyu. You know, a lot of people don't want to say this, but it is the truth. Remember that the day Kibaki was sworn in, he locked the Statehouse gates and Raila could not get in. And Raila was the one who made him president by declaring Kibaki Tosha and by campaigning for him when he was sick. So, and then Kibaki promised after taking power that he would enact the constitution, the Bomas draft. And immediately urinated on it by, first of all, making, was it Simeon Nyachai to go into Kilifi and mess up the draft. Then later on appointed Wako to create the Wako mongrel, which was rejected in the 205 referendum. Right? And then Kibaki presided over the 207, presidential fraud that led to
genocide.
Right? So when you look at that, Rigathi was on the extreme right, the extreme chauvinists in the Kibaki corner. He continued to do that when eventually Uhuru became president because he was now Uhuru's PA.
Yeah, correct.
Remember that Uhuru was defeated by Kibaki in 2002.
Yes.
Who was with Uhuru when he was defeated? And Kenyans rejected that candidature. It was Rigathi Gachagua.
Yes.
Rigathi Gachagua continued with Uhuru into the mess that Uhuru created, during the first term, tenure.
Yeah.
The first, and then when Uhuru made a deal with Raila, he jumped to Ruto, right? But who is Ruto? If you look at Ruto, his history has not been progressive throughout. Ruto, there is no fiber in his body that anybody can say this is progressive, this is positive, this is something transformative, this is progress. Everything about Ruto is a retrogression, is theft, is lying, is murder, is desecration, is plunder, is abduction. I mean, look at even right now as we speak. More than probably 30 billion has been stolen from the Ministry of Health, and Ruto is not saying anything. Look at how he has been able to destroy all institutions. So Rigathi continued to be with Ruto, was one of the worst elements in the Ruto government, very tribalistic, very divisive, did not see public funds that he did not want to dip his hands in, surrounded himself by members of his community. In fact, you could just speak Kikuyu in his office, and then only turned against Ruto when Ruto fired him. So right now, he's trying to rebrand himself into a nationalist, but you know he can't help himself when you listen to him. Look at the attacks that he has unveiled or unleashed against the Somalis. You know, a lot of people can be angry in Kenya, and they deserve to be angry. But this destruction that, all of a sudden, the worst people, the most corrupt people are Somalis, is a joke, because we know it is not true.
The Kenyan problem.
Most of the public theft or theft of public resources since 1963 has not been done by the Somalis.
Certainly no.
We know who has stolen, and they come up with this phony debate that everybody should go to school in their areas. I mean, this is ridiculous. We know that public resources were spent to build the best schools in the Mount Kenya region, and only Mount Kenya region, so that the 90% of the best schools in Kenya are around Mount Kenya region. And they were not built because of community contributions. They were not built because of Harambes. Most of these schools were built between maybe 1950s or 1940s to 1975. By the time I went to secondary school, they were all built.
Yeah.
The people who are complaining about the theft of public resources since devolution cannot point at any national school that has been constructed since 2010.
In any of those areas.
Most of these national schools were created before, and they were not just built using public funds, they were equipped using public funds, they were staffed using public funds, and we know the names of the schools. But that is what Rigathi Gachagua is doing. You see, instead of talking about the theft in the Ministry of Health, instead of talking about the mess in the Ministry of Education, instead of talking about the mess at the IEBC, instead of talking about the inequity in the country so that he can create some kind of national harmony, what is he doing? He's doing exactly what Uhuru specialized in, what Ruto is a specialist in, what Kenyatta is a divide and rule. By antagonizing...
Yes.
Unlock the world's largest, most liquid financial market with Forex.com. Forex, or FX, involves trading one currency for another. It's a big deal with a daily turnover of 7.5.
But you admitted that is the most powerful voice in the opposition.
But you see, even Hitler was the most powerful voice in Germany when he took power. You see, even Trump is the most powerful person in the world. You see, look at the U.S., right?
But
the atrocity. No,
politics is about power, Miguna. Politics is about power.
No, it's not just about power.
Yeah.
Politics is about how society, the people can govern themselves and be able to utilize resources that belong to them as a group for the benefit of all of them.
Okay, so let's move to another one. So let's move to another one.
Yes.
Let's move to another one.
So look at Matiangi, for example. Matiangi, in fact, is worse than
another powerful politician.
No, it's not a powerful politician. You see, in Kenya, unfortunately, when they say powerful politician, they mean two things.
Yeah.
They mean the one who was looted the most when they were working in occupying public office, and the one who was abused power the most.
The most.
The one who can use the wealth that they have stolen to coerce people, to brutalize people, to muzzle people, and to grab power by force. That's what they mean. And that is what we must reject. We have to tell.
What would you say about Matiangi then?
Well, and this is what I'm going to say.
Yes.
Matiangi occupied public office for 10 years. When he was appointed a cabinet secretary,
yes,
Matiangi had not worked in the university as long as you have.
Yeah.
Matiangi was driving a beat-up Peugeot 504.
Yes, yes.
Matiangi did not have a house in Nairobi.
Yes.
Matiangi, if he had bank accounts, was not a millionaire. Now, 10 years later, having occupied public office where we know that his salary was not more than $2 million per month, Matiangi is a billionaire in dollar terms.
How do we know?
We know, number one, by looking at his property and assets, some of which we do know. We know, for instance, Matiangi constructed a humongous house in Runda worth more than 300 million. Matiangi
lives in a modest house in Karen.
Wait, let me count what Matiangi has. Because you asked me, how do we know? Some of us keep records, but you don't want to, you want to run away from the records.
Yes.
So I've mentioned the property in Runda.
Yes.
We know the Ruaraka land, and the fact that the Auditor General and many entities, I think including the courts, have said that the deal smelled to the high heavens, and we know how much he made from that. It was hundreds of millions, if not billions. Then we know of his house in Karen that he acquired when he was cabinet secretary.
A modest house.
Worth more than 500 million, which he didn't have before. We know of the property in Nanyuki. We know of the property in Ruai. We know of the property in Masai Land. What is that?
Miguna has a house. Miguna has a house in Runda.
Wait.
And he didn't steal.
Wait, Manyora.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
We know the three properties, basically skyscrapers is building in Westlands were billions of dollars. So when you look at this, I'm only talking about publicly available records. When you look at that publicly available record, we are now talking billions for someone who was not earning 2 million a month. You don't have to be a nuclear physicist. You don't have to be a mathematical genius. You don't have to be an accounting genius to know that you can't become a billionaire, even in terms of Kenya shillings,
unless you stole it,
unless you're a thief. Two, in his role as Minister of Interior, Matiangi blew up my door illegally. The court has found it was illegal. Kidnapped me, detained me in Comunicado twice, sedated me, tortured me, removed me from the country, took away my validly issued and legal passport and destroyed it, defied court orders, refused to allow me to come back to the country, issued red alerts and boasted about it. Matiangi, during his tenure, bodies of unknown Kenyans up to today were floating in River Yala. He has not accounted for it. Bodies were buried in Sakahola, thousands of them. Bodies were dropped for wild animals to eat in various forests during his time. Many people disappeared. So the culture of impunity that Matiangi embodied, the kind of excesses that he exhibited, the kind of court orders that he defied, basically presented as one of the worst abusers of power in the history.
And therefore most unsuitable.
The most unsuitable. Now,
in the interest of time, why don't you? No, in the interest of time, because my director is shouting at me, as they would say.
Okay.
The most likely candidate looks like Kalonzo. Anything against Kalonzo?
That's the sound of an American oil company hard at work. Want to be a part of it? Listen up.
Hello, my name is Adam Ferrari, and I'm the CEO of Phoenix Energy. I look forward to you joining us at our next webinar where you can drill deeper into our bond offering. We currently offer 2 investment opportunities, a private placement bond offering for accredited investors with target annual interest rates between 9 and 13%. Also, we offer a registered bond offering open to both accredited and non-accredited investors with rates ranging from 9 to 12%. Our daily production rates have risen as high as 39,000 barrels of oil per day. We've sold more than 10 million barrels, and we're just getting started. Sign up for the webinar and start your journey with Phoenix Energy today.
Get your free copy of my new best-selling book, Commercial Real Estate Investing for Beginners. All you have to do is click on the link below and a copy will be sent to you instantly. Hi, I'm Peter Harris. I'm the author of this book. I'm also the author of one of the most successful commercial real estate books out there in print today, and that is Commercial Real Estate Investing for Dummies. So why am I giving away this book to you for free today? Well, first of all, this is the book I wish I had when I first started. And secondly, I'm hoping that this book will help you get on the right track from the very beginning and avoid some of the mistakes I made when I first started. So who was this book written for? It was written for you, for the aspiring commercial real estate investor, for the beginning commercial real estate investor. So let's discover what's in this book. Number one, I'm going to share with you what is commercial real estate. Yes, it is a big building, but also it is a very powerful means of generating true generational wealth and true long-term wealth. Number two, I'm going to share with you why commercial. Why should you invest in commercial? I'm going to give you compelling reasons that are both life-changing and long-lasting. Number three, 7 habits. I'm going to give you the 7 habits of highly successful commercial real estate investors. Next, 10 real estate commercial opportunities that exist today. I will give you those, all right? These are for the beginning commercial real estate investor. Next, getting started. How to get started? I'm going to give you the tools. And as equally important, I'm going to give you the tools that are not required to get started. Next, how to become a commercial real estate insider. By the way, insiders get the best deals and they get the best opportunities by far. You're going to learn that commercial real estate is a people business. It is a relationship-based business. And there are certain must-haves and certain skills.
Stephen.
You see,
the humble man is religious.
No. You know the names that Kalonzo has been given in Kenya, right?
Yeah.
He has been called the fruit, the delicious watermelon.
Yes.
Which is red inside and green outside.
Yes.
He has not been able to shake that.
But he has stood steadier than Raila.
No. I don't think so. Yeah. Remember Kalonzo? Who made Kalonzo to be Kalonzo? It was Moi. So just like with Rigathi Gachagua, Kalonzo rose into prominence, having
From
been
Moi.
plucked from
Yes.
security by Moi, and then given positions in KANU and later on cabinet minister. That's really
But at least you'll give him a pass, Miguna. Let's be fair to him. A pass.
I wouldn't give him I wouldn't. The reason why I wouldn't give Kalonzo a pass, no, wait.
You still get an F.
No, because I'm using the same criteria that I told you I would use.
Okay.
I already told you the formula of getting the best candidate.
Yes.
Is to look for integrity, to look for values, to look for vision, to look for struggle for social justice.
None of which you find in him also.
None of which I find in him. Show me what he has done.
What does that? Where does that leave us?
No. There are only two candidates in this election.
One
is Justice Maraga, and the next one is Miguna Miguna. There are only two candidates.
Who do you choose between the two?
No. That's up to Kenya.
Persuade me. I want to vote for one of them.
No. Because I've already given you a formula on how to determine who to choose. It would be pretentious of me to tell you. Of course, I would be campaigning for myself, but I'm saying to you that those are the criteria that you use. The limitations of Maraga, in my view, are limitations of ideology and commitment to transformation of Kenya, because he has not shown that he can. He has not given me a vision for that. No, wait.
Integrity, yes.
No. And then the second thing was Chief Justice for how long?
About, I can't quite remember, from 20.
More than 5 years, right?
Yeah, more than 5 years, around 5-6 years, yeah.
And if you asked him to list to you how he dealt with corruption in the judiciary, he wouldn't be able to say. If you asked him, what did you do to transform the judiciary, he will tell you that he built more courtrooms. You see, that's not important if what is dispensed inside there is unjust. What we want is justice. Not more courtrooms. More courtrooms is good. I'm not saying it is bad, but as long as it dispenses justice.
Miguna, because time is flying so high, there is one issue I want you to address before we perhaps run out of time.
Yes.
There was this swearing in of Raila Odinga.
Yes.
There's so much that is not known. And Miguna was at the center of it, although a few people have said no. What is not in public domain? Can we get something from an insider called Miguna? The rest is a helicopter view. There's so much surrounding that swearing in. Was Raila Odinga in fact prepared for that swearing in? Did he really want it? Or was he forced into it?
So, this is almost like the fake debate they are having currently in Kenya about Okech Sala.
Okech Sala, yeah.
You see, when Raila, you knew who Raila Odinga was.
Yeah, I knew him, yes.
And I believe you knew Raila Odinga for quite a while.
Yes.
At the time that the swearing in was taking place in 2018, Raila Odinga had been a dominant political force in Kenya for a very long time.
True.
I would not be exaggerating to say that Raila Odinga was powerful, he had influence, he was rich, he had both armed state-provided security and his own.
I just finished developing the first stock trading tool of its kind, designed to help you dial up or dial down how aggressive you want to be with literally just a few clicks. And if you're watching this video, I actually want to let you test drive this completely free, no obligation, not even a credit card required to try my new tool. Now, every day it uses a proprietary formula that scans the entire market and identifies the strongest setups across thousands of stocks.
Bodyguards, all armed, right?
Yes.
And on top of it, people know that in ODM, Raila Odinga had men in black who are civilian militias who can tear you and decapitate your neck with their bare hands if they want.
If they wanted, but they have never wanted.
No. They have done serious stuff. Okay.
Well, none is known to me.
No. They have done serious stuff. So when somebody claims that Miguna, who is one individual, who nobody has claimed is a martial arts expert,
yes,
has never served in the military, was not armed, just went and forced Raila to take an oath at Uhuru Park.
It cannot be
Unless you are an idiot or something is happening with your head, you can't believe that kind of story, right?
Correct.
Because I would have to overpower not just the 1 million supporters that were in Uhuru Park, I would then have to overpower the men in black.
Detail. The men in black,
detail, plus the fat people like Ndi and others who were around there.
Yes.
Because they were literally, Ndi and Adam Solo were literally trying to stop me from doing it, right?
Yes.
Literally at Uhuru Park, they were standing in front of me and trying to stop me.
Yes.
So number one, you dispense with that. You say that is only a malicious story being told to cover only what the people who are peddling the story know.
Yes.
Number two, you have to recall I was not a member of ODM. In 2017, I ran as an independent candidate. 2018, I swore Raila in. I was still not a member of ODM.
Yes.
So how did I get to be the person swearing him? So number one, it was not against his will, because he actually took the oath. He read the oath I gave him to read.
And there was no gun on his head.
I witnessed it. Nobody saw a gun to Raila's head. And when we left there, I actually left Uhuru Park in Winnie's vehicle to Raila's home in Karen.
To go and celebrate.
And that was opened for me with others, and we ate dinner there before I went home.
And you left me, or I had been with you in the morning on TV.
And I had been with you in the morning.
Yes.
And not just that, my friend. You recall on November 3rd, 2017, because this date is important, is when I announced, and I did it publicly on my Twitter feed, and I did it when I was with you at NTV, that I had joined the NRM as the general of operation.
And I was with you,
And you did not hear Raila say that no, Miguna is not in NRM, no, he's not in charge of operations, and Miguna is just a busybody. Nobody in ODM said it, nobody in NASA said it, nobody said it.
Raila,
These people that are saying it now never said it then.
Yes.
You recall, Professor, that in November 2017, I organized Raila's homecoming from the US. You recall that?
I recall.
And you recall, I was riding on top of a vehicle with a resist, T-shirt, and mobilizing people on how we were attacked as we came from the airport all the way to Nairobi Club.
Yes.
You also recall that in December 2017, I was supposed to swear Raila in Kilifi at the People's Assembly in Kilifi.
Yes.
And I was detained in Mombasa, and I was not allowed to join that function.
Yes.
You may also recall that there were.
At 4 p.m. Eastern, the market follows a daily rhythm. Positions settle, big money rebalances, and the S&P 500 shifts in ways most investors don't notice. Download the free 4 p.m. payout strategy ebook now. There's the link right below. This isn't about luck or guessing. Every trading day, professional traders respond to patterns that repeat almost every afternoon. The market's closing moves follow a rhythm, and understanding this can give you a clear picture of how trading really works. The 4 p.m. payout strategy walks through these patterns step by step. You'll learn what triggers these moves, how big money responds, and how to observe these shifts on your own. without needing to watch the market all day long. Grab your free 4 p.m. payout strategy ebook now. Link is right below. Then explore the strategy behind the daily market close. If you're a do-it-yourself investor, someone who doesn't want to spend hours glued to the charts, this guide makes it easy to see what happens at 4 p.m. It explains the logic behind the moves and how professional traders act, all in plain, simple language. Don't miss out. Download the free 4 p.m. payout strategy ebook today. Learn how the market operates every trading day. Explain step by step. I get it. The market can feel complicated. The daily rhythms up and down, but the 4 p.m. payout strategy ebook shows you exactly what happens at the close each day. Click the link now and get your free copy right now.
Other people's assembly gatherings, including in Busia, in Kakamega, that I attended with Mudama, with Kaluale, with Orengo, and we went and addressed those assemblies.
I remember those assemblies.
Somebody's saying they never saw me there. They never saw me participate in any of these things. You see, what I find interesting is this, my friend.
Yes.
It's like me saying that Raila met with someone at Karen, his home, or at the Raila Odinga Center, or anywhere in the Republic of Kenya during that period. And because I was not there, the meetings did not take place.
Just because you are not there.
One has to have, just because you are not there. You see, the fact that first of all, you're not with one person every day, everywhere, 24/7, right?
Correct. Yeah.
And for people who had worked with Raila for a long time, we all knew that there were different levels of operation. That there were meetings where Group A was invited and Group B wasn't there, right? But just because Group A attended and Group B did not attend does not mean Group B does not exist.
Yes.
Unlike some of your guests who have come on your podcast and claim things against me, I can't claim anything against them. When they say they were in a meeting, I have no way of invalidating that they were in that meeting. But if I was not in that meeting, doesn't mean the meeting where I was not there because they were not there. Because I can assure you, my friend, the committee that organized the swearing in, because I think Dr. Muluka does not know this, or he knows and he chooses not to know, because I've documented it in my book Treason, right? And I hope he has read it, because this is somebody I've gone to lunch with and I've had some relationship with.
Yes.
Orengo Jim was in that committee. Jimmy Wanjigi was in that committee. I was in that committee. Raila was in that committee. And for a while, Mudama and Kaluale were part of that committee.
Yes.
Kaluale left, and then Mudama left before the swearing in happened.
Yes.
Where we were meeting regularly, apart from Raila's home and some other places, was Dorset. Okay? And we met there regularly until the swearing in. Sometimes we would meet in Jimmy Wanjigi's home, and Raila attended. He did not attend with Muluka. He did not attend with David Ndi. But that is the group that organized the swearing in. And
so you are in the thick of it. You are right inside.
That is the only group that organized the swearing in. There's no other group. And the only other lawyer that was not part of the group but was with me when we were preparing the instruments was Willis Otieno. He knows. Willis Otieno is the only lawyer, not TJ Kajwang, not any of these people that you later on saw. Only Willis Otieno.
Who was part of it.
Was part of this. In fact, Willis is the one who brought me the instruments when I was at Uhuru Park, because I was supposed to be kidnapped that day so that I could not appear at Uhuru Park. Raila was not detained as they are claiming elsewhere. Raila, yes, may have had some kind of fear, may have been hiding somewhere in a hotel with Jimmy Wanjigi and Orengo and the rest, but I was not with them. I went to NTV where you were on that same day.
Yeah.
I left from NTV to the Intercon.
I remember,
when the NIS surrounded the Intercon with the flying squad, the youth came from Uhuru Park, collected me from Uhuru Park. No, the youth came from Uhuru Park to the Intercon and collected me from the Intercon to Uhuru Park. I stayed there until Raila arrived later on in the afternoon, and then I saw him in. I mean, the swearing in is not debatable.
It was
so
visible.
Anybody telling stories about, oh, this is what happened, is just out for mischief, and it is unfortunate because there is no credit here to be taken or lost.
How about, as we wind up, how about the Nigerian number? Before I ask you about East Africa.
I was not there when the Nigerian number was being discussed, but I can tell you this for a fact.
Yes.
Raila and myself went to Mudavadi's office.
Yes.
2 weeks before the swearing in. And Raila took me there so that I could persuade Mudavadi to take part in the swearing in.
Yes.
I tried persuading Mudavadi. Muluka was not at that meeting. The only person who was at that meeting was KK.
All right, you got to stop buying generic Viagra if y'all over 40. You can get 9 pills of 100 milligram generic Viagra for just $7.
Kibisu Kabetesi.
KK, yeah.
I tried to convince Mudavadi. He told me he was a conservative. He would not take part. So Mudavadi was quite open and transparent about his role. He did not hide it. He did not
so
say
this Nigerian number thing is nonsense.
No, it's fake because it was not discussed. If it was discussed,
yes,
it must have been discussed in my absence. But when I was there,
he was clear that he was not part of it.
Jimmy Wanjigi was there, and Orengo was there, and I was there, you know, and Raila was there. So it was not just the three of us. And Kibisu Kabetesi was in the room.
So Mudavadi was clear that he was not part of it.
He was not coming. Now,
he was not coming.
Kalonzo was not coming because I have to tell you this. The reason why Modama left the group was because Kalonzo could not come, purportedly because his wife was sick in Germany and had just been brought back to the country. So he used that as an excuse. So now Modama says, if Kalonzo is not going to take part, then he would also not take part. Do you understand my point?
No, I understand.
I never talked with Wetangula, and I never talked with all the other people. And the so-called Nigerian number that now they are using as a metaphor was just an excuse. Everybody saw people gathered in Uhuru Park. Even you, Professor Manyora, if you wanted to come, you could have come.
Yes. Now, Miguna, thank you for clarifying. As we wind up, stuff has happened in East Africa. Elections, none of which you find in him also in Uganda just the other day. What do you think is the future of democracy in East Africa? Because we don't have much time left, do you fear the same could happen in Kenya during the forthcoming elections?
I don't have a crystal ball, and I would be lying to say that I can tell with precision what's going to happen next year. The risks are there. The indicators are there. The threats are there. We can see that there is some kind of preparation being done by Ruto and his team. Number one, tear gassing and attacking churches where Rigathi Gachagua goes, which is completely unacceptable and must be condemned. Because notwithstanding everything that I said about Rigathi Gachagua, he has all the rights, just like I do, to mobilize, to organize, to try to run for elections or support whoever he wants to support, and to oppose Ruto. Now, having seen what happened in Tanzania, and what happened in Uganda, it portends badly for Kenya, and may encourage Ruto to do the kind of things that they did, hoping that because the world has done nothing about it, he will also get away with it. What I can tell Ruto, though, and this is what gives me courage. Number one, of course, Kenya is not Tanzania and it's not Uganda. And Kenya has reached a level of awareness, of consciousness, political consciousness, that is way above Tanzania and Uganda. Two, the level of media robustness, and I don't mean legacy media, I mean social media, population, grassroots media, and then the legacy media, is at a point where it would be very difficult to successfully do what Uhuru did in 2018. After he swore Raila in, he switched off the signals, and he hoped that that would have dampened the resistance. It didn't. This time it would be worse, because remember at that time, he was with a huge demographic support from the Mount Kenya region. Yes. He lacks it now. Now, that is like 20% of the population of Kenya, right?
Correct.
So that is not supporting him now. Raila is dead. So Luo Nyanza is wide open, and the majority of people in Luo Nyanza are not supporting this man, do not like what he's doing. That killed a lot of youth from Luo Nyanza too. When you go to the Rift Valley, even his own community is not necessarily 100% solidly behind him. And then you go to other places like Coast, and you go to Eastern is against him. It would be very, very difficult to carry out what Museveni carried out, because Kenya is not a military state. Uganda is. Tanzania is more or less a military state because it has only known one party in power since 1962. It's CCM. They have never changed, they have never had a successful multi-party democratic election and changeover of power. So you see, until you reach that point where you are discarding one and going to the other, it's very difficult, but we have done it, even though without the intervention of the military. But we did it successfully when Moi wanted to impose Uhuru Kenyatta. People elected Kibaki, 67%. Was it 6? Yeah, 67%.
66 there, around there, yeah.
This game, you're not ready for it.
Yeah, we also defeated Kibaki during the referendum in 2005. Then in 2007, Raila Odinga defeated Kibaki. I say it with confidence.
Yes.
I believe Raila Odinga defeated Uhuru Kenyatta and Ruto in 2013. So you can see that even though they were able to grab power, the people did not accept it. And the only reason why Raila did not become president is because he's the one who pulled back. Otherwise, the rest of the country, myself included, we were telling him, we must take this power. So this time, with him not there, there is nobody to pull back Kenyans. So I think Ruto is going home.
What do you think Kenyans would do? What do you see Kenyans doing, especially the youthful population, in the event he does it?
If he does it, I think we are going to have a civil war. And it is unfortunate, but I think that is inevitable. If Ruto perpetuates a constitutional coup and grabs power without having been elected popularly by the people, the people will rebel. It will be 1,000 times the Gen Z revolt in 2024. The military may then intervene on the side of the people, because when push comes to shove, the military does not want the country to have a civil war, so they will probably take over power for a few weeks so that things can sort themselves out. And I really would not discourage them from doing that, because between Ruto imposing himself, between Ruto imposing himself, using a section of the population, and some kind of intervention to deny him the chance to perpetrate a coup against the constitution, I would rather the latter.
Let's end on a positive note. Miguna, thank you for coming. We end on a positive note. I want to believe we shall not get there. Kenya is a very civilized nation. We have our own challenges. We have our own, you can call them teething problems with democracy, but I don't think we are headed in that direction. And we wish Miguna the best in his campaign. And we wish that when you now set foot in this country, when your boots hit the ground, the first stop should be on this podcast, so that face to face you can talk to the people of Kenya who are your voters. We want to thank you most sincerely. We want to thank you very much, Miguna, for coming.
Before you go, my friend, before you
go,
on a positive note.
Yes.
Civilization is not going to stop anybody from grabbing power.
Yes.
So we have to be practical. We have to be real.
Yes.
Ruto is not going to be stopped from grabbing power, attempting to grab it, because we are civilized.
Okay.
And because we are stable. So you have to come up with a better reason why or how it is going to stop. I've given you a scenario, and I hope that Kenyans in their numbers can come out and deny him the opportunity to turn us into a complete...
In a civil way. I want to agree with you.
In a constitutional way.
Constitutional way. Because peace has there's no option to peace. No option to peace. But there must be justice. There must be justice, and there must be peace.
We don't have peace and justice right now, Bwana Manyora. We have to admit that, right?
Yes, I know that. But we must try. We have enjoyed this peace so much, Miguna. Sometimes we get
Thank you very much, my friend.
Thank you very much. May God bless you. Enjoy the winter. You used to it. You've been in Canada for how long?
What do you mean? I come and go, my friend. You've seen me in Kenya and you've seen me here. But I'm only working here. I'm only working here the same way you're working.
Please come back home. We'll give you the job you want. Thank you very much.
No, Manyora, don't leave it.
We'll give you the job you want. Come. And I'm not talking about another job. I'm talking about the job you are looking for.
I am campaigning, and I will give it my best. And thank you for the support.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, Stone PK amemaliza, so you can react to that and
Njiru, are you sure umesikiza hiyo nini? Niliona umechoka sana, utatoboa.
Nitatoboa. See, I'm here, I was listening. This was a second. Unajua before nicheze some of this.
Utatoboa bwana. Wewe umefanya kazi usiku bwana.
Inakuanga
anasema finally.
I always do. I always so niko hapa sasa. Can you now react to the heavy Miguna talk lines?
Miguna, let me begin on this note. Let me say hi to Annie. I can see Annie is here. She's the one who told me, because I thought the studio was not being manned. I wanted to also go and do my other things. Because I didn't. I saw you dozing, and then I thought umechoka ukaenda katuacha peke yetu, but it's okay. Annie anasema ulikuwa hapa kweli. Ana atakutandika sana na atakuweka bill kali, because we stood by for you on the studio with no control.
I'm here, man. Go ahead.
Sasa it's okay, Njiru. Now, Njiru, for how long have you known me? Let's begin there. In terms of the political agitation, because what we do here, we agitate actually. I'm sure you've known me for a while.
Yeah.
And
not
you can
time,
almost,
but
when you know somebody for some time,
I've known you
like
for
the way
more
I
than
know
a year
you,
and above.
listening to such a conversation when we are seated, let's say me and you, listening to Miguna or Miguna lecturing us, or not lecturing, but sharing what he has, by the end of it, we can be able to, I mean, when we look at each other, there are things you don't have to tell each other, hey, hapo hiyo amebonga, hey, hapo amegoof. As of now, for our what we've been saying and doing on this, you can actually now kind of place my percentage on where I place Miguna's submission. Okay. And I've never, by the way, as much as people have had issues, I also had some issues because there's no one who is an angel. Hakuna malaika katika dunia. Huwezi pata malaika kwa binadamu. That's why kuna jina malaika na binadamu. And Miguna, one fantastic quality I like about this guy is that he is real. And then he gets to the extreme. Human beings don't like anything that goes extreme. Hata sukari ikiwa nyingi unasikia mtu anasema ya. Na sukari inajulikana ni tamu. Lakini ukiweka mingi unasikia mtu anakuambia ya umeweka sukari mingi. Honey, which is watu wanasemanga tamu kama asali. Kuna ile utasikia mtu anakuambia hiyo umekula mingi. Which means what? Everything that is too much, I mean anything beyond is poisonous. Chochote kikizidi kinakuwa whatever. So Miguna, if you ask people, and even if we were to draw a poll here, I don't know how many people are listening to us right now, other than those who are in the comment section. If we can do a quick poll, you realize that a very small percentage will tell you Miguna is a perfectionist, which majority of human beings hate. Njiru hata kwako, ukiwa too strict, the wife that loves you so much, na the kids that love you so much, utasikia kusema, Buka ni mzuri, lakini ni mstrict. Unasikia? Ni mzuri, lakini ni mstrict. But why do some of us get to that level of, mpaka unaona uko extreme, in terms of, ile inaitwa benevolent love? Kwa nini we push that way, either by nature and by observance of God? It's because you want to aim at the sun. I mean, if you want to get an A, you aim at A+. I remember, I always give this very simple example. My father, whenever we brought our test home, and then he sees hesabu ulipata 98, you know those lower classes, people are fighting for 100%. Yaani ukipata 98 anakuuliza hii tu, mbona utapata hii tu? Mpaka tunaulizana with my sisters, because I'm born among sisters. Tunaangaliana, Buda akiulizana, Peter, kwa nini wewe ukupata 90, hii umepata 98? Mbona ukupata 100? Na wewe Judy, mbona umepata hapa 97? You know, later we asked mzee, why were you stressing us this much? You know, he gave us a very simple answer. He said, if I had gone celebrating your 97, you would have gone deteriorating. And then by the time you reach where you're supposed to reach, you'll be loitering on 50s and 60s and failing, because you think you are so good, you are the best, and you relax. Now, I'm just explaining. For me, I love Miguna's extreme to super performance. And especially his pet subject, when he says meritocracy. Because I want us to aim at that meritocracy. Because we all agree that in Kenya, now I'm a very good lecture, very good overview, that all the qualities he outlined of leadership in Kenya that we need, alisema, and it is agreed, we have so many Kenyans. And this is even attested by some of the performances we have abroad. I mean, when you go to Botswana, for example, the biggest producer of livestock and all that, who really heads that, or who created or who really structured that, is a Kenyan. Who was the best Botswanan minister for finance? A Kenyan. That tells you what? That we can have very, very super performers from Kenya, and which I'm so proud about. Now, that tells you that when it comes to leadership, leading that country, instead of being tied to mediocre or mediocrity, we can get serious and install people that, you know, we feel can transform that country properly. And we have to be ruthless. We have to be ruthless. And I'm using that purposely. We have to be ruthless, and I'm so happy that Miguna has said it. Wacha hii Manyara akiongea probati, oh, you know, peace we have enjoyed, nini nini. Hii jiga iko kwa kidole, lazima ing'olewe na muiba. Na lazima usikie uchungu, ndio hiyo jiga itoke. We have been duped so much that you say, you know, we are this, we are that, you know. Manyara, of course, is protecting his podcast so that asiende akawekwa kwa Subaru, and also he's been begging for jobs from Kenya and all that from Ruto, because in every podcast of his he says silipwi, ningependa kulipwa and all that kind of a thing. So it's about money and it's about this and that, just like Akina Royal Media, who sometimes they even stop propagating people's will for fear of their businesses collapsing. So to agree with Miguna, I cannot even hesitate to say that, yes, Miguna has explored exactly what should happen in this country if we are supposed to rescue it from the jaws of this evil. We start blowing hot and cold, we will be in the same thing, because we are saying we turn out in big numbers to vote. We will do that. And who gets sworn in? The guy you are rejecting. The guy you might have rejected with 90%. Anakuwa announced as the leader. What do you do? Utafanya nini? And he has answered that question very well. Only that Miguna is trying to say, no, we hope we will not reach there. Hope has never taken you and solved anybody's problem. You have a jigger in your toe, you sit there and hope that it will come out by itself. Never. It has to be, there are some efforts that have to be taken. You have to look for a pin, and if you can't reach the toe yourself, you have to get somebody to be able to do that. I'm using the jigger example because jigger can be very, very nasty. For those of you who have ever experienced, it can be. Yeah. The other day we were supporting one of the podcast guys I like so much. He went to save a family that had been badly invested in Meru. And we are talking of this in a country that had gained independence 62 plus years back, that we have things like such happening. Anyway, so you cannot sit and hope, and you cannot sit and wish, and you cannot sit and pray that things will be okay. It is the high time, and this I've been saying this for the last 4, 5, 6, 7, very many years. Yes, Annie, you're right. I see you follow that guy. We started, anyway, I don't want to talk about that in this. So it is not a matter of hoping. It's not a matter of praying. It's not a matter of wishing. I am telling people from wherever, every platform I'm going as a Stone PK, what I'm giving people my talk or my share is that let us talk solution. We are not talking promises. And this I even personally wrote to the all people who are now on the side of opposition. Okay? I wrote something, I shared something that let us not talk promises. Kenyans 60 plus years promises zilitolewa na zimekwisha. We know every promise. It's like I talked somewhere and told people that at one time I was wondering if today my wife leaves me, where would I go to gather zile tulikuwa tunaita dosia? Because sasa by the time I got her, I must have, nilikuwa nimepeana CV kwingi sana na dosia. Where will I manufacture dosia ingine ambayo itakaa so PK or dosia ingine ambayo sasa itakaa inaweza win? Because by the time you win a partner, whether you are the male or female, mazee unakuanga umechora na mistari, mazee umechora ile best, na wewe una winning juu unatoa ile the best of the best. Kama ni manzi anapenda Kiingereza, mazee unakuwa kwanza umeipolish poa, ama kama anapenda vernacular unakuwa huko proper na vernacular na sayings na manini na nini. Siku zetu ilikuwa ni hivyo, lazima uwe unaweza orate, unaweza bonga 50. Alright, sasa nilikuwa nauliza, nikaachwa na wife saa hii, naweza katia dem mwingine kweli aingie box? Because lugha itakuwa imeisha. Kenyans, lugha ya kupromisiwa imededi, imeisha. Kusimama kwa podium kwanza kupromisiwa Kenya, it's a waste of time. It's a waste of time. Saa hii kwanza with Gen Z, your first speech ya dakika ya kwanza, first minute na ya pili, you have to give a solution that mimi nikiingia nitasolve hivi, this is how I'm gonna solve this problem. You are not promising that utaingia uanze kwenda sijui unajua hapa sijui nini. It is, na ndio nilisikia nani akisema, one of the opposition guys aliweka vizuri sana, sitaki kutaja ni nani juu saa hii Miguna ameleta statistic, ameleta nini diversionary ingine deadly, you know. Kuna jamaa alisema mimi nikiingia hivi namba moja nitadu hii na this stop in the first 1 week after swearing in. That is what we want to hear. Mimi saa hii Stone PK ukinichagua ni announce mimi ndio Orezo saa hii namba moja, the first thing I will do in the next 36 hours is to say hakuna school fees inalipwa popote, na hakuna mtu anakatazwa kwenda hospitali, na hakuna cha kuchekiwa hospitali ama wewe ndio Stone PK ama wewe ni mgonjwa, ingia ndani, get admitted in any of the hospitals for free, ukatibiwe kwanza. We will be sorting issues when you are in the ward. Ndio utakuja kuambiwa Stone PK was admitted ward 10, huyu ako hapa. We are dealing with issues which are secondary, but we saved life first. That is what is happening in Burkina Faso. People don't like hearing that. You walk in hospital, you walk in. People should not tell me, health is this, health is that. Watu waanze kunipatia my example sijui za America na UK, ati sijui ukiingia lazima ulipe nini na nini. Kwani nchi yangu nikisema hakuna kulipa health, tutadai? What will happen? Nchi yangu nikisema kama vile kulikuwa Libya ilikuwa there was nothing like paying for any services that government is supposed, alafu mutadu. And because what is it that you need? You only need money, and when you ukisha simamisha wezi wote and all the money, the 3, 4, 5 billion that is being stolen every day, what is it that Kenya cannot provide to itself? What is this garbage that people say, in civilized world, in this and this? I will not even want to hear that kind of language. Okay? I will make my what we call it, my direct people-oriented solutions. What is it that is ailing our country at the moment? Those are the things I will kuingia na kudeclare. Shule kusikuwe na shida. Hospitali kusikuwe na shida. Kitu ingine ni gani? 2, 3, 4 things. As we sort out that and save mwananchi, then we start negotiating other things. That is why I'm saying this year 2026 is actually, and I agree with Miguna, is when we are supposed to be serious. In fact, it's not politics. And that's why I'm saying, wala wanasema, do these people have money? What money do they need for? And by the way, they don't need to fly all over na helicopters. I mean, in Kenya today, you can drive from any place to any other. So wananchi, me, I'm appealing to Kenyans because right now what we are looking for is Ruto versus sisi wananchi. And Miguna has put it very well. Only, of course, yeah, strict, and thank God he has given us the two guys he feels Kenyans should be looking at. And there is nothing wrong with that. Because if truly Kenyans are feeling like they want to solve na kutimua huyu mtu, there would be nothing wrong saying that we have the two top candidates, that's Miguna and nani anaitwaje huyo Maraga. Because the thing we want is ni nani ataweza kurudisha Kenya kwa haraka mno katika trajectory ambayo inatakikana. Tunasema ni huyu na tusupport hiyo, alafu tuone for 5 years vile atafanya. Let us not waste time tukiambiana Kalonzo alifanya, Miguna alifanya, sijui nani alifanya. Kama, and I would want as Njiro, as you go along, can you put a poll on that? Because that's how you add value to the discussion of today. Miguna's proposal, amesema the only qualified candidates based on what he has enlisted there, Kenyans have Miguna for president or nani anaitwaje, Chief Justice Maraga. Can we have that poll and then we see how it goes? Okay, let us not be obsessed and drunk with the rest of those other guys because of empathy and sympathy and all that. Then lastly, ndio niache mtu mwingine aongee. He really dealt so well with the Raila Odinga Maninagma, whatever. I don't want to use a tough word there. I would want us to get over this thing quickly. Maneno ya Raila, maneno ya that, and how they are being distributed, those jobs, because it is all a lot of garbage. Okay? That people now have to be talking, it's tokenism, just because he did. Raila amefanya hiyo, amemaliza. That's it. Kwisha hiyo maneno. And in Kenya, let's agree. Mtu akisha dedi, asha dedi. Hiyo maneno imeisha. Imeisha. Whether you want to baptize kila kitu Nairobi itwe Raila Odinga, hata fufuka. He will not. And Kenyans appreciate as much as it is possible the input that Raila did while he was alive. And that's it. Hiyo ilidedi, ilisha. Okay? So there is no question of, hey, honoring you at the wife unapewa hii nini na nini. And I'm so happy that Miguna has brought it so boldly. Yeah? Because, we cannot rule the world with that kind of tokenism. Because babako alikuwa MP, na wewe lazima ukuwe MP. Because babako alikuwa this, na wewe lazima. That is garbage. And that's why here now I also agree totally with Miguna about military taking over, because whenever military takes over, they rubbish all this nonsense, garbage. That is due mtoto wa fulani ndiye akue. Why would you tell me, what merit did we have of having even akina Kenneth huyu wa Kalonzo kwenda Yala? What criteria was that? What, seriously? What akina Winnie, nobody merited anything there. It's just because they are sons and daughters of the so-called whatever. And that's why for me, I'm like, yes, some of this system and methodology of doing this should go. And that's why I've always been very much against this, even party issues, party politics, because that is what has impoverished us. Unakuja unaambiwa hapa hii ni chama hii, kila mtu atachaguliwa na chama hii. And you are not telling us the characters. We want characters. Chama inaweza kuwa ni chama ya mafisi. Alafu mnaambiwa sasa lazima MP akuwe hiyo fisi, MC akuwe hiyo fisi, Senator akuwe hiyo fisi, county anaitwa nini, governor inakuwa ni hiyo haina. Have you helped the people? By the way, here I'm appealing to people. Look at these parties na brunette na inaitwaje the binoculars na microscope, okay, where you see a candidate of your choice by character. Mwambie atoke kwa chama kama ni ya mafisi na mahaina na all that. And then who has the power? The people. Let me pause there a little bit. There is a lot to discuss hapo Njiro. Ndio nisikia kama kuna swali or comment.
Okay, sawa Stone PK. So yeah, that was epic. I knew you will love Miguna well articulated interview. And when you compare Miguna and Bwana Manyora, they seem not to be in the same class of reasoning, even though both of them look like professors. Kuna vile like I think Miguna has been tested over time. Ni vile tu standard za Miguna tu zinakuanga tu. That's why I think kuna vile tu thinking ya Miguna na thinking ya Wakenya inaendanga off, because I think Miguna is a bit nimeona hata njia ameandika hapa, basi tuendee Maraika. so Bwana Stone PK, I don't know if Miguna can produce what he always says, because Miguna anataka kukua governor Nairobi, no one is giving a damn to it. Still watu wanataka wezi. Miguna want to withdraw. I don't know. Miguna is claiming now he want to be the president, and he is still not a discussion. I don't know. Maybe nitasema tu like there is another man who said years back that the appetite for Kenya, the appetite of Kenyans for this is animation.
Jiru, let me ask you, because you know you are a Kenyan and I'm Kenyan. There's one point I like us to enjoy. Wakenya tuna ujinga mwingi sana when it comes to leadership and political leadership and what do we call it? There's a word I want to use. Sisi ni wapumbavu tu kabisa, and that's why Tanzania laughs at us. We think we know too much. Let me ask, why do people make mockery of anybody who goes and he presents his name? Tell me, why would people feel like Miguna was mad when he said he wants to govern that city? Of all those people who sat there with Miguna, if you remember those days, and all those who have governed Nairobi, including Kidero, is there anybody who had the values that Miguna had? Why do we mock people when they give you the real litmus test? It's because Kenyans, we are all thieves. We adore and believe on unataka ule mtu anakuelezea wizi.
Kidogo, you continue with your point.
Let me finish.
Okay.
We have been stunted. You know, when you are stunted, you know what stunting is. Kenyans have been stunted. Like if I landed in Nairobi today and I'm driving a Probox na niseme nataka kiti ya governor, what you'll do, number one, utacheka kwanza. The way you have done. Utacheka ati Stone PK anauliza nini? After you will start looking at how and which car I'm driving. You will not even listen to what I'm saying. And that's why I keep on saying 60 years down the line is because we focus on the wrong things. And I don't blame people. I don't blame leaders. I blame the people, number one. Because once umefikiria ule mtu ambaye ndiye anaonekana ni kama leader ni ule anakuja na helicopter, anakuja amevaa hivi, anakuja kwa hivi, that is what you look for, you will never get it right. You will never get it right. And I'm telling you this from proper practices. Unaenda unaongelesha watu, you give them real things and they know you. Alafu unasikia unakuuliza mbuyu ni aje banze, unatuonaje? Then you pause and ask them, sasa mnasema nawaonaje? Hizo story nimewaambia, si munipe feedback kwanza. Wanasema hizo tumemesea, lakini maze ni aje? Si utudu hivyo basi. Do you think those people will ever get help? They will not. For me, anybody like Miguna, however extreme he is, I would give him a chance. Because he's not a madman. If anything, he's one of the most educated guys there. He's among the well-educated people. He's among the well-exposed people. If anything, he's also among the successful people by all parameters. Kama tunataka kuangalia mtu status yake, practices ya kazi yake, nini na nini, all the boxes are checked. So what? Just kumpatia kura. Why would we not do that? Like now, when he said he thinks of all the list hiyo yote, he said mimi na Maraga. I think we qualify based on the criteria he gave. Now, Kenyans, instead of looking, hizo criteria amepeana, is it what we want? If that is not what we want, then we laugh at him. But if that's what we've been looking for, why don't we give it a try? And remember, it is after every 5 years you are free. Unaweka Sony PK, akileta ugufu, unamtoa. Hivyo. And had we been doing that like what Ghana had been doing, we would have progressed so far. We said Kalonzo is watermelon. Have we agreed to give him a chance once? Then we see the watermelonism in him, yes or no? We say Matiangi, oh, bodies were all over. This is, by the way, one thing I really disagree. Because there has been a call and a request. I would want to hear Kenyans coming out saying, mimi mtu wangu alipotea na nipata bodi yake Ribayala. As voters, sisi wa Kenya, we would want to know. Zile mabodies zilipatikana kule kunaitwa kule kwa ule pasta. Hizi bodies kwani hazina wenyewe? You see? Because sometimes tunaweza kuwa tu tumewekewa kikitu pale kama vile watoto walikuwa wanadanganywa, wanaambua sisi huko kwetu tulikuwa tunaambua kuna kitu inaitwa mukongambura, and mukongambura was something that has 9 heads. Maybe Njiru, you might have heard about that story. And whenever rain came out, you would be scared. You would be told that hiyo kitu, Njonamatu, it was called Njonamatu at Inalanga. Yes. So we grew knowing that kuna kitu inaweza tokea and inalamba every corner of the earth, so you cannot hide. That has been a myth. I also tend to think the Ribayala thing and all that, it will be a myth until, and Nani said this, and he has repeated this in every interview, Matiangi, that can we have a national inquiry into this, because it's a concern. Nobody comes even to say anything like this. So if nobody comes, then it means all the government has been in it and they all know, including Ruto and everybody else. Okay? And that's why they don't want us to delve into it. They want mtu mmoja ndio akue yeye ndiye amewekelewa sasa Matiangi, because he was in the security docket. Hiyo ndio nini yake itakuwa kwa mgongo yake, man alone ndio aweze kunini. So I mean, and this I'm appealing to voters. Tuache kununua some of these very old whatever. Oh, this you watu walikuwa kwa container, walikuwa wanauliwa kwa akina nani? When there was bomb blast, I was very mature. I was working at Bruce House. And it happened nikiwa hapo within that area. I had gone to that Standard Bank, which was on Harambee Avenue. When that thing happened, okay, people estimated the people who have been, wale walipomolewa hapo, wale walikufa nini. And later, we had, in fact, to date, we have a list of all the people that perished in that place, because bodies were retrieved and claimed. This is a Ribayala. Hata tuonangi family fulani seme body yao ilienda ikatolewa huko wakaona ni fulani na fulani. Aya, come on. Tuache hizi vitu. I agree the values have to be laid down, but I also agree, Nje has said it, you only, if we are to go very strict, we will need an angel, okay, and we cannot get an angel on earth in terms of a human being. You can't get an angel in human being. So then we have to go a little bit and see. Now, if it is so and so that we feel, we do our assessment, because right now it's a matter of emergency. It's death, okay? It's a matter of life and death in terms of salvaging this country. And that's why I agree with him. If army has to take it, why not? Hii army si army ya nchi ya nje. si hamia inatoka juu ama inatoka huko kwa kina Njiru yuko ati ndio inakuja kunini. It is our army, our Kenyans. Kama ndio watachukua, ndio tuweze kujipanga vizuri, turudishe Kenya kwenye reli, the way we say mtaani. That can it be? Let it be. Back to Njiru.
Yeah. Umeleta hiyo story ya Njora Matu nikakumbuka the way hata mtoto akikataa. So then ikakuja ikakuwa politicized no, it used to be called Njora Matu. It's not about the way again pia propaganda atikaletwa atikasemekana ati mtoto akilia alikuwa anaambiwa ati ataletewa Raila. So some of us were not told that. So it was Njora Matu. Njora Matu was that big animal which had the capacity. Sorry?
Yeah, it was that giant, very gigantic animal.
Yeah. So it was something which it was a scare. It was meant like to make you achieve things. Ni vitu wazazi walikuwa wanatumia. So watoto wa siku hizi sijui wanashtuliwa na nini. So sijui, I don't know the people who are parenting now, what is their scare to the kids so that kids can do what. And you know, that was a tactic parents were using because hata ukienda ku research unaenda unakutana na mtoto mwingine ameambiwa hata uliambiwa Njora Matu hiyo kitu ni kubwa. So like what mkienda mudraw different, and I don't know where all parents where they had gotten that story from. So it looks like it was a story which had been passed down the line like for 200 years. So maybe Stony PK, I will put you in the periphery a little bit so that I can now abjack. I want to abjack Mr. Mbudi here. Oh, I just want to abjack Mbudi and Nakatoka.
Mbudi is very impatient. He should always come in, unampatia priority. He's always very impatient. Akiingia unamwambia aongee.
Yeah, anyway, as we wait for him, because actually I actually wanted kumwambia sasa chukulia sasa, but I wanted to just abjack him. So maybe can you react to Matiangi's speech today? Umeisikiliza?
Yeah.
Can you?
It was very, ile walikuwa kwa DP ama ile Murang'a.
Hapo I don't know. Can you imagine tu nataka tu kupea tu Budi tu ama Budi anataka kutupima siku hizi.
Patia Budi kama yuko akuja aongee.
No, ayuko. We will have to wait for him. So I will give you a chance to react to Matiangi's speech today.
Then Njeru wants to talk. There is Njeru Mwaura.
Njeru Mwaura unajua tumekuwa naye hapa for so long. So Njeru Mwaura was here.
Maybe anataka kureact on what amesikia
hadi akaniambia nimtolee sura ya Miguna hapo. Anataka kutoa.
Wacha kisirani Jiro.
Ulisema wanitolee hiyo sura hapo niwekea Gachagua.
Njeru anakuwa.
Hapana, unajua nilikuwa jana wakati anaongea na huyo mtu nilisikia hiyo yote. Na nimemsikia vile amesema na vile amekagua kila mtu. Okay. Lakini hata mimi nitamkagua na mnikubalie. Nimkaue kidogo.
Endelea.
Okay, anaweza kuja nyumbani achaguliwe, lakini aonekane kama atafuata katiba. Ako kama Ruto. Kuenda kusimamisha mtu pale na presidenti amesimamizwa, sio ni kufuja katiba. Anafikiria Mudavadi ni mjinga wakati waliitwa na Nelson. Nelson ndiye alikuwa na Waingereza akaambia Mudavadi msiende pale. Mudavadi angekuwa na hiyo job. Angekuwa anaangalikana kama hiyo Muguna. Sasa Miguna na yeye amejutupia, amesoma, lakini vile amefanywa hiyo kupakwa matope, aonekani kama ni mtu Sauli aheshimu katiba. Unaona? Hiyo ndio Sauli. Na kwa nini nimesema hivyo? Watoto yake wote wako huko hako. Alikuwa tu Kenya peke yake. Waangalie wao watoto wote walikuwa Uhuru pa. Wangeuawa Uhuru, haki saa zingine muambie Uhuru asante. Uhuru ni mwanaume kweli, mmeamini. Alivumilia tu hivi na akaambia mapolisi na majeshi msiende pale. Sauli ya wananchi wako pale. Uende ukaue wananchi Sauli ya mtu mmoja watu wawili. Wachana nao. Watafanya vile wanafanya alafu waende nyumbani. Na hata tawala. So Uhuru saa zingine chukua salama sana. Hiyo damu ingemwagika pale, Miguna hakuna damu ya mtoto yake ama bibi yake. Walikuwa ng'ambo. Hiyo ni kitu niliweka X. watoto wote na watu wa mama nini wote walikuwa pale. Majeshi wakitokea ama kama vile uliona ujinga ya Ruto kupiga watoto. Hebu niambie Jiro, ingekuwa ni Ruto angeua hawa watu wote walikuwa nini safari huko Uhuru Park. Kwa hivyo saa zingine tuangalie Ruto vile nimeona. Kwanza Ruto ni mtoto mdogo sana. Nikiangalia miaka yake, nilikuwa tu naangalia, nasikia maneno hapa, nasikia nikaona Ruto even doesn't have any history what people suffer to get this country. He had no idea.
Njiru,
But that's why he
bundi kabla aende.
Okay.
Aya, Mbudi amerudi. Sasa Stone PK, unajua nataka kukuletea fireworks nyingine imetokezea kule Meru.
Mbele ya fireworks, ngoja tu correct nani, not correct but to share what Njeru is sharing. Oh, Lex ndio huyo, sijui ako wapi
wacha aendelee.
Anaonekana ako Kisii. Wacha aongee. Alex, ingia na uanze kumwagika bwana.
Budi bana, uweja ni wako, ongea. Umetutishia sana bwana, tuwezi ongea tena.
Budi hapa na kumlika mwizi aoni mic mahali iko.
Hebu nione kujaribu kwa siwezi mwani.
Ana amempatia mic lakini hachukui mic bwana. Sijui na anagonga. Hello.
Ama Budi leo anataka kutupima.
Ama ako palliative care.
Budi unataka kutupima leo?
Anyway, wewe Bundi ukiingia ukiweza fungua mic, you start talking. Hata ukipata nani anaongea, just come in and start talking. Let me share something on what Njeru Mwaura is saying. Njeru Mwaura, if we were to go with your module, tukafuata module yako, Kenya itaangamia. It will be nowhere. Because mtu akija akatalie kwa kiti na nguvu. Maumau walitoa mzungu, walimwaga damu. Wangeongea kama wewe, Njeru, and I'm telling you this boldly. Maumau ama Wakenya wale walifukuza mkoloni, wangefuata kama wewe, Njeru Mwaura, atungefukuza mzungu. Point number 1. And that's a fact. Hiyo si kitu ya debate. Number 2, mtu ameingia boma yako, amekuja, amechukua kila kitu, mpaka hao watoto unalilia. Akwambie sasa hapa ni mimi nakaa, utadu. Utaanza kukimbia kuchukua mabibilia, sijui ukienda kusema katiba inatengenezwa na binadamu to run the people, not the katiba inatengenezwa watu wajitawale na sheria hizo na rules, lakini si hizo rules zitawale mwananchi. Katiba hiwezi kutawala mtu. Mtu ndiye anatawala akitumia katiba. Na kama ule amekuja ambaye amechukua usukani na ujinga na nguvu, Bwana Njeru Mwaura, akakuja, watu wakachaguana, akakuja akajiita yeye ndio rais. Watu wakaingia 1,000,000 pale Uhuru Park. Alafu uanze kuwapa kutuambia ati watu wangeuliwa watoto. Hakukuwa mtoto Uhuru Park. There was no child, there was no kid. Those were Kenyans grown-ups. Na walikuwa wameamua because the way they had voted, and it has been confirmed much later, Kibaki lost elections. Period. Hiyo hata mkiwa na Ukikuyu msikuwe na nini.
Okay, na kwa nini
funga mic nimalize ndio uweze kujibu. Learn to listen and then you answer. So Njeru, usije ukasema ati kama ni Ruto angeua. You cannot kill people. Hawa watu aliua, unaua wachache na halafu wanakutukuza, wanakuua wewe mwenyewe. We have seen it everywhere else. So we cannot see it. Tunasema hii ya Gen Z iliharibiwa na Raila. Okay? Na hata alipotokea, people have died. Remember watu wameuliwa mpaka Kodele. Watu wameuliwa every other election. Okay? Alafu unafunga. The thing is kutoka ni kutoka. Ukishachukua Rohionajora, umeenda kudefend Bwana Njeru, you don't make 2 steps ahead na 5 nyuma. Udhienego dhie, Umeenda vita, Njeru, wacha hiyo uoga ati sijui watoto watakufa. Hata uende na usiende watakufa. Ruto mkatae kumtoa msimtoe, ataua watu bado. Because hiyo ndio vile mnasemanga nyinyi wa Kristo, that is what he is and that's how he shall be. So the thing is, kama ni kutolewa, na kama umesikiza Miguna, na msidharau tafadhali, tuache hii inaitwa attitude na nini stereotype. Sometimes ni vizuri kusikiza mtu vizuri. Okay? So unamsikiza na unajua vile kunaenda. Alright? So mimi nitaacha hapo Njeru.
Aya, ngojeni kidogo, nataka kuwabadilishia trajectory kidogo because Stone PK leo Meru kumekuwa na fireworks noma sana. Hiyo lazima niweke. Leo itabidi msikilize Kimeru bwana. Leo itabidi msikilize Kimeru. So si Stone PK, wewe unajua Kimeru? Stone?
Sana.
Aya, ndio hiyo.
Niwe Medikali Nturi augite ari na murigo jwa kubangania jeshi ya kumutethereria kwithirwa agicokereria Meru gitio kiayo kithurano ne 2020 alari Nturi nkuruki ethiritwe akitaririria mantu mwanya mwanya akiuga Ameru batikire thirikari, akiongera munini wa rais ni wa kuma kaunti ya Tharaka Nithi na Meru augite we ati tayari gucoka kairekere thirikari ende agakara kirirutere ruregani mwanka Meru icokirwe gitio kiayo nkuruki nethiritwe akithukira asiasa baraba kwithira bagitetera thirikari akiuga bonthe kabakune kimetho ni untu gutikio bakuretera muringi kura kuma kiri thirikari iria bakaritie. Mwandiki wetu wanti tumutugikare ni agutwambiria.
Atongeria regani na thirikari ya Meru batongeretwe ni mubangania munene wa kiama kia DCP Medikali Nturi nibetite na mbere kuriunga mirigeni ya igembe na bakiariria Kristo kaniseni ya GGS Kiromwathi na kaniseni ya PC antubwete kiongo Linturi na meneretia atongeria baraba kuga ni bakarite thirikari William Ruto tairia reri kwa kiuga no kaba mikaritie na mukari wa kawithira kithangikaga
onto karetie thirikari ya rieriko umikaritie ng'ombe ikiyawa anto bageto la chuarisasi tolo kila pahali biashara ithukire cionthe so kwatu gako karetie thirikari te kuonania ko karetie mwananchi endelea kuumia kwatu gano karetie thirikari ireta mogoti sheria inthuku cia kuumisha mwananchi kwatu uko mekaretie kinyata ko watanirite na thirikari we rais Ruto kuthiria wananchi.
Kingiri Nturi na ugite wate choka kampeni ya rais Ruto kairi akiuga ngugi yawe thaiji ni gwita na mbere kuchwanje cia kumutetheria kugwika Meru kithunu akiuga mutongirwa mugongo rais Ruto na ameritere nguo
ende yangu kwira Meru niraritirwo nguo niratirwo naked antu banyara bakwao metheka yo torite ngwe towatanie uwenda kuria njokeke ya wiki ya mata ya kuruma watetha wachoka kinjoka ringi wachoka injoka ringi
kapteni arungama auga na iye thirikari Ruto bwegama arari waziri no aramuritaira ngugi ariuga na ndi thirikari ngutingu ikurita wango mukararia akingo imu kuona thirikari ikirita kingo imu kuona
Bungiri Nturi na ugite thirikari rais Ruto Meru itikaritwe ku mono akiuga waziri urori kuno kagwitana ngugi na kirute rwa DP nethirite akiathurana kawerune akiuga kuri na mwanya juu munene gatigate ka Meru na Mutharaka na ndiakitheria DP kende kene Mutharaka na ti Meru na nandethira kimeneria tongeria baraba kwithira bakige kaga kindike na bakiuga ni mwana wa kathetu ka Meru na nkurugia akiuga boba tayari gweta kumuturaria maruku awe nja irunduni
ke kabineti ninta utiebwo kumanya getete kuritanwa endo geta gucetha kura cia Meru milioni mwe weta kuritanira antu we pro muntu agatangwe Mutharaka te Meru Mutharaka tembi ko Meru te representant na ne wachi omenyo bonene rira kuona yonto PS tongego kana antu bange bakiwa mwana wetu okay aweta cases ya 2019 na kesi ya umanetie 2012 tendekeno we wari wakili owa ugiute kesi muno Meru kariko Tharaka ito ya Tharaka negete Ameru mushuka imo Meru mumwimbi mo Meru 2019 census na weta ke ngugu yangu wa Tharaka ate mo Meru kangu wetanya na report Tedrika tuku so weru to go to no to ere mwana wetu imo Meru we yende deputy president kakura antu mana ya ere na milioni yesi omba kwanana ende atura ke na to tulia maruke minority kwa
Felicity mbiriri romba rawekerea karibege mbene kwikari nturi wa mena kiroto kiawe
yarembi uri we yarembi nderigwa na kwenu bwena baile taka bwachalo mwe urokomba kuthetera muongo ura we na inya urote no kwa urokero ibara bange benara
Dinturi bade kumakanisene ne bakurukirire thokoni antu bete gukiria mukari na kiadiethira kiuga thaiji Kenya kuri na mirengo iri jwa thirikari bara bakuthangikia mukari na murengo jo one time juria kuganijo gutetera mukari ethira gitiga kuthangikwa ni thirikari ri wathanine.
Kwa hivyo kuna one time kuna two time wananchi wa hapa antu betwe tunataka ni one time ama ni two time? Harambe! Harambe! Antobeta mko one time ama mko two time? Mko one time? Tutaungana kupeleka Ruto nyumbani. Tutaungana kupeleka Ruto nyumbani. Wangapi wanasema Ruto lazima tupeleke nyumbani?
Chingiri nturi na ugite Meru ithirite igiteite byangu gibinene bikethira bikeberwa Meru biketha bigikwa kungi na kiuga thina iji yonthe ni abunge ba Meru baria kuga ni baremi gutetera mukari ura wa bathurire.
For the last 3 months imepoteza viti 3 ingine kubwa kama yule kiti ilikuwa na Profesa Kigatira ambaye alikuwa chairman wa Kevevapi ilipeanwa nje ya Meru. Kuna kiti ya Kabeabea imepeanwa nje ya Meru. Alafu pia CEO wa KTDA Bwana Mudhaura pia amefukuzwa, ilali wabunge wote wakipigia Kasongo makofi. Waende wasiende? Waende wasiende?
Uma meregene igembenke ripotrande tosheweru weekendi.
Yeah. So, Stone PK, I had to bring that Meru politics. Saa zingine mkinionanga siku hizi naenda mpaka huko mashinani to know what people are speaking. Hata huko kwa Kisii nasikiliza. So, I don't want to digest for you. You said unajua Kimeru. Can you react to what Kindiki is saying?
No, not that I said I najua Kimeru. When you una lead the discussion, what is it that ulienda huko ukashika nini? Alafu give your opinion.
Yeah. So now you can now see like kumetokezea sasa vita ya Wameru wameamua kupiga Kindiki vizuri sasa. Na Kindiki anapigwa aje sasa, you can now see there is like a point of separation. Now inside the two Meru counties, Meru and Tharaka Nithi, ni kama sasa there is like a point of separation. Ni kama sasa wanasema kama itakuwa ni Kindiki sasa they have even started disowning Tharaka Nithi. Tharaka sasa umesikia now like what Kindiki was, I don't know if it is the right trajectory in politics, but what is unajua politics is the art of division anyway. Now ile siasa imetokezea ni Wameru wanasema wa Tharaka si Wameru. So that is what now captured my attention.
Bas, that is where I wanted you to enter into that hole, ndio nikutoe huko.
React sasa.
Because I knew that is where you are headed. You've been duped over a long time and you've fallen victim like many people. Now I told you things will come to shove. Mambo itatokelezea. And remember, what is politics? Unajua watu wali run away from the real definition of politics. Politics is as simple as just means and ways to share resources. Period. Sasa unasikia mtu akikwambia wachana na siasa bwana, wachana. We talk and eat and play politics. Even sex is politics. Okay? So now, when whatever is being taught, whatever we eat, whatever we do, tunakuwa tukiongea how we are going to share whatever resources that are available. And when it comes to sharing resources, ndio watu wanaulizananga, wewe na mimi kwa ile pale tukishare, mimi niko represented na nani hapa na pale. Now, the truth of the matter, Njeru, and those who are listening, Dharakas are not Merus. Take that to any bank. Okay? Mudharaka temo Meru. Okay?
So,
otherwise Mudharaka angekuwa Mumeru, angeitwa Mumeru.
So huyo jamaa ako right. So to
let me proceed.
Okay, go
so,
ahead.
When you hear Mudharaka si Mumeru, because kwa nini anaitwa Mudharaka? I mean, it is simple. Those of you who did social anthropology, you know that. Okay? Now, Mumeru ni Mumeru. Mudharaka ni Mudharaka. All right? Muchuka ni Muchuka. It is the Muzungu that came and put people in sets. A set called Meru. Okay? Wale watu tulisoma kitambo kidogo tulikuwa tunatora sets. Sets of like things, you put them in a set. Okay? So, Meru, kuna Chuka, kuna Dharaka. All right? Then, because, in terms of politically, when you want to amass numbers, you bring people together because ni ukora ilitokelezea, ndio nimekwambia everything we do, eat and talk is politics. So for us to amass the numbers, we want to bring people together and tell them we are together, we are one. And that's why you've had this issue, subject of cousins and all that, so that we are able to move and run to grab or to share resources in a manner that would say this group it's coming from this and this is. That's why we talk of numbers. So how do you mobilize numbers? You mobilize numbers by trying to get people who seem to be related and bring them together. And until we run away from that and go for ideologies, that even if you're my wife, and I think Njiru has an ideology, I agree, and my wife doesn't think she agrees with you, tunaenda separate. That's when we shall start now going to where people call civilization. So, quickly, that now is coming out because Ruto is tossing that carrot and the threats that Merus have taken care of you. That's why they are raising that alarm. That, because Kindiki is the VP, then the entire Meru has been taken care of, which is not true, and he has enumerated. When Kindiki was appointed, there are so many seats that were lost. And he has enumerated them. I don't want to go through that, but that is the gist of it. So Kindiki is a VP, and then Ruto, cunningly and coiningly, akajua hapa nimeweza Wameru. Sasa ukiongea tu naambia na si VP ni yenu. Ukiongea watu kutoka Imenti, VP mko na VP. Watu kutoka Meru kule juu, mko na VP. So they have been silenced by that. That's why they are saying, no, enough is enough. We've lost so many other jobs in the name of that we have one of us being the VP. The other thing, Jero, I want to tell you that narratives that have been sold. You go in Eastern Province, Embus and Mberes, Muembu ndio Mumbere, Mumbere si Muembu. Okay? So before, when people fought for Mbere division or county or Mbere, whatever it was, President Moi was saying, ala, mimi nimekuwa nikiappoint somebody from Runyenje, I think I've taken care of the entire M. And when we shall have another time, we can discuss about that region. So you end up having 3 assistant ministers from Runyenjes and Manyata. According to Moi, akiwa pale juu, anaona ameserve M. While the Mbere people who are on the southern part of what has been drawn as Embu district have not been served with anything, who have totally different climatic conditions and all these kind of things. All right. So marginalization was enhanced from that point of view. And that's why now you have to define and call a spade a spade. Why Njeru is not Stone Piquet, okay, there are reasons why he is called Njeru and Stone Piquet is called Stone Piquet. Okay, this is now the reality that Kenya has to come back to. And if we don't go back to that, that's why Miguna says there will be civil war. Somalis have come and they are claiming so much because, again, there has been that misguidance and collectively holding people together. You know, Somalis tunaanza kusema oh nini na nini na nini. When there was vetting for Somalis, there was a reason why it was there. It was to determine which Somalis are Kenyans and which Somalis are Somali from, because there is a country called Somali. So you can't rubbish that and say, oh, unajua wote ni wa Somali. Okay, so I'm giving you that wider picture for people to understand that definitions at the time is coming when people will say, apana. The Subas will come and say, we are not Luos. It is you forcing us to be called Luos. And those who are wale wanapeleka tumbo yao mbele, anaingia pale anasema mimi ni Mjaluo, ndiye aingize kichwa kule alambe lolo ile inalambwa. But the people do not become Luos just because one person has been ameingizwa kulamba lolo. Okay, so these are realities that we want. Leaders who come, was it defined, now was it defined as they are. So that Meru thing is super, very good revelation, and that it is. And we should not run away from tunaanza kusema, oh, those are tribal politics. There is nothing called tribal politics, in my own opinion. Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. That is putting and burying our head under the sun and pretend that everything is okay, the rest of the body is safe. Back to you, Njiru.
Hey, Jiro, tuambie walikuwa wanasema Gachagua ama wewe CPK urudishe hii. Walikuwa wanaita Gachagua mkabila na ni share. Leo nimeona Gladys Wanga akisema they have to go shares. Half. Hebu turudishie hiyo. Wamesema leo iko yote kwa news vile walikuwa wanajitanga huko Nairobi ati wanataka half share. Na walipigia Gachagua hiyo hiyo. Kwa nini hao wanasema share?
Nitarudi huko wacha kwanza nimalizane na mashinani kidogo. I'll go national. Wacha kwanza niwekee Stone PK kitu ingine hapa. Sijui Stone PK kama umepatana na hii nayo. So leo tulikuwa na hii, uniambie what is coming up because sijafurahia sana.
Thank you, Your Excellency. All protocols observed. Nazalimia nyote mjambo. Moriaro. Niye kambuge na wega. Mbere ne ava nondo wa Grace. Nirathiete omothe kanitha ri kuria gangara. Riu na leo rie twari mareta gwa Grace bau. Ungeje kubora kandi ne mbetaniru angeborera Grace eno. Ungeje kwaria nake arambira mweshimiwa ne na ngatho. Yomera korowe na ngatho ngirigiria ndigaritie kambuke nacio. Oni gimkene ajariria ndijamba ngina ndaji. Nekwambitirie. Situko sawa hapo. Niye ndikwenda kwaria muno tondu ngavana arite tutiaragia muno. But kambuge Your Excellency, mbere ne kuga ati kuria momenje nena gikeno nondu wa maundu mairi. Number 1, kuria kirie norandikirie matane. Ongia maratetheria bau. Number 2, as we sit here, kuria kathanje contractor vau akirikia maternity ya kathanje magatethagiria vau. Ndio ni mbijo gutiokia ngatho no ndo wikitwo mwaro ne tondo bari mongi omo agoragirwa nyama. Mongi aragorerwa nyama ne morume agioka agitinangia arikia gutinangia ru makiri ake monda gogu agicaragia kira gicaragia ngimari akamworagia ethwa njaru eno gorire ku akimwera na no orare Ngorire kweno. Kemara ngorire na abo ngivetoka kemara na mabende mengi. Akemenya rochiru agauka ine bende rimwe. Na agitinangia. Makiria enorio. Ngangero. No ngorire ko. Akemara na agora na abange betoka na cenjia mbuicheni. Eno ene bende rimwe. Tidine. Nagwa gitio kiangalo. Reu muthenya chengia kena banga gauka na steki. Yoka steki agitinangua. Makiria aramoria. Eno njaro monjaro agaria. Eno nteza ko. Kema na agora bana njenjirie. Eno ndika bende kange thwakeni. Reu re. Excelente kwangu joka yangada no ndogo wikito waro ne tondo anoke vingura yoga twita to vingure. Very good. Thank you, Your Excellency. All protocols observed. Nazarimia nyote.
Yeah, sijui kama ani unakumbuka huyo ni nani? That is our previous candidate in the heated election, and there seems to be some gravitation.
Si wako kotini?
No, najua wako kotini lakini hiyo ilikuwa tu mkutano. But that hiyo chemistry inifurahishi sana. Without commenting too much, Stone PK, could there be something coming up?
Chaneni excitement. Hiyo mambo ina happen kwa ward ya Karis. All right? You know, lazima, by the way, leadership inakuanga ngumu. Leadership inakuwa ngumu ndio unaona lazima una balance. That's a meeting that was there, and it's about development, you know, things that are being done, you know, projects that are being completed. And he was the MCA. These are projects that he sat and designed with the communities, and then the county has to, they are being funded by the county. So there is no way, being a reasonable person, he would not have been there to appreciate that now work is going on. Remember, last week is when this woman was roasted like a chicken by Sifuna and the people and the other members of the committee for the misappropriation of so much money, and misappropriation not even with a lot of, with the wherever misappropriation of Jinga. So she's trying to quickly make people forget. Remember, there is a strike that is supposed to come this week, come Wednesday, you know, in Embu, one of the major border strike, you know, maandamano. So she's trying to kind of preempt that by trying to be seen to be doing some of these things. So there are two projects that are happening in Karis ward. Remember, he's still the MCA there, by the way, although he has resigned. He should be the immediate former MCA. So, and it is his backyard. Kadanja is where Karis lives, it's his village. Yeah. So there are those two projects, the maternity and the other one, which he happened to be, you know, to attend, and he had to appreciate that the work moja inamalizika na hiyo ingine contractor wamekuja because of the scare that came out of the Senate deliberation and roasting of the money that have been lost in Embu County. I don't want to dwell on that because Lenny Kivuti has also revealed so much that Cecily Mbarire has done. And as usual, UDA leaders are stealing without caring. But there is something, there is a wave in the Senate that somehow there is an angel there that has asked them to reveal some of these things. Because this is the last year, and remember this is the year when inaitangwa kadhanwa, yani kupiga. All right? But something is very interesting, and thanks to Sifuna, he's in that committee, and I'm sure they will remove him. Because with the Sifuna there, he's the one who is calling the road as it is. Okay, so anajaribu kufanya nini kuonekana ni kama anafanya vitu kidogo to preempt some of the disgust that iko in Embu County. That is what I can tell you about that. The other one of reading somebody thing, of course, Karis has been offered a lot. This I can say on TV, you know, and this tells you that they felt and they know they rigged Karis out. They know the following that Karis out, not only in Momenji, but in Mbeere South. I mean, in Mbere, both Mbere North and South. Karis, if today Karis went for the seat of Senate, he would get it first thing in the morning. Yeah, meaning he's popular in Embu. Okay, he has following, and they saw it. They know what they read, they know what they did, they know the numbers, so they feel that they need him in UDA come 2027. He has all the temptations, bro. I've called you bro this year for the first time. He has been offered immense. Na unajua Njiro saa hii ukitaka kutajirika haraka, hebu enda Kenya ujaribu kuresist kidogo na uone ni kama una following. The offers you get, my dear, they are unbelievable. Just like that, mtu anakuambia 100 million. Wacha niachie Bundi, sijui kama ameweza kustabilize network yake.
Yeah, wacha Bundi aingie. I will react to that Karish story next. Yeah. Bundi, go ahead.
Yeah, I think the way you frame question ya Karis, you are very unfair to Karis. And I think Stone PK ameiweka in a good way. You have to remember, Karis is still the MCA in that area. It's a capacity of MCA. And he has presided over many things that actually gave him the name in order to sit on the national platform that me and you, or maybe somebody beyond Embu, was able to recognize Karis, because for us, Karis is not somebody we knew very well. Maybe we could hear one or two, but his capacity and his abilities were never known to us, that the whole of the government machinery can gang up against just an MCA. Okay? You know, ingekuwa a PS, Oma, ingekuwa somebody ameiba maybe from KPLC. I mean, there is a way we could say, oh, this person is a person of means. But Karis is an individual who actually proved that with or without money, interconnectivity with the people can make the system panic. So I don't know why you should say that your chemistry haikubambi. The problem with the politics is this. Even if something has been stolen away, you don't lose contact with the people. And because we don't have town halls or systems that can help us have touch with the people, sometimes we compromise. We go to Kumazisha, to Turkey, we get ourselves into people we don't. So Kenyan must come into terms, the interaction of a politician who wants to keep himself in bay, waiting again for the right time to show the system that, you know what, this was temporal. The real power belongs to the people. So I don't think Karis is gravitating. But obviously, it's not like the state or the other side is not giving him the political gravy. You know, obviously, he is a hot cake right now. But any interaction that Karis has right now, let us not make it with the intention of questioning it. You know, there is that loss that you know that you lost. But there is that grabbing of our loss that you knew, that you took. So you are left in this dilemma, knowing very well all these people voted for you. Are you going to throw tantrums not to attend any meetings, or you are still going to meet the people because these are the very people you loved, and that is why you went to serve them? So I think Karis is doing the right thing, even in the most embarrassing or unlikely way. And that's why I say, let's not criminalize association at some point. And I say that with a lot of heaviness. Why? Because we just saw Litura Mintiki right there saying, Harambe, one time. It hurts me for him to say that. But as long as he says something that exacerbate my political aspiration, I must understand the enemy of my enemy is my friend at that particular time. And once we get power, that's when we start dealing with him. Until we get power, we must know how to objectively handle it. So I think in the Ruto kind of politics, the one he has introduced on the political diaphragm, let me tell you, losing when you have your win has been taken away, to remain at bay and relevant and keep your people so that they can not have retribution for you come the next election. You have to go through some embarrassing moments. You have to go through some uncomfortable moments because, and that is why I think I like what Stone PK started by. Politics is very complex. You know, that is the first thing he said when he started explaining. It's not like an amtetea, but you know, what options does Caris have right now? You tell me. Is it to connive and go to a political oblivion, then surface in 2027? And what will people say who do not understand the kind of politics we have right now? So I think we, educated mass, should understand the pain of your win being taken away and what you have to do to stay at bay. and this is the anathema that you have to see, that politicians need to look at and ask themselves, why do you put leadership and your people through such a way? Because yes, Kindiki may have done it and won the day, but the kind of embarrassment they are putting their own people, their own beloved people, is not embarrassing this man, but allowing this man to go to meetings that he shouldn't go. Okay? But for the love of the people he wanted to serve, I will use the verse the Bible says, neither death nor life nor whatever will separate me from the love of God. If truly your service is to the people, nothing will separate you from the love of your people in the service that you wanted to give it. Harassment, pinpointing, taking you to court, assassinations, you should never allow those things to take you away from the love of the people that you are. Otherwise, if you go to oblivion, I don't think you really wanted to have those people. You wanted to take advantage of those people and get into the seat. Once you got to the seat, you align yourself with Ruto. Once you align yourself in Ruto, you wait to be anointed or to be what? You know, announced next time. So I think Caris should do anything and everything in his capacity. If he's going to the Senate as Nania Sema to be elected, let the voice of the people of Meru speak. He looks like a man that I think has grown a spine and he has a future within the Embu politics. So, and sometimes you need to lose to humble yourself and serve the people. When the mashinani, you serve the people. By the time you're going to actually take power, nobody's going to push you around. Look at the people like Luturi. They took the people for granted. Now they are coming back to the people with an embarrassment, okay? When they were told ABCD, they refused. But right now, see, they are coming back to square one. So I'd rather be Caris, whose win was stolen away, but still comes to the people. I think that is how we should look at it. Like, look at this courageous man whose win was stolen, but yet he's willing to serve the people. I think that's how we should introduce Caris always to the people. Then we change the narrative of people, not to be kasangalia to chemistry yake ina. No, I think let's be nice to Caris. Thank you.
Let me add something, Njiru, to what Bundi has actually deliberated on. I want to remind ourselves that Caris has been an MC of one ward called Momenje, and in Mbeere North you have 3 wards. Okay, so when he went for the seat of a member of parliament, he went now beyond his ward and he was luring the other 2 wards to make him the member of parliament for Mbeere North. Now, again, I want to remind ourselves that our ward is comprised of various villages. And indeed, the ward is the best and the lowest impactful unit of development. And Njiru, there was a time you were asking me on the side, and you are trying to talk about the Senate seat and then the member of, was that, you know, because psychologically we've been vilified, we've been made to think. Remember when people are talking about just an MCA, even when there are these people talking, you will hear them saying, mheshimiwa mbunge aongee, mheshimiwa nini, alafu kuna ma MCA wainue mkono wasalimia watu wainue. You know, that is garbage. It is stupid. I'm telling you that the most powerful in terms of development, the most impactful leader, and this was the thinking of devolution Which people, what does an MP? An MP is just supposed to make laws at the higher level, uko parliament. Okay, and then there is this second government, which is the county government, where the MCAs, and you see this is a mistake. Unachagua ng'ombe iende kwa county assembly where you are supposed to do policies. You're supposed to write governing policies for the county that will impact directly to the people. Now, what am I trying to say? Karis has been elected 2 times in this particular ward, and anything that has happened since independence in that ward, which every woman, child, and man feel and they hold dear, has been as a result of his proper administration and legislation. When it comes to proper implementation of county resources, which are divided accordingly, he sits there and he has been able to propagate what those people, where that village belongs. Remember, I told you a ward is comprised of from 20 to 25, 30 villages. Villages is actual domicile places for human beings called Kenyans. All right. So if the villages don't feel your impact, uki-escalate juu, then you will, from the village, if it's 0, there is no way it will add value as you go up. Okay. Now, what has Karis done? Some of the things he has done are in progress, because if there kuna programs and projects walianza, okay, which of course are financed, consecutively from one year to the other. They are maturing even now, even they will mature up to even and including the next financial year. And there is no way, if it is, those are his programs and projects, when they've come to fruition, because it doesn't have to be there for them to be accomplished. Because kama ni kabarabara, ni tudaraja, ni maternity, kama hizo zilianzwa, zikuje zifinansiwe, because it's documented. All right? Itakuja kufunguliwa ama kuwa launched and all that. There is no way those villagers, his people, na ujue ukiwa ward MCA, almost everyone in that village, you unawajua on one. That's why I'm saying it's the best position of leadership. It's where if you are people oriented and you really want to impact and change people's life, you do it best at the ward level. MP achana nayo. Senate hizo achana nazo. Hiyo sasa inakuwa ni neither here nor there. But huyu mtu wa ward akiamka asubuhi anakuja kukuona one on one. Akona shida ni one on one. If it is 1 million shillings you are putting on a project, it is impacting on one-to-one person. If it's a borehole you are sinking in a certain village, it is hapo. Ukisink leo iwe inaleta maji tu wakati wa mvua, it is human beings you are punishing there who know you as Njiro. Okay, so it is important. There is no way I saw Anne saying he should have given an excuse not to be there. No. I mean, I sat when we were doing this program. It doesn't matter whether it's Ruto coming there or not. I'll come there because people want you there. Remember, Momenje has not rejected Karis. He was voted over 100% there in his ward. Okay, he got the people, because they are the ones that have been voting him. They voted to him overwhelmingly, and they have not gone to say they don't want Karis. Okay, kwa hivyo tushike hiyo. Kama atakuja kuwa lured because he's now, as Bundi has said, very hot cake, we don't know. Hiyo itategemea sasa resilience yake na resolve yake. Unajua pia pesa ni sabuni ya roho. In Kenya nasikia wakishajua uko nini, can you imagine unakuwa offered hata 200 million, 300 million, because sasa hiyo pesa iko in Kenya unapimiwa na magunia. You can imagine kuwa Karisa akuje akuwe offered kama 300-400 million. I think I don't know. Itakuwa aje. So I will not be surprised. I'm ready for that. Nikiona Karisa akisema 2 term, I will not sitakosa kunywa chai ama kulala, because nitajua hiyo ndio ile trajectory ambayo most of the weak Kenyans will be lured hiyo short term. Just like the way akina Winnie, akina Aida wameofwa kazi ya kazi hata you are not related, you even have no idea what it involves, ujui inafanywa ni nini kinaendeleanga, but because umeambiwa kuna 2 point something million, kuna security, kuna this, that package lures you in to go and do a job you have no idea about. Bwana Njiro, it's like me now, uniingiza kwa docket yako ya engineering, stodifika poor me nilisoma the basic, nilisoma ni my hesabu zangu mpaka A level. After that nimekuwa nikisoma zile related to my studies, lakini unaniambia sasa nikuje niingie kwa discipline hiyo yako because iko na package I oversee sijui nini na nini. I mean, it's a joke. It's a joke because pesa ni mvunja mlima. But if you are principled and you have values and believe in yourself, you can never dive into a pool that you are not familiar with. And we are a bit far from there. But as Miguna said, I will go back to Miguna. In Kenya, we have people of integrity that unamwapoint docket fulani anakwambia no, sorry, thank you sir for the offer, but I don't feel that I can offer much in this position. We have those kind of people, and they are the ones we are saying, oh God, can we have somebody close to that offer himself or herself to lead this country out of where we are? Otherwise, tukikaa na hawa leaders wanayumba yumba wanatafuta pesa, because how much is ni pesa ngapi mingi Njiru? You know, I've realized, because for me money is vanity. You get 10 million, you want 30 million. You get 40 million, you want 50 million. You want 60, you get 100. You know, so you are chasing the wind called money. Back to you, Njiru.
Let me say something, Apo Mali, and I think Stone has emphasized that a lot. My experience with devolution is this. I don't know if this happened in your area, but I'll give you a classic example of what I experienced of devolution 2013 to 2017. I don't know if you saw politicians who were of means in 2013 had no idea actually what devolution was. All of them, Iraitu, Orengo, they rushed to become senators. And the seats for governorship were left for Johos. Yani some people about we were wondering. Okay? I don't know if you remember that anathema. And later on, when they came to know that Joho is hiring more than 4,000 to 5,000 people, and their work was null and void until they are given that, opportunity by the House, the Senate became, null and void. But there is something interesting many people did not know. The first set of MCS, it was terrible in my county, but it was the best sets of MCS that we ever had. Anybody that was chosen between 2013 and 2017, it was not because they had money. Let me tell you, people looked at them as councillors, seats that did not make any sense. And those people who went for them, those seats, did not go because they knew they are going to get a salary. They went because they had no option and they wanted to serve people. The issue of money actually surprised them later on, that they were able to manage money. Let me tell you, anybody who became an MCA in 2013 didn't even know, because by the transition for county governments did not even put, governors did not have officers. Somebody has won the seat of a governorship, but he doesn't know his role. He doesn't have his money. It's just the name. Even how they were sworn in was one of the most myopic swearing. If you go back into hindsight and look at the videos of how some of our governors were sworn in, it's laughable. It is absolutely laughable. So the people became MCS 2013 to 2017 were common teachers in the society, were cattle deep chairmen, the way we usually demean those seats, were chairman and secretaries were Matanga. There were people who were in touch with the villages. Do you hear that? Now hiyo kitu Njiru ikaharibika, when ikakuwa mzuri watu wakaanza kuangalia, I'm telling you what, in 2013 and 2017, the person who won the MCA seat in my ward was a normal picky guy. Now, next election, doctors, professors, people from America went to contest for MC. and that is how that seat iliharibika. Why? It was commercialized. So if you look at the people who originally became SCA and were able to put devolution at work from 2013 to 2017, wape mkono yao. That is one point we always forget. Thank you.
Yeah, Bundi, you make a lot of sense. Njiru, if you allow me. You know, what you have described, Alex, it's something worth capturing. You know, the first set came in, and most of them, of course, were canjolas. Kanjura. Okay, so some canjolas sought for the election, but now they got named as MCAs. Most of them, kwanza hawako wanajua kupronounce hiyo jina. You are very right. There was that confusion. Because again, as I keep on saying, Kenyans, we are very lazy to read. Let me ask here, and I want people to be very sincere. Hapa sisi tuko. Once you join a new job, na unapewa ile TOR, depending on what job you have gone for. How many really read that TOR to the end? Unasoma pale kwanza na unasoma pale mwisho remuneration kama ni vile mliagree. I was a victim of that for quite some time until I later joined an organization that would give you a whole hour. Your TOR is projected hapo, and you go through it with your supervisor and the head of that department. You go for 1 hour lesson to pick it and internalize it. Okay? And one of my supervisors aliniambia, the best to do this, toa copy, bandika kwa ofisi yako hapa. That every time you enter in the office, unaiona. Why? It sounded simple. But the truth is, the TOR, it's your actually terms of reference. That is your guideline. Ukiingia asubuhi, unakumbushwa, unafanya hizi 1, 2, kama ulipewa 10 points, then you keep on asking yourself, nimemaliza mwezi moja, mwezi mbili, where am I? How am I doing on point number 1? How am I doing on this and that? Now, when the first lot of MCAs came in, even the governors, that's why, Alex, you are saying they were so confused. They didn't know the humongous responsibility that was all of a sudden shifted to them. Boom. And why was it humongous? It is because it was direct impacting on the population. Ni kama uambiwe sasa, Alex and Njiru, hii truck imebeba chakula tani 2,000. You drive it to Marsabit, you are supposed to go and help the drought victims that are there who are supplying food. You've never done it before. Umeambiwa lori ndio hii. We figure out vile itafika Marsabit. Na umebeba chakula, people are dying and all that. So until you have an idea, this brings me to one appeal that Uhuru had done prior. Uhuru went around all over the world, wherever Kenyans were. I attended one of his speeches, one of his talks. He said, watu wangu, mimi nina appeal. Hii serikali inaenda kukam. Ni serikali itategemea mashinani. Alikuwa na interpret your devolution. Akasema, so for me, Juni, I'm going for this thing. I really want to form a government with the people who have experience in dealing with mwananchi mashinani. Akaulizwa na one of my colleagues, what do you mean? What do you think? Akasema, why I'm talking to you? Hapo alikuwa amegather people from experts from various fields, UN, NGOs and all that, Oxfam, you know, we were around 50, 65 of us. Akasema, you guys, sitaki kusema tulikuwa nchi gani hapo. You guys, akasema, the things you do is what I want you people to come and help me do at home. What? Akaulizwa na another guy, but wanasiasa ni wengi and all that. Then he said, hapana, sitaki kusikia hiyo lugha ati wanasiasa ni wengi. This which is coming is not about wanasiasa. It's about the people. The people characteristics and engrossment with the population. The individuals that are able to lock and reason with the real mwananchi. Akasema, because we are devolving, tunatuma hela kule chini, from the ward level all the way. So if we elect, tukipata mtu ambaye hana idea, for example, you get somebody ni Makanga wa Mathiri, na Bundi umesema hiyo the second law that came. Makanga wa Mathiri juu amekuwa popular, Mathiri inapiga huko keroka nini na anakuanga na joke, anakuja anasema mimi nataka MC, akachaguliwa akaingia. Yeye kazi yake all along amekuwa ni kudandia Mathiri kushuka this and this, and then unamwambia sasa shika hizi 30 million ukae na community ya ward yako, mpange vile prioritize what the community wants. What results do you expect? And that came out. So Uhuru initially had it. You cannot jump from a granary. Unakuja hapo unaambia watu you want to be an MCA, and you even are supposed to make and participate and oversight the governor. Like now in Embu, all that money that came out, there is no single cent that is supposed to be spent in a county without the assembly knowing. How? Governor alichukua hizo milioni 11 ama milioni hizi na hizi, mkiwa wapi MCAs? Na nyinyi ndio, si nyinyi ndio legislator, si nyinyi ndio mna review. Hata kama executive inaleta proposal based on the vision for the county, it is you who, nyinyi ndio huwa mnachambua, and it is you who approves. Hii allocation na governor ameuliza ya 30 million ni sawa, you agree, you vote for it. So when it comes at zilikulwa, you were part of that. There's no unasema hiyo ni governor alikula. Maana mulikuwa hapo, hata nyinyi mulionja hiyo lolo, mulilamba. That's why muliweka ipitie chini ya maji. All right? So basically what I'm trying to say is, yes, that there was a problem on the second lot of MCAs, because the first lot was very genuine, but they had no clue. They had never had that kind of responsibilities. The terms of reference, they were overwhelming to them. By the time they were trying to adjust, this other lot had realized, kumbe kuna do. Ndio second lot iliingia, waende wakakule do na kukula at contract. That's why they performed dismally. Now the third lot ikaanza kuimprove. Ndio hiyo Bundi amesema, unasikia Dr. so and so amesimama MCA, because it was no longer about that seat as a nini, it was about service to the people. Okay, because service to the people means ni wewe, do you believe in helping that this maternity that is supposed to be at your ward to serve akina mama, so you as a doctor, and for you want to make sure that akina mama wa hiyo area ya Momenji they deliver and do it comfortably, then you decide, you stop looking at your position as a doctor. You want to see what you believe in happening at the lowest point in the world. Because if you are a human doctor and you see women and children being delivered properly at village level, maternal death rate going down, then of course that is the joy. Hence the reason why somebody would leave a profession where he's earning 200,000 or 300,000 to go and get a salary of 80,000, but because he believes in delivering the service. And we have thousands of people who are willing to do that. I'm one of those people who believe in that. I don't believe in money. In fact, personally, my first profession where I had enrolled, where I was going, is something I will not reveal here. Yeah. So that role requires people who believe in service to humanity. Wananjiru. Service to humanity. And that MCA seat, you go to some places like Murang'a and all that, it's not every other Tom, Dick, and Harry MCA. It's credible people. And that's why it is top. Unajua hivi tu tunaongea Njiru inaonekana. Enda uangalie any ward in Kiharu, alafu ulize MCA ni nani. Of course we have some. And here we are not talking about age. We are talking about delivery. We have young people that have delivered superbly. We have those who you may want to call old that have delivered, because the common denominator is delivery of services, to credible services, tangible services to the people. Because it's about the resources. So the resource, how do you organize the people to enjoy the available resources? It is as simple as that. And it's not every Tom, Dick, and Harry is capable of doing that. You can't send a hyena to go and take care of goats. Ati mbuzi inazaa na hyena iko hapo inasikia vile hapo kamezaliwa kananuka vizuri na itatake care kanyonye likue. It's not possible. So I'm appealing to the people. Tafadhali, let's go down to mashinani, because once the wards do well, those wards are the ones that build the constituency. They are the ones that build the county. And that's what builds Kenya. Back to you, Njiro.
And on top of that, if we allowed devolution to be what it ought to have been, that we look around and say, okay, this word called Kenyan democracy, who can be our leader? Who is capable to be our treasurer? Who is capable to be our chairman? Who is capable to be our secretary? In that, if we grow together based on how we use our resources, the national government is not going to come and bring a person and hold them on us and bribe us to vote for the person, because we know that the resources that we have been given are being used by the leadership in the ground, mashinani, and the leadership in mashinani is known by everybody. And it was not chosen because they came far from us. It was chosen because of their capacity and their capability. If we had decided on that's how we build our leadership, from 2013 up to today, through the MCA, if they had to rise in terms of merits, today we could have an MCA who had grown in merits to become a governor. The problem is this. Do you think from 2013, if somebody had proved, okay, first term, work very well, second term, very well, third term, akapewa CS within the county, or akapewa speakership, fourth term, ndio hii, na kuniambia next term, he couldn't run to be a governor based on how the county had grown, the experience they have, and the ability to manage now the resources and also the people within the county. We must understand devolution is not about managing the resources again. It's also creating the galaxy of leadership within ourselves so that they can grow in merits. Why? So that a person that comes in, if somebody died today, we don't have a vacuum because we are mentoring each other. Okay, but we have grown accustomed that in some areas we want to outsource leadership from Nairobi. If you see what happened to Turkana, it was the most unfortunate thing ever for devolution to ever happen. The guy who became the governor of Turkana was raised in Kiambu, more fluent in what? In Kikuyu than his own what? Who had never actually even stayed in Turkana at all, who had no idea. But devolution was not all about that, to be honest. That because I'm eloquent, I am learned, I have resources, I can come to America and become an MCA. The devolution was otherwise. That look, within ourselves, how can we manage the resources? Somebody who is within us, somebody who has known us. I'm not saying that we cannot outsource. It should be rare, but it shouldn't be that there is nobody who is capable, or there are people who have been managing resources from Matanga, school fees za watoto, michango, ng'ombe ikikuwa mgonjwa, they manage. Hakuna baiskeli ama pikipiki kupeleka mtu nyo hospitali. They use their own cars at night to make sure the people are. And then when it comes to leadership, we look and fold our hands and say, ule hana pesa. But when there were no resources, the guy still could command his influence with nothing. And the communities, as Stone PK said, villages could move on without ambulances. Villages could move on without electricity, and children still will go to school with pressure lamps and be able to pass exams. So I think we failed we failed to understand we were devolving also the units of responsibilities so that the people in the village who are capable could be promoted, so that as they do their job that they used to do without pro bono responsibility, without being paid, now they could actually manage our resources. What did we do? We brought hyenas from outside. And those hyenas don't care about us. And I think that was how devolution started, not making what? Yeah. But if you look at, and the point was about Karis. Why is Karis popular among the people? And I was actually reiterating to the point that Stone Piquet had said, that ward voted him 100%. We should not, that point should not go blank on us, that there are people, even in their young age, who are served in a country that is very corrupt, but they have served excellently on the ward level. Unasikia nani Njiru? Even with all this corruption, no one ward in Nyamira that have been served excellently, though we have never had a true governor in Nyamira in the 4 terms that we are actually now seeing. So what should we do as a people? I think we need to start promoting people like Karis through merits on what they have done, so that we don't outsource leadership, which basically when we start outsourcing, it is easier for the national government to come and give somebody money, and that person anatushtua, anatu-confuse, instead of us asking, what has Stone done for us here? What has Karis done? He did this, he did this, he did this. We have seen him grow. He goes to Matanga. He takes our children to school. He has built roads. What are we being told? A person just who worked somewhere we don't know. No, I would rather stay with this because we can work on this and build this. Because we are building a future government. I think that is how devolution should have worked. If we look at this country for a very long time, we looked possible leadership from governors who had actually worked very well. Look today in America, whether we have an agreement that these people are not working well or not, the possible presidential candidate in 2027, 20 something in the Democratic Party is the governor for what? For California. And there is a way that we must groom people to work from the MCA. But otherwise, uprooting people from nowhere, we don't even know what they were doing, and bring them to public service is dangerous. It's absolutely dangerous. I believe in that. Because the most unfortunate thing is that we campaigned for a young man who came from here. I don't know why I got myself into that. We were excited, tukaenda nyumbani, msijui watu, tukatengeneza group hapa, tukachagua MCA wa kwetu, tukaenda nyumbani na magari. We hoarded him. We did a spectacular campaign. He won. The boy is a big disappointment. It's a big disappointment. I'm telling you, if you want to know the biggest disappointment, I want you to put a clip, and I want you to help me understand why I'm against this. Njiru, I want you to go and put the Speaker of Nyamira being grilled in the Senate, and you tell me this is a man who has stayed in America for 20 years. Tell me how he's answering. I want you to go and put that clip so that people can understand what I'm talking. The Speaker for Nyamira is my friend here in America, in Minnesota. But if you hear how he answering questions in the Senate, you will wonder, was this person a nursing assistant or what? How was he even talking to his kids? Thank you.
Bundi, you are making this very lively. Njiru, niongea ama unaongea Njiru? Umeulizwa una hiyo clip?
Wacha Njiru aweke hiyo clip, muniambie nyi wenyewe msikie why some of us are mad and why we must put. But meanwhile, Stone Piquet, go ahead. I think imekushika hiyo.
Na Njiru akitafuta, Njiru your work ni kutafuta hizo clips hiyo, because it's good for us here is to make sure we raise awareness. I don't call it educating people, I call it raising awareness. Roberto Ino 4301 anasema, guys, what is killing our country is corruption. It is unbelievable how Kasongo and Kalenjins mafia thinks that they are entitled and all that kind of a thing. Yeah, it's true. That is undoubtedly what it is. But the thing is, people go to circumvent all what we are yelling about and all that is how do we deal with it? Imetushinda. Mimi hiyo ndio kitu kwanza ninasema. Mimi any forum I go, ninasema nikisimama, anytime I'm given a chance, I say as of today and as of now and at the moment, Wakenya tumeshindwa kudeal na corruption because it is evident. Anything ambayo umestruggle now for 60 years, surely yani you should accept, hata kama ni human beings, if you are 60 years old sahi na kuna kitu imekushinda all these years, surely sijui, yani hizo miaka zote you never knew who to collaborate with for you to get the formula to solve that problem, alafu unatuambia bado unataka kuna vile utaisolve. Hapana. As a country, this what we are calling teething problems today, especially in terms of democracy, the so-called democracy, sijawahi kujua ni nini, it's an amorphous thing because sijawahi kusikia mahali imeachieve. Kama tumetoy around with it initially for the first 10 years after independence, hapo tunaangalia extreme right, extreme left, tunaangalia katikati, then another 10 years that gives us to 20 years. We should have now begun actually earmarking or benchmarking some of the lessons learned and begin to fix what we think was not working. Then at the age of 40, we should have now had a roadmap. Okay? And some of these roadmaps is what we refuse to accept. I don't want to mention Singapore here because if I mention Singapore, then that will justify how failing a state we are. Because you cannot circumvent around this rod called corruption, giving it so many excuses and so many words and covering it. And anytime you stand, there is no one bold Kenyan that would stand and talk about it very boldly and facing people. Kabisa. Why? Because according to Stone PK, every Kenyan is corrupt. It is our gene. I don't want to talk about Africa, but I think it is in our gene that our type of corruption is so erotic, it is so cancerous, it's so bad that you are not able to even accept to deal with it, because by you accepting to deal with it, you begin with self. Now, when you begin with self to deal with it, people think you are mad. People start laughing at you because you are saying things that kuna ka clip nitakutumia Njiro kamechezwa na Gen Z wanasema vile Kenya inafanyanga. It's a very simple one, but it is demonstrated in the very simplest way. Kufanya vile, maybe umeiona ilikuwa ina trend jana na juzi. Tufanye vile wa Kenya wanafanyanga. I know we are in denial. We are in total denial. Our president, I'll call him that, said that usituambie maneno mingi ati corruption iwezi zuia nchi kuendelea. He said that in his words. Imagine if a president, the CEO of the country, comes and tells people, wacheni kupiga kupayuka about corruption here. Corruption iwezi zuia nchi isiendelee. Yaani corruption ni nini? Wizi wa mali ya wananchi, wizi wa mali ya hospitali, wizi wa mali ya shule, haiwezi infrastructure haiwezi ikazuia. Huo wizi hauwezi ukazuia maendeleo katika nchi. Na akasema hivyo na ikakuwa underlined. Then you want us to start discussing and agreeing that alafu tunaongea. And every time you talk about even issues in Kenya, corruption is never put as number one. Unaonaga mtu hata wakisimama kwa podium, because all of us are thieves. Because you are not able to pronounce that which you partake. Ni kama mtu ule anakunywaga ile uji, tuna ile uji. Watu wale wanakunywaga hiyo uji, unaona akisimama anashindwa akipronounce maneno hizi na hizi, usikia akiongea juu ya hiyo uji. Same thing with these people who proclaim to be very saved. Utasikia wakiongea maneno ya saving vile wako save na nini, mimi nimeokoka, nimefanya nini na nini, lakini going into details as to things that yeye mwenyewe anapatake. Akwambii sasa mimi unajua ni chairman wa kanisa na mimi ni gari ile naendesha V8. Na akwambii hiyo V8 alinunua aje? Na unajua hiyo kanisa ilichanga pesa ya pastor pesa kiasi gani? And you know how much that whatever cost. All right? Ukipunguza sana unaambiwa asha no guy ni Mungu tu. Yani they give excuse that hii kitu ulifanyaje? No kugedia man. Ni kujaribu tu na ni maombi. That is what now covers and camouflages corruption. So it is true when nimesoma hiyo comment, that's why I'm commenting this, that corruption is what is killing us. Now, coming back to Njiro and Alex, when we talk of things like what why we are where we are and why we are not able to really, change the paradigm, because we have to change it 100%. We have to. And by that, we have to behave like the way we behaved when we got the Constitution 2010. It was not perfect. And this is what I want even one of our opposition, when they are going into those public barazas, they should sincerely admit, sisi tuko hapa hivi, we are not perfect. Sijasikia speaker mmoja out of hao wote akina Kalonzo, akina Matiangi, hakuna mtu amesimama akasema ndugu zangu wa Kenya, and I hope they listen to me. Na ule atachukua hii cue, he will appeal to Kenyans. Nataka mtu wasimame, me am one who does that. Niseme mimi, wale wengine sijui vile wanafikiria, I'm not perfect. Najua kuna mambo mengi, hapa na pale, nilifanya nini, imekuwa aje, nini na nini. I'm not perfect and I'm not an angel. Labda nilikuwa katika area fulani, hiki na hiki kikatendeka, labda nilikuwa kwa ministry hii na hii. Kuna mambo mengi hapa na pale yataletwa, lakini Wakenya wenzangu, hali ile tulio nayo kwa sasa, na mkinisikiza mimi, na uangalie namna yale ambayo unajua nilitenda, wacha yale unaambiwa nilitenda. I'm giving an example of somebody like Matiangi, somebody like Mother Karua, somebody like Kalonzo. Each one of them, they have that which they can enumerate in front of the crowd and say, at least I did this then, I'm able to do that now, and I'm able to do this kesho. And based on this, you are able to trust me for a short while. Nipe hiyo sukani, for just a short while. I would want Matiangi to pick 2 things that he's gonna fix. And that's why I like Maraga. Maraga came out with the 2 things that he wanna fix. In fact, by the way, he almost zeroed it to 1. Akasema, if I fix this one, na comment saa hivi nataka mniambia alisema ni gani hiyo. Akina Anna mnafuatilianga siasa sana. Maraga alisema, I'll fix this. And once this happens, the branches zote will bear fruits that will not be rotten. Kila kitu itafanya kazi. It's like the body. Everything will work. That one. He said, I'll make it work at all costs. That he swore. Na akasema atachukua Bible. And I think that's why he appeals to Miguna. Alisema the first thing, akishasoya na hii Bible ingine ile ya kawaida ya kusoya president, atachukua tena mara ya pili. Na vile atasoya, ako kasoya ka sentence 2-3, ndiko katasoya all those that he will have been elected with. Niambie sasa, what sort of a leader do you want? Yani, nimelamba hii, inaitawa kulamba Bible, na wewe lamba. Na upige kidole. I want that kind of a president. Yes, I want that kind of a president who will make that resolve Yeah? Na comment section mniambie alisema nini na alisema aje. Okay? All right? So so the best we can talk about is, let's look at the collaboration now. For the remaining time, we have to think that we, the electorate, who now are fighting, sisi ndio tunapigana na Ruto, si Matiangi, si Kalonzo, si Maraga, ni sisi wananchi. We are the ones who are holding these bulls by the horn. But now for this bull to be fallen down, you need people to hold the main body, people to hold the hind legs and all that, ndio tui wrestle down. Now, what do I mean by that? We need the younger generation in this mix, holding this bull. Then we decide, younger generation, nyi mtashikilia wapi? We share this bull, we plan. Yani ndio tukitoka tutoke boom. Those who will hold the horns waruke washike horn. Wale watashika miguu ya mbele washike miguu ya mbele. Wale watashika nyuma washike nyuma. Na wale watashikilia ndio to bring down in the shortest time possible. I'm using that figure or metaphor. Yeah. So we need the young generation. Now we need the older generation than us that has brought us to where we are. Because remember, this has been a journey. The generation of the Railas, the Orengos, the Nanis, wale walileta ndio tukuje kufikia the amalgamation of the 2010 constitution. Because it's a journey that we've not been able to accomplish, to wobble in between. So that generation that knows what they had seen ahead of us, and for them to give us this 2010 constitution, that if we had to follow it, we would not be having the likes of Ruto and the rest, and we will not be suffering the way we are suffering. So we need that generation to sit, to tell us where they hold. And then we need the middle generation, okay? Those who are slightly, after that. The middle are the ones now who are living in the reality of this. Plus now the youngest, who now we may call millennium and Gen Zs. These now are the ones who have felt the brunt, the sharpness of the misnomer of the leaders that have forced themselves into the positions against the 2010 constitution. Because when you rig elections, when you do that, you are going against the will of the people, which is embedded in the 2010 constitution. So these three sets of people are the ones to determine in this year 2026 how we're gonna have it. And when these three forces hold very strongly, whether ni jeshi, whoever it is, hata kama jeshi ni 100% Kalenjins, hawatawezana na hii nguvu ya these three forces. And we will be able to salvage the country. My take. Back to Njiro.
Sawa, Stony PK, I think that one is certainly right. Nikiona Madam Comfort saa zingine ameingia pa kwa show, maybe najua, maybe there must be something hot. By the and she has been moving around doing a lot of agitation as well. Nilimwonanga kwa Kabiru. Huyo kijana anaitwa Kabiru ama anaitwa nani? Yeah. So she has also been doing very well. I think hata wewe Stony PK unafanyanga hiyo mambo sana. So Madam Comfort, you can say something. So today we started early. When Budu was here, he has tried to discuss a little bit about devolution and maybe some of the things which are not working very well. And I think now Stony PK pia kakuja kahuziria hiyo. But zaidi ya yote, is there any hope from the circle? I know you are in the country recently, so maybe can you give us the view? What are you seeing?
Okay, I just entered. Hi, everybody.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Actually, I listened for about 5 minutes before I joined in, and I think I grasped the idea of corruption. Of course, corruption is what is killing everybody all over the world. There are various forms of corruption. But what I can say, it's a matter of how we perceive the resources in a country and how we perceive who is running certain resources. Because I keep referring to Germany or European countries, of course, which are the top 10 when you heard me talking about the perception of corruption. When when you all have like enough jobs, your bills are paid, you can afford your bills, your education is taken care of, your health is taken care of. You don't care who is leading the country up there. I lived in Germany for a long time before I knew the name of the president. The president there is more of, I mean, I didn't used to like even remember his name on a daily basis or even think about the president like people do in Kenya. They think of Moscow almost from morning to evening. Everything is about Moscow because of he's influencing every move people are making on a daily basis. The prime minister in Germany is the one who we thought about. But even if you followed her life, even like Angela Merkel, she was living in an apartment on the same street with Raya. She would walk or take a bicycle to the supermarket the same way as Raya, you know. But we know she's doing her job. She's not taking that job to grab and own 7 SUVs and all that stuff and buy almost half the country in every. A friend of mine, they were driving with somebody who knows the president in Kenya. They were driving up to Kitale and they said 5,000 in Naivasha, 5,000, about one farm for 5,000, I think 2,000, in total 7,000 acres. They continued Gilgil. He has like 4, 5, 6, 7,000. Kitale, 8,000 acres, you know, and that is just one route. If you're taking towards Kajiado or this other Masai land, you hear about other thousands and thousands of acres. You don't have that kind of abuse of power to accumulate wealth. So when everything is okay, everybody is able to go to work, kids go to school, everything is affordable, you find that those countries, the corruption is less. So now when you have a job available for somebody in your tribe or your family as governor, then you know, oh, Paka the Tigal, there's an opening. Probably you can even still get that job from Tigal to driver to every single job. You start thinking tribally. You start thinking about the people immediately next to you. That's where corruption comes in. And once you have access to see, you can buy the keys to the bank, so to say, then you go and empty the bank. That's what happens. People are also driven by greed. So I would say that the corruption index comes from the way a country is governed. If it's governed in a way that there's a rule of law, people are going to do time in jail, and it makes it expensive to steal. And not only expensive, like in Japan, actually, if you steal your house, if somebody in your house even shoplifts, the house is painted white. Your house is painted white, so everybody knows there's a thief in that house. And that's why they kill themselves. If they do a crime in Japan, you kill yourself so that your family does not suffer the rest of their life to be called thieves. So that is making crime and theft so expensive. So just to say that is probably, in my opinion, how corruption is, you can measure corruption across the whole world. So you find the most corrupt country like Yemen and all those other countries, they're no longer functioning. They're not actually functioning. In fact, there's no country. Somalia, there's no country at all. No country. So if we come number 127, like I was saying, and about 50 more positions away, it shows we're very corrupt and we need to fix that. But the way I see it, devolution was done according to our tribes. And being a tribe means you're taking care of your own from the major pot of money. So that makes it so dangerous. If we had remained how we had Rift Valley province, we had Coast province, we had like 8 jimbos. That was better because each jimbo had different tribes going on there. So you'd have a governor can be a Luo this time, next time can be this one and that one. And there are more checks and balances because you're all mixed tribes. You start thinking more about your Jimbo. And that's what happens in Ethiopia. They have like 9 of them. But as we did a Katiba that broke us down to 47 counties based on our tribes, and then you put a president over there who is able to buy all the arms and of government. And then, of course, he tells things about his tribe. Right now, if you go to Kenya, the whole of KRA is one tribe. You go to other parastatals, the leaders, all there to the Tigal, one tribe. You go, it's a mess. You can't do that. Back to you.
Yeah, sure, Comfort. So can you react to us about your recent escalades in Kenya? Because I really saw you doing a lot of interviews. Not even a lot. I saw one of your hot interview with Bwana Kabiro, Jadiel.
Okay, Jadiel was working before with Herman Manyora. They're still working together. I was only there for 6 days. I was going for a Gurario, one of my friends getting married. And when he had us in town, he told me, Comfort, come and tell us what is going on there. That's the second time I've done with him. So I went for that interview. But I can tell you, of course, January is a very tough month in Kenya. And it wasn't as tough when those free education, Kibaki time, even the last, when Uhuru time education was free. It is, for the first time, there was a heat wave announcement for 5 days. I think it's still on. There's a heat wave. People are so desperate. It's not even funny. And it's not just those relatives who didn't even have jobs. The middle class are outstretched. Anyone who has a job, I want to know what you can do. If you have a job, you have like so many dependents. You have too many people asking for money because you have to help out with bills, funerals, too many things happening. I can't even explain. So of course, small thefts are up there. Scamming has gone up. Lies. People are lying a lot about anything to get anything. So you have to stay macho. I could see people not looking too healthy, so to say. I didn't hear people getting married. I think people have put that on hold, only probably if you have money. You only have enough money to take care of you, and probably, I don't even know. I don't know how it is to bring up 2 or 3 kids in that economy right now. So most people have frozen up. There's a very, it's a desperate situation out there. It's so sad. Yet you see the latest Mercedes goes past you, the latest SUVs. You see people living in houses you cannot imagine. It's the gap is too big. There's still that 1% issue in Kenya, and those are not people who've worked for their money. It's more or less stolen our taxes.
Wow. Yeah, I agree to that. That is almost an observation which is being done by almost everybody. Ambaye anafika huko, even foreigners, only that sometimes you'll hear a foreigner saying, oh wow, I saw very serious posh estate, but I also passed in a place whereby yani unasikia somebody is giving you 2 mirrors, a country with 2 mirrors. Budi alikuwa amenitisha tuma video. So maybe Madam Comfort, before I nicheze hizi videos za Budi, could you react to us? Is there energy to remove Ruto out of power from what you saw perceive? Is that energy imetulia ama?
It is 100%. 100%.
Yes, Comfort.
It's 100%. I mean, it is everything is connected to him being the leader. If it's a hospital bill, the prices of things. Yes, I also went to a supermarket. I think we're only 2 of us shopping. I could hear my shoes clack, clack, clack. That closed in the basement where there used to be a supermarket underneath. I mean, they used to have a downstairs. You know how you have a supermarket, they have a basement for other utensils and soaps, that kind of thing. That whole place was closed. You go to grab something, it's dusty. That means it's been sitting there. That, of course, these other people who have taken over. They've opened up wholesale shops, so the supermarkets are being wholesale shops are selling retail. I don't want to mention them, since some people say it is phobic. But yeah, shops are empty. One thing, supermarket, because of the income. Also, I was there in January. People's it's a struggle. Before you could queue, like you have like maybe 10 tellers open and you're all queuing and waiting and with piled up shopping carts. People are just shopping the basics. Yeah, that's my observation. Things are not okay. And of course, like I mentioned, you can see they're not turning on all the street lights. Slowly, they're not fixing the pavement, so you find a manhole, you have to avoid it. Slowly, you can see the country is depreciating back to almost Nyayo days. But of course, when foreigners come, they find it nice, that kind of a thing. But I don't think they follow the politics. They're probably going to get a shock when they start mandamanos on the 16th. So back to you. Let me see. There's some questions there. Let me see.
Okay.
What is the difference between Kenya, Somalia, and Yemen? It is just the index. Yemen, of course, there's no country anymore. It's probably all gone. Somali, there's even also no government. You can't even find a police station. The airport is made of maram or gravel. And there's just so many clans. You can be shot in the street. The body is not picked up immediately. That is an unfunctional country. There's just nothing going on in Somali. Kenya, we still have things in place. So there's a big difference between those three countries. That is, I think, Roberto asking. We still have people going to school, people being born, people going to some work, there's transportation, there's a government, a police station. So Kenya is a bit different from those two countries. Any other question? I can't see any other question there. Yes, the two shoppers, yes. It was actually in Hurlingham, or about 2 or 3. And I could see also the people who help in the shop, they're down to around 2 or 3. Maybe before there were more. So people are probably lost jobs. There's a corner there that sells the alcohol. It's also empty. It used to be more people entering there to buy the alcohol. That's a measure of a country that people don't have disposable income. It's gone down. Whatever you have is probably going immediately. People are being locked out because of rent. That was an issue. And when you're locked out, actually they lock your house with everything inside. That's a bit brutal. And so a lot of things are going on. Back to you.
Yeah, hiyo story ya maduka nayo, I was also told by somebody who was recently in Kenya, hata natusikilizanga hapa. I think I said that here, and maybe some people are disputing, like, maybe now you are the second person to give an account that shops are going in. And I think we have been having that downtrend in Kenya, whereby like even shops change name. I hear like there used to be Nakumat. Sijui kama Nakumat na akina Tuskys, they are the ones who now became Quickmart. And then after they become that Quickmart, the amount of expansion which like Nakumat and the Tuskys had done, those are the comparison you do, because kama sahi ukiangalia like the expansion which Quickmart is doing cannot be it is somebody who was telling me, yes, there is that change, like maybe they are inheriting some of the shops which used to be Nakumat. Like kitambo ungetembea, like in Nakuru, not Nakuru, in Kisumu, somebody was telling me that there was a very big Nakumat in Kisumu. I don't know if it is still there, as it used to be even called, na watu wa Kisumu wanapenda vitu kubwa, tulikuwa inaitwa Nakumat Mega. So nani atakuja kutuambia story hapa bwana?
Not Nakumat Mercedes. Just joking.
Yeah, it used to be called Nakumat Mega at in Kisumu. Ati kulikuwa na supermarket kubwa ya Nakumat.
Let me break it down for you. What is happening is that instead of buying, let's say, the bulk or bigger sizes, people are making do with less. So Kenya has got small sachets of, even soap can buy a small sachet, that kind of a thing. And those ones are sold around the corner. Maybe you have a shopkeeper near you who can write down that you owe them a sort of credit going on, which you cannot get at the store. that is also another sign that things are not so good. So you're able to go to your regular store near you, somebody who knows you, you tell them I've not been paid, but they'll give you the unga and the soap and everything. You pay them later. Maybe that is what is one of the things people are pulling away from the supermarkets. But then, like I said, I don't know if it's Minneapolis money, but many of there are wholesale shops that are selling retail, both retail and wholesale, which is also wiping out supermarkets and the smaller stores, smaller shops.
And don't you think like it's like also the government does not care, because the government is supposed to understand when some sectors are going down and they bring some regulations which make sense. Like should the government just look at a country way of life going down? Because like when they are not, when shops, because you see like such shops like those ones, if they start losing their people, they will start losing their creditors, and eventually they will collapse. Which is that government which does not care on collapse of
Jiro, I don't believe you're asking such a question, because a government cannot put somebody like Mr. Dwale, head of health, and he's got Ile Damu, Minnesota. I didn't say that. Then you suddenly have ghost hospitals that have wiped out 11 billion ghost hospitals. Or you have a SHA, that is a platform which can be made by a few young people can fix the platform. Even needed to fix the NHIF platform for less. It was fixed with 104 billion. Then you have about, 20, 30 advisors to the president. I don't know, it's advising him to how to steal more. If you take away health from people, you don't send capitation for school, so people at home, or people are trying to pay with their little salary. You put a levy on people's salaries. You do so many things, then you can ask such a question that what can the government?
And then why are they still having hope to ask for a second term? Why would such a person still anasimama mbele ya watu kusema?
I think you're the only one. Nobody wants. In fact, I think, like I said, it's only that maybe nobody is saying no term, but most people is actually no term. From morning to evening, it's no term, no more term. If they could actually get the guy out immediately, they'll do it. And I think they might. I keep saying 2 years is too far away. You already know that they're going to steal the elections. That's what they're planning to do. They're telling you, that when I mentioned about those IDs, and you're talking about voter registration, opposition is not even focusing on that when they go around. People are registering to vote with IDs that are not, those people are not even Kenyans, because you need an ID to get M-Pesa. So if you buy peanuts from a Burundi guy, you can hear he can't even talk anything else. When you pay him, the name is Kikuyu. So people have registered, they're going to vote. They're penetrated everywhere. They have the 24 counties. They make sure they're going to hit you have to have 24 counties. You have to win 24 counties, and then 50 plus 1. People have spread everywhere, even all the way. When I was going all the way to Nyeri, the gas stations are Somali owned. They've penetrated in Siaya. They've penetrated everywhere. They're going to hit that 24 county shot and the 50 plus 1. So the rigging is already happening. So if people can be removed now, it will be the best thing, in my opinion. Don't get me
I even saw another Somali who was being done an interview. Now your interview nitacheza hapa very soon after
Yeah, they're there because they don't have. It's actually like a whole country that has moved in, because their country doesn't function, and they're being kicked out of here. The airport, the Minnesota people are already going there. The ones who know they're definitely going to be caught. It's full, and they actually, even Airbnbs, they've packed them all up. So I'm just saying we have a whole country that has moved in, and that country the way America had the Project 25, these guys had a Project 50. They're in IEBC, DCI, EACC, NIS, everything. You had even given one of them the Minister of Defense until the army said no. The ones who said no to Dwale. So there's some sort of takeover, in my opinion, my observation.
Yeah.
Let me give somebody else a chance to talk.
Actually, to talk to that issue, kuna jamaa Msomali, he has started even talking about a dangerous conversation in a certain podcast. He is claiming ati ni kama hatutaki wa Somali Kenya, and he was now saying if we don't want Somalis in Kenya, they will demand their country, and he even claimed that the Somalis are occupying 80% of present Kenya.
They even said in another clip,
so they are demanding a country. So wamegawa
they
Somalia.
really also said that they're the ones who put the current president there. They campaigned for him. You had that clip. 60% of they gave 60% of the money needed to put him in place. So they own the president. So again, we have to separate. We have the Somalis, I keep saying, that we grew up with, the regular Somalis, Somali Kenyans, even those ones now are saying, like in your clip, which you're going to put maybe, that they can vet, they can help us vet to say that this clan, we know this clan, they're the specific clan that are not Kenyans. They're not Kenyan Somalis. And they're the ones who have sat on them, they're the ones who made them even live a long time ago, their history, a kind of a thing. And so they're the real Somali Kenyans who are also on our side. They're seeing these other guys who have come. And that's why they don't care. There's no patriotism if you're opening businesses that don't pay taxes. That means you're not investing back into the country. There's no patriotism if you're causing ghost hospitals. You don't care. The things, there's some medications I'm hearing that are not working. They're being brought from Arabia, but there's some which are working, but they'll tell you, go to this hospital, go to the other. There are many things going on because there's no patriotism with some people because they don't believe in the country. They're there to repeat. And the Somali Kenyans themselves, they know who are the other Somalis because those people deal with clans. Back to you.
Yeah, I think this Somali issue might become an existential threat in Kenya. And we have to agree that Ruto cannot solve this issue because he actually wants to use Somalis as a gateway to power. So we can say this issue will be solved by the next regime. I don't know. It's an issue which I don't know how we can block it, how we can block this Somali issue not to be used as a political weapon against us as we wait for the next regime to do the needful. So that's what I don't know what we are going to do, because I think Ruto want to do everything possible to steal votes. And I think he has identified Somalis as a new hotspot. Even at one time, nilisikia, even there are some Kalenjin friends of mine who used to tell me, hata Wakikuyu kama wataki kutupea kura, tutaenda kwa Wasomali. That's how they are nicely saying it. Wakikuyu wasifikirie peke yao ndio wako na kura, hata Wasomali wako na kura.
They already did it. That's what they did in the pretense of saying that they want to give IDs to Somali Kenyans who don't yet have IDs. And that's why I was addressing the issue. Why do we have those machines in people's homes in Isili? So the people who are working in Nyayo House, they go there, they do the fingerprinting, they give real IDs and real passports, real birth certificates from various parts of the country.
Yeah. It's pathetic. So, Bonambudi, unless
you know, wacha ni comment there a little bit. What I heard, I think the last year, that comment about northwestern Somalia gone there. I think IBC, I was watching that meeting. I think they said that area, they will make sure they expect the fort was in it until they go to Mpaka, to Kauti Mpaka. I'm sure they said that. They not got added the fort they got. They've been asking that. Now, IBC, straight away, they say they know the area, any registered fort. So, Muswale sana, mtu aliuliza hilo maswali, watu wakubwa huyu alirudishwa hivyo, tutaona.
That is what kills us, tutaona. Yeah, we'll see, and somebody will come back to power. It's not something you discuss. You discuss, and they don't care. They'll not stop doing what they're doing, and that's why we hear. You had that other, I think she's even a congresswoman in Kenya, that will say tutaiba,
They
tutajaza,
said they know the
tutajapa.
sports.
Yeah.
You do?
Tutaiba. And they also even said, they really can't help themselves. They really have the 3 million extra. They have them ready. Instead of keeping quiet, they still say, yeah, we're going to win. I need 3 million because they already have them. They already packed the 3 million. They're waiting there. So I could say it's already rigged. It's already rigged. So we don't need to wait. It should be no time. We need to fix so many things before even the next elections.
Do we have, can I ask you a question? If Kenyan, Wanjiko, can be required about any new government coming to make sure non-Kenyans without proper paper to go back home. It can be happen because you can go vacant and stay there without paperwork while they stay in Kenya.
I think maybe Kenya needs a deportation concept.
But that's what I was talking about. We have open borders. When you enter Kenya, when you land and you're going to immigration, they have a whole line for the diplomats. Then they have one like for the US people. Then there's the other. The other. I'm telling you, it even felt like it's a landing where Kamba, those that used to have the buses landing. You see the people there, they're Africans, but they're not Kenyans. So they're coming and they're given 90 days and such things without, when you check the list, like American, because I'm American, you apply for a visa and you see so many countries that don't need a visa to enter Kenya. That is what Ruto did. Now those people are entering from any part. And when they go there, they're able to get an ID to access M-Pesa, and they're also able to get a passport. And no country does that. That's what I was really saying. People don't understand how dangerous it is and how dangerous it is even for us who carry a Kenyan passport. Because once you start hearing some kids have been raped, people have been trafficked by who? Kenya. That's how the Nigerian passport got messed up. You have a Nigerian passport, you can hardly go anywhere in the world. Anywhere. So we have open borders because we have a president who doesn't care. He's driven by greed. He doesn't care. And when those people were caught making those IDs, they had been doing it for months. That's what they said in the news, for months, but it's not for months, for years, from almost a year and a half. And if they're caught, does it mean they stop? Maybe they won't stop. They just move location. Nobody's there to follow that up. We are in such big trouble. It's unbelievable. You walk around, you don't know who you're with, and these people are dying and it's not being announced properly. They come, they hire an Airbnb, and they do so many messed up things to our girls, children. I don't know.
So that you want to say that's why all the children missing all the time, children missing. I saw too many cases.
There's a lot of organ harvesting, and usually if you have a child who is type O, is also in demand. I mean, it's very serious. A place called Waitedie.
Like that Vika is 3 students missing until today, since last year.
I know that area, Waitedie. There are many, very, very many people who live there. But you have to remember, not everybody is able to. You go to the police to report your child is sick, unless you've got many people behind you to really make it come out into the full news. There are many it's happening to very many kids, especially also in Kwale, those Malindi, Lamu, those sides where tourists come. By the way, even I just heard in the news today that Epstein used to visit Kenya. I started shaking.
That's why we need the new government. What I'm saying, we need like a Gen Z there. They understand what's going on in the country. They have to start now working, not telling Wajiko, listen, opposition coming here is to tell them to clean the border, to pack everybody, not Kenyans, go back to your home first, come back here with the proper paper, 3 months testing, go back, or 6 months work, go back. That's what they should do, every country.
I think somebody is asking for the video to be put. But remember, like I said, if you are 127 in corruption index, there'll be somebody who will be ready to take an amount of money to allow somebody to stay. When you see that everybody goes, if it was a country where people feared, it will be fine. But if it's somewhere people are so desperate to get money, that cop will come to deport you. You give him 10,000. He says, no, I want 15. You give him 15, you stay. That's corruption. Corruption corrupts, absolutely. I think somebody was asking for you to put the video. Maybe you can continue the discussions after the video or something like that.
Oh, okay. Sijui kama wanataka video za Epstein, wanataka hizi video za Mbudi alikuwa ameniambia nicheze za speaker. So I don't know which one they want because unajua naona
I don't know if somebody had asked about Epstein. Epstein, me, I just saw today when one of the dumping of those files show that he used to also go to Kenya. And Kenya is a hotspot for
email,
children. Yeah. For
what they have stopped is
that's when Uhuru stopped adoptations for people are coming in, you adopt, then you go and groom them, and then you just use them the rest of your life.
So like that Kenyan story is about an email of some people who are flying to Kenya through Amsterdam, and they are saying they need 2 children. They need to meet 2 children ready for them. That's how the email is saying.
Yeah, that's one. That is a symptom of a bigger problem. But I'm just so really need. That's why I was talking about sovereignty of our borders and what it means to have a Kenyan passport. You can't just give it to somebody from I don't know, Timbuktu or Togo. Everybody is there from Africa. All Africans are there. So the competition there, even in any business, there's competition. But they all have IDs. I step back.
Okay, sawa. So Bwana Mbudi, let me have Nyaribo. No, sio Nyaribo. I don't know if this is what you wanted me to do. Let's see.
You know, contractor is going to be honest with the committee and say the contractor is on site because of ABC. When did you last pay?
And how much have you paid them? Can you consult? And then number 2, you said you had brought your deputy clerk because you needed preparation. Yeah. So what were you preparing for? Because if you are telling us that the contractor is on site, yet you know we trust the OAG because that's their work. They have said there was no contract on site. And even you have lied by saying, was misrepresented the committee by saying by July, the building should be ready for use. And you know things change, inflation, cost of materials, the structure rained on. With time, it might wear and tear. Will keep. So why are you lying on this one by saying the contractor is on site?
Sorry, sir. Chairman, that's what I was explaining.
Yes,
that when he sought for that,
but he's not on site.
He's just becoming following his money.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
But I want to be very. Excuse me. Sorry, Honorable Senator.
Speak to the chair.
Yeah, to the chair, of course. Yeah. It's right. I think
that's not the speaker, Mr. Njiro. You just put a different clip.
You know you're on hold.
Oh, you see a speaker?
You see, and then unajua what Comfort has brought. Let's be exhaustive. Unataka story ilikuja 2 hours ago. Comfort is here. She doesn't even know what we are talking. So unajua unakuwa incoherent. Hiyo ni kitu ilipitwa na wakati. Sasa hii wacha tuongee kitu Comfort anaongea, because I think we confuse and we end up not having a conversation ambayo ina flow. I think let's go what Comfort was saying, because you're going back to something obviously me and Stone were talking about 1.5 hours ago. That will not help us exhaust what Comfort has brought. Okay.
Maybe I can let me share this video of because akina KTN wameonyesha hiyo video the slight issues about Epstein. Let me just do that because That is what is trending
while
in the world.
seemingly playful, has
The recently released Jeffrey Epstein documents have sparked global conversations about the convicted sex offender's international connections. Tonight, we examine mentions of Kenya that have appeared in these files and the questions they've raised. To be clear, these are references in emails and contact lists. No evidence has emerged linking Epstein to any criminal activity here in Kenya. But the mentions have drawn attention to Kenya's ongoing struggles with child exploitation and whether Epstein's network extended to East Africa, as NTV's senior reporter Catherine Omwando tells us.
among the millions of pages released in the Epstein case files. Several references to Kenya have caught attention. The mentions are brief, mostly travel plans and casual correspondence, but they've raised questions about the extent of Epstein's international reach. Kenya has long struggled with child sex tourism, particularly along its coastal regions. According to UNICEF, areas like Malindi, Mombasa, and Kilifi have been identified as hotspots where foreign tourists exploit vulnerable children. The country has strengthened laws in recent years, however, enforcement remains a challenge. It's against this backdrop that the Epstein documents have generated speculation. In December 2009, New York publicist Peggy Siegel emailed about traveling to Kenya with someone named Matty, mentioning planned visits to areas like Masai Mara. In the same email, Siegel made a joke about bringing back a baby or two, an apparent reference to Madonna's high-profile adoptions from Malawi around that time. The language, while seemingly playful, has drawn criticism given the later convictions in Epstein's case. It's important to note that 5 years after that email in 2014, under then-President Uhuru Kenyatta's administration, Kenya banned international adoptions entirely. The government cited concerns about child trafficking and the need to strengthen domestic adoption systems. President Kenyatta's name appears elsewhere in the file. In April 2013, businessman Sultan bin Sulayem wrote to Epstein saying that he was in Nairobi attending Kenyatta's presidential inauguration. And then Epstein suggested that they visit Kenya later that year in June. The email contains no other details about any planned visit. Photographs have circulated online showing Epstein visiting British entrepreneur Richard Branson at his Kenyan coastal property in Malindi. The timing of the visit is unclear. Malindi has been repeatedly identified by child protection organizations as an area with high rates of child sex tourism. There is no evidence suggesting Branson had any knowledge of Epstein's crimes or that Epstein engaged in illegal activities during any Kenya visit. Epstein's contact directory seized by authorities also contains the contacts of Cookie Gallman, the Italian-born Kenyan conservationist and author of I Dreamed of Africa. Gallman, now in her 80s, has been a controversial figure in Kenya, facing conflicts with local Maasai and Samburu communities over land rights. She was shot and injured during clashes in 2017. There's no indication of the nature of any relationship with Epstein or whether she even knew him personally. Several of the emails reference visits to rural areas and Maasai communities. Some contain language that seems to characterize African communities in ways that suggest an exploitative mindset. In one exchange, Epstein responds to Siegel's mention of visiting a mud hut by writing, "You will be amazed by the aroma." In another, Siegel jokes about Maasai warriors and Somali pirates.
I have nothing to do with Jeffrey Epstein. I threw him out of my club many years ago because I thought he was a sick pervert. But I guess I turned out to be right. But you know who does have? Bill Clinton, Larry Summers, who ran Harvard, was with him every single night, every single weekend. They lived together. They went to his island many times. I never did.
What we have are fragments, emails about travel, a name in a contact book, photographs of visits. What we don't have is evidence of criminal activity in Kenya. According to Kenya's National Crime Research Center, an estimated 1 to 3 children per 1,000 experience sexual abuse in coastal tourism areas. The government has established specialized police units and are working with international organizations to combat child sex tourism. Katrina Wando, NTV.
This is our project.
Okay, that one is okay. We can count on that now with what we are talking.
Acha niseme hivi kabla sijaenda chini. If you want to hit a brick wall, ever since eternity, try to discuss sex of powerful men. These are different kind of sex that some of us have not experienced. That if you want to be snoozy and get into it, you will hit a great brick wall. And how the intention of Epstein file has been political. First of all, was to get Bill Clinton, open it, Trump win. After he won, he didn't want to open it because Elon Musk says Trump is in it. The truth is, now this divergence of Epstein file to everybody else is taking the original intention that powerful men like Bill Clinton, like Trump, like Elon Musk, like Bill Gates, were so close to Epstein, and there was a clientele which was specifically kids, both male and female, because you saw the issue of Shashi come in, was it yesterday or 2 days ago? And now we are getting delusional. We are bringing in things that, don't even make sense. The main question in Epstein file that is not being answered is, who was Epstein? Who was he? Is he just an individual, or what does he represent? And what has the world in the underground been doing, more especially these very powerful men taking rituals with sex in a manner that obviously was compromising young girls and obviously hurting young girls in a dark world that obviously needed to stop. Now, the PDD saga, how it revealed things that we didn't know. And the problem is now we are not revealing to stop the injustice that have been going on for years. It has become now a political tool for both the left and right to use. And actually we are cheering, while I think this whole saga will never be resolved, nor will it ever end. I laughed earlier because Stone said something that I've always said, but he said it in a different way. He said sex is politics, and the politics is sex. And Oroba has tried so hard to say the truth of how Ruto used sex, to lure all of them, how sex was part and parcel. When room 350 we were talking about, we used to talk it as something we were speculating. Oroba has come to give tangible evidence. But the same women who now are in power, who actually visited the place, cannot even give Oroba an opportunity to explain so that people can know, hey, when you're coming to politics, people like my cousin, he's not talking anything. We listen. But we know very well how cozy and everything was. We are all now getting to know other people who were in room 350. So in every country, you need to know there is this kind of files, whether they exist as an underground or what, or whatever. But Epstein file being now linked to Kenya, it's taking the original intent out of it. But if that is the case now, we are diluting it everywhere in the world so that the original intent is not going actually to be justified, like the justice that people needed to get. They rather just stop wasting all this. Because when I saw all the 3,000 pages released, the latest one, it is laughable on now the narrative and the direction the whole saga has taken. During the campaign, On the presidential platform, I believed that it was important, whether you're on the left or the right, to understand, because how it was brought to us was, wow, it must be terrible. Now J.D. Vance is there, Mamdani ako there, Sami Sanders, Dan Sanders is there. It's like hata Njiru wako huko na hatujui. My friend, this thing is just so expensive. I mean, look at how it is coming out. Is it something you can believe or trust? I don't trust now these emails being released anymore. Trust me. When I saw Atiata Mama ya Mamdani is visited, you know, all these things linking ABCD now, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, ABCD, I think we are going beyond, and I think in the end, I think we are playing games with it, and it's going to settle down. But the thing is, if we can narrow it down and ask ourselves, has sex been used in our country? Then we should be talking about what the investigative journalist the other day was saying, that Kenya does not have a law of surrogacy, and Diambo is trying to bring the law of surrogacy. The people in the world has found out that it's not there. Now we have surrogacy clinic, official clinic, whereby women, write and give their consent. They carry pregnancies, but when the pregnancies fail and ABCD, because when you are inserting somebody's sperm in you, the procedure and everything is so painful, and we are carrying it. You don't know who you are carrying for, the amount of money you are being paid, ABCD. Those are the kind of sex trafficking that we need now to talk about that really affect us. But for me and you to start seriously discussing Espin as a personality so that it can affect our politics, I think that's a waste of time. That is my own thinking. That if we have to talk about it, let us take from the point of view of Room 350, of all these things that we know that go around, within our country that have been revealed by investigative journalists. Then I think we can have a platform to root out and help a girl child. But Espin, as an individual, he visited Kenya, he was in inauguration and emails, so on and so forth. I think these are distractions that will not help us anything towards making Kenyans safe. Annie, you're asking me if I'm there. Let me tell you, if I was rich, I would have been there. There is, I have said this, it doesn't make sense for me. You are a billionaire. You have ability to get anything out here. Unaweza enda club hapa kando and get
Let's
anything
move on
that
to
you
another
want.
topic then.
No, I'm answering Annie. You can go even out here. Then you wonder, nini ilikuwa inasumbua Bill Gates mpaka anaenda kwa hiyo island kuja kupata STD? I mean, these things are just baffling. And the more we talk about it, the more you wonder the underground world that exists for men who actually are in power. What makes a man who is so powerful, a billionaire, to look for mkundu ya mwanaume mtoto mdogo in an island? It just doesn't make sense to me. Naelewa? It's something that, I don't know. I mean, maybe nani wewe unataka kudiscuss hizo vitu, but it's so painful.
Aya, ni sawa. Maybe so that we can veer off from that anyway. Hata mimi sitaki kudiscuss maneno ya America na mimi nataka kudiscuss maneno ya Kenya. These days I don't want to discuss things abroad. I'm so much glued to things Kenya.
You should, sorry for that. You should put, I saw Mother Karua yesterday. She did complain. Now that was very good, her comment, telling Wanjiku, stop expecting this money. That's why country failing. We're in this rubbish. Karua, anyway, she started talking about it, teaching Wanjiku, stop taking this money, poking people, the one they put in this situation. She did this little bit, but they should continue telling Wanjiku this about this.
Yeah, sijasikiliza Mother Karua. All I know is that she was in the church yesterday I will take interest of her video.
Yeah, they went to Murangana, they went to Nyeri, she was still there, all the...
I know. So what I'm saying is I will take in ile video tumecheza hapa tu ni ya Matiangi tu, mambo imekuja ikakuwa mingi, nani akatokezea interview ya Rigiji, then nani Miguna ndiye huyo ulikuwa unasema utake kuona sura yake, so
No, remember it's our mother, and she's only the one woman fighting about this country herself, standing with in the middle of these all men, all right? Standing with the right. So sometimes it's good to bring her sometimes to hear what she tried to tell us.
Yeah, okay, I will do that, but
thank you.
Nafasi kidogo, utanipea nafasi kidogo because Ellie's committed to. I'm a timekeeper. You say that I'm coming in 40 minutes. You have ended up staying for 3 hours. Unafikiria siku kuwekea time. That is bad manners in a nice way. So Bwana Ellie, karibu, ulisema I need to come and join that serious discussion. That is what you said. That is what you said in your message. I want to come and join this serious discussion. I will not guide you. Can you now join that serious discussion ulikuwa unasema? Bwana Ellie.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Uko kwa meli ama?
Hapana.
Oh, unajua. Unaweza kuwa kwa meli na hatuna habari.
I told you in our shared group in WhatsApp, I was pleased with some of the responses that our brother Blue gave yesterday. And it's really touched me, when he spoke about the family that he lost, especially his grandmother during the Mau Mau, freedom struggle. I chose not to respond yesterday because, some of these things are personal records. When you hear people speaking about them, it's something you have to take stock about. So I felt why he was speaking like that, and I totally respect why he spoke like that. Whether those were true stories or false, I'm not a detective to try and find out the veracity of the story. But I think this is the way people now moving on. We need to start speaking and educating ourselves about what personal narratives, what families have gone through in the past during the colonial period or after. Because I had some stories from the family of J.M. Kariuki, and they were very, very sad stories. A lot of them went to America, and politicians used this family every time, especially during the elections. It was 2002, they were a very important family, as it's played in Kenyan politics, where your family, if there is something historical that has happened, the politicians will use you. So from yesterday's discussion, I really want to say that the man Blue, even though he sometimes struggles to, place his argument, in a substantive way, but what he is saying, it actually makes a lot of sense, and I don't think he was bitter about a certain community here and there. I think he was being open and honest about what happens in some of our communities there. But that's not what I wanted to talk about today. My comments was going to be about someone said about the Somalis and how they're going to affect whatever happens next year in the elections. It's a very, very strange situation where they're going to use Somalis in order to cheat in the elections. That's what's going to happen. So how prepared are Kenyans, And these Somalis, they are our brothers and sisters. But what is happening now is that we're going to have a situation where, IDs are fake, as they've always been. And the people who are going to present themselves as potential voters in Northeastern, it's going to be a new Tharaka-Nithi, where Tharaka-Nithi was 2007 politics. This one is going to be very different, very powerful, and in fact, Ruto will use it to win the elections. Don't even think about Luos or Nyanza, because that one is not even significant compared to what the Somali community are being used to claim that an election has been won. So I'm just asking myself, kama hii ndio situation na kina Gachagua wanajua, how prepared, watu wako prepared vipi? Na tena tunajua Wasomali shida ni nini, na sisi tuko prepared vipi? Hiyo tu ndio shida yangu sasa. Asante.
Okay, so Belfast, I think, Madam Comfort, would you want to react to Belfast about? I think Belfast is putting his worries because of that Somali issue. Because if they are claiming Wasomali million, inherently Wasomali wamekuwa, I think nimekuanga nikisikia ni kama kule Wasomali imekuanga 200,000-300 in the whole of Kenya. It used to be a very small population within the northeastern region. Then suddenly their population balloons to 3 million, like more than any other. And with the propaganda at the census has been wrong. That's how they started it. At the census has been wrong. How watu wajakuwa kihesabiwa vizuri. That is how the propaganda started. So, question: can we save ourselves from this destruction of a nation in the pretext of wanting to use Somalis? Thank you.
Well, Mr. Belfast, I heard your question. I don't know they'll accept my answer, but what I'm saying is we have to be very clear that there are Kenyan Somalis. They have a history. They've been with us even over 100 years in Kenya. Then we have our neighboring country, Somalia, with a beautiful long coast, and they've got all the advantages to have built a very strong country. But they have 12 clans that don't get along. You have all seen the communication skills of the Somali and how they keep very kifua. A simple conversation is kifua. They just leave you feeling bad. Just they argue their arguments. Now there are 12 clans there who don't get along to a point that they have had no government. Can you imagine? I mean, we fight with different people within Kenya, but it cannot reach a point where we can't even agree on a police station, on a government or anything. So they just have those 12 clans. When I listen carefully to the guy who is from Marsabit and a Kenyan Somali, they themselves in those 5 major counties up northeast, they know who are the Kenyan Somalis, and they also have problems with those Somalis from Somalia. The borders were drawn out by the Wazungus, the colonialists. They may have divided us on the wrong line, but they also have problems with those Somalis. Now, most of those Somalis went through Dabab when Dabab was having a lot of refugees, and then most of them are the ones who are in Ohio, Maine, Minnesota, the UK, the ones who, that's where they are. Most of them, that's where they went. We know that Somali culture, which is also within Islam, they can marry four wives, they can have 4, 5, 6 kids, they can multiply very quickly. But what I'm saying here is, yes, we have our Somali brothers that we have grown up with, and if some had not gotten their IDs, they are known by their chiefs there and everything, and those are the people who the president in quotes, was opening for them to get vetted because they had been marginalized. But that was just at a point where he really wanted to bring in another voting bloc. And sure enough, it has expanded. Now, we have those who are here who are returning. That's from UK are returning. Sweden, they also have a problem because what they do, because they have, when they go to a country that's got a good health system and all these backups, they're able to, they found a way of going around and getting those monies. And that is why I said, you see, for health, we never had ghost hospitals before. It happened when Duale got there. And those Somali Kenyans are saying Duale is not a Kenyan, actually. And they're mainly, and their clan is very strong. They're the ones who even bring, even he attends meetings with the president of Somalia. The president of Somalia can come to Isili. They raise a flag there, sing the national anthem there. Doesn't even pass through seeing Ruto and coming to Isili, direct to Isili. Isili has the airport there. They were told not to build high rises. They've built them anyway. That is their airport. People land there around between Isili and, not mostly Isili, but Wilson. They come on a daily basis. Many have been coming in and in, where they're not checked for immigration. So there's a lot going on. So we have now propaganda, which when you say it's 1 million who are getting this, but the propaganda will be there, the 3 million. They're trying to to manage that propaganda. They're using a strategy of making sure they have a few of each in every county. We start getting used to them there, buying gas stations, buying everything. So when the elections come, they can make that 24 county count. That is what's going on. But as Kenyans, we've had 5 elections, I'd say, or 4. They've never been correct. And they've just gotten worse in terms of being rigged. And it's very hard to remove a corrupt leader who has done so many things, he cannot want to leave that seat. Leaving that seat is a matter of life or death. And yes, death, when I say that, people are getting killed if we threaten him. So I don't know if we are going to wait for a year and a half. From what I saw on the ground, people are not able. I can't see them another 1-2 months. It is so difficult for the majority. And it's, if they were just skimming a bit at the top and letting the country function, it would be manageable. But then now when you cripple a country where even electricity is so expensive, so people are, it gets dark so quick. I mean, people just turn off the lights. I mean, you can feel you need electricity to be a barber, you need it for blow dry, you need for everything, but it's expensive. And then now then those same people have to pay school fees. They have to buy uniform. They have to pay for food in those schools. Then when the results come out for the grade 9 or 10, whatever it is, people are being sent to day schools, away from their home. Even here in the US, you have, I think, 2 kilometers around the home. That is your home school. Now you're made a day scholar to go for your high school to another county or 3 counties away. And when you go there, the people there have not even made their schools vizuri because they've been eating their money. So people are they're wondering, why can't I go to the school near me, a certain percentage, since devolution happened? When you talk of Muranga, we may have, they made almost all the schools national, GDs, or even central. Many of them which were not originally national, they were made national because they're doing well. But most of those schools were propped up by Harambes, by the locals. So when you make GDs a local school, make it national. So then the person who is in Kenyona, which is served by GDs high school, cannot go there as a day school, and then is sent to another county. Then that is where the cry comes in. It's not for the national schools which are there, Muzungu Tema, Kina Alliance and all that. It's just that in Central, the schools that did so well by adding Harambee money and everything, that they made the schools which were regular, which were almost Harambee, they moved them to a national status because of that people were helping propping up those schools. But those are the people who live there propping up those schools. Then you tell the children who are around those schools, who their grandparents did Harambee to a level that the government recognizes at national level, are told no, this 70% have to come from other places, but you're going to go far away. That is where the cry is. And it's not a simple cry. It's not going to go easy. So we get the president, we get the leaders, we elect, that's what people say, but doesn't work like that if there's rigging. So we may go through another 5 years of the same. And once this time they go in, expect to have a president for forever. What do you call it? Timelet. What do you call it? For life. That is the issue. Those are the issues we need to really tackle. Back to you.
Can I say something a little bit about that school? I want to comment something Meguna said. Meguna said, I said this a little bit. Where I studied in Kikuyu, I remember that school is called Moi Girls. It's in Kamango. And this was started by Jojo. Jojo was our MP. Moi, when he held that, because he wanted to win Mount Kenya, he came and destroying that school Jojo did, called Moi's Girls, and he built his same name. It's still there, it's boarding school, but they expect local first before international from other states. So this kind of jealousy Ruto doing, I think it's come from them because Moi did it. We were so angry because our MP tried hard to building a school to stop going another state, and he started, and Moi come and destroying and building another quick to look good. So Meguna, our MP, our Mount Kenya, they've been trying a long time building our school. My school, I started primary school, was finished matope. I did study school like meona kwa kina Kidiki. No, Jojo, they build it. All MP we have. Okay, so sometimes people they should understand some MP in the past been work hard, make halabi. So they can't say it's colonial build, maybe high school or Serena High School, whatever they call it, but local, nice good school, our MP did, now our mother did. I'm witness about it.
And I think you've supported what I'm saying and what people are misunderstanding. They're thinking when they say national school, we're talking of Alliance. If you go to Kabra, even Kabra wasn't a national school when we were growing up. There were those national schools, okay? Now, those are people who are now saying, oh, why national schools is for national. But what they're not understanding is most of the schools in Murima were made national because of the way they were propped up by the people around there. And that's where the bitterness is coming. Like where I come from, let's say it's Muranga, the main GD is a national, Muranga High School, Kahuya, all those schools were made national. And they are put in national status because of the Harambee spirit of believing in education and people in that area building up those schools. You now declare them national. Then you tell those kids who are neighboring their day school, you go to another county, as far as Meru, maybe even Marsabit. Then you go there, you find that people around there did not use their CDF, because you're talking now of CDF, this past 2013. They did not use, there are no schools there. So you start now arguing and narrowing down to Alliance. I went to Alliance, and the maximum points then in Form 1 was 36 points. And most of everybody had that. But people who came from further countries, from Pokot or Samburu, they were allowed in with 29 or 28. And now they're the people who we're seeing, they're the leaders, the judges, engineers, and that kind of a thing. Because that time they were marginalized. But after 2013, what Gachagua is saying, after 2013, Katiba gave everybody money. In fact, Northeastern, they're given a higher amount of money because of the equalization stuff. So when I see the schools in Marsabit, even you guys come on, you can even cry. Me, even I was just wondering, even how can you even focus? Even there's no wall, it's a bush. Like for me, I'll be looking out there with the animals. I can't even pay attention to the teacher. I don't even know what happens when it rains. When you hear an entire school with about 300 kids or so have one toilet or two toilets, how is break time? I mean, it is unbelievable. So Gachagua touched on something, and that's why he has a full support, because there's no more excuse of being marginalized. That you cannot, with almost 200 million, you cannot even build a Mabati toilet or a Mabati class. You're using bush, the sticks from trees. Like, it's unbelievable. And you're told that is, in fact, they don't have the 5th grade. They have 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. The teacher is teaching on a hanging board, a black one with a chalk. It's unbelievable. In fact, I don't know, it's even a crime. Yet,
na now they call him Ukabila. Ukabila inakujia wapi?
That one, he did not even start talking about the schools. The issue of school happened when now they're saying national schools. That topic was on about national schools. Then you see that all the people can come. So like Mangu, yes, Mangu is a national school, but then you find that most of the northeastern people with their money and Minnesota people, they've flooded the class because of corruption. Okay, but then when you move deeper into mountain, there's so many national schools because they're national school standard because of the people working hard on them. So when the people in the neighborhood say, I cannot go to this school, you're being sent to another one because they've taken the 70% have to come from other places, it is not fair. That is what they're igniting. But this could not have come up if that topic of corruption, of them flooding national schools, did not happen. So go back to Marsabit and you see those 5 regions, counties there. Now those people have to show where the money is. You hear what they're answering to the Senate. They say, oh, I bought seedlings for 52 million. Seedlings, they don't even say seeds, calling them seedlings for maize, and I planted them along the river. They cannot account even for 10 million out of the 190 or 200 a year. So when Gachagua says that you guys had 52 billion for the last 13 years, you've had 110 billion. Where is it? You can't even build one school, proper toilets. That's what I'm saying. So that is a very big issue there.
So I think Kenya tuko na mashida mingi which need to be solved. Hata saa zingine naulizanga tunaweza anzia na gani. Okay, thank you very much. Naona Brenda Kangai is in the comment section hapo chini. Yeah, Brenda, we are still soldiering on. Yeah, with Ruto must go. So hatujai achana na hiyo. So we keep the spirit high. Yeah, with the hope that Kenyans will do the needful. Yeah, so I want to advance this discussion by asking a question. Maybe I want to ask, especially because now this issue of Somalis now, and Mama Comfort tumesema vizuri sana that we have Somali Kenyans and Somali Somalis. So meaning that we will start having a divide there. So how should we handle this issue to avoid it spiraling to a political issue? Because this is what happened. Initially, there was very good spirit when even Gachagua started, and even some Kalenjins started supporting him. I'm saying based on what I heard, like some Kalenjins saying. Lakini wakale wengine wakatokezea tu wakaanzia kusema ati Gachagua intentions looks good, lakini ni kama ati abagui ati Mkalenjin mbaya na Mkalenjin mzuri. So because it looks like all Kalenjins have been labeled to be bad people, wacha sasa sisi wakale wote sasa tushikane. So I don't know in that level ya wakale walisema wacha sisi wote tushikane, sijua amefikisha wapi. So ile swali nauliza, how can we handle this Somali issue to make sure that it does not spiral to the extent that, because it is very sporadic and very tenuous and iko very it is very slender. It's a very slender issue. Isifike level sasa Wasomali wote waseme ni kama tunapigwa sisi wote, because if we don't handle it carefully, it can actually end up even reinforcing all Somalis together now. And sasa Wasomali wengine sasa wanze kusema and now ikuwe sasa we are no longer fighting crime. It is now Somalis who are now starting to protect each other. So how do we handle that issue to prevent people retreating and now saying we want to defend this thing as a community? Ukute sasa hata Wasomali na Wasomali wa Kenya wameshikana because they now feel it is an existential threat to all of them. How do we deal with it to avoid even now Somalis forming a cocoon by themselves, and to avoid those issues? Kama huyo Msomali ati anaanzia kusema ati ni Wasomali wanachukiwa and they will demand a country in Kenya. That is what now some have started saying, ati they need a country in Kenya.
No, Jiro, you're mixing, and I'm just going to say one sentence and let somebody else say it. The Somali Kenyans are on Kenyan's side because they're also suffering by from these other clans. These other clans, you see, we didn't have all these high buildings and all these things that even us people who are business people were not threatened before. It's called the Assyria or something. I don't know what clan it is, but that clan, they have the money, and then they know. Then if they could do this in America, swindle Americans. What do you think? We are sitting ducks in Kenya, so they are able to identify your history. The Kenyan Somalis know who are Kenyan Somalis, and they're ready to help. I had one of them say, "You were to put that video." That guy, he said it clearly. They were going to help. I think I sent it to you also. They know who they are. Even the locals. You can see they're also complaining that those people don't pay taxes. You can't even get a receipt anywhere because they don't pay taxes. They're not patriotic. It is one particular clan. But why can't they develop their own country? They don't. So it's be having a whole country coming in. And the younger ones from those clans are even worse. I saw one saying, if we can't have this country, nobody will have it. What does that mean? We do have Al-Shabaab. Some of those clans are really Al-Shabaab. And that's the way they talk. If we try to remove them, if we can't have this country, nobody will have it. We never had people saying such things before with our Kenyan Somalis who are with us. Maybe Brenda, you can tell us some things. You are those who are on the ground, but there's a great separation. We know the real Kenyans, Somalis that we grew up with, they did not have that might to build skyscrapers in Isili on 12 streets. They've taken South C, South B, Kilimani, Kileleshwa, Lavington, Karen now.
Yeah, it looks like there's a lot of imbalance of statistically, it is impossible that investment is skewed, that ni watu wa sehemu moja ndio wanapata mali. It is not logical. So nataka usikilize huyu jamaa, then we react kidogo. It's just a real kidogo too.
If those things come back, Kenya will not be the same again. We will go into fight back. What are you saying? Yes, because if William Samoei Ruto has already cleared us that we are part and parcel of Kenya, which of course 80% of the landmass of this country is occupied by Somalis. It's our land. And therefore, if you think this is small portion that you're occupying, the 20% is of anything, then we'll block that side and we ask for our recognition like Somaliland did in the larger federal Somalia. I mean, we can still go with a small piece of our land and we take the coastal part of it. And then therefore Kenya becomes a landlocked because we will also pull up to the coastarians and that region will be our region. And then at that particular time, we will have a strong power to negotiate with whoever we want to be in our area. Then do you think and that will go into cover up to Nyanyuki because that is where the Isaks who are living in Isiolo. And do you think that when you speak like that is not a dangerous talk? No. Why is it a dangerous talk? Because why does it become dangerous when a Somali says we want our right, and yet when other people say, of course, people acknowledge them and they say this is their right, it should be addressed. No, we are just saying that we are Kenyans, we are not second-class citizens, and we know very well.
Yeah, story ndio hiyo. So can you react based on that?
Jiro, stop listening, idiot. Okay.
No,
Unafanya sisi
idiots are part of our population. You have also to
Unajua sasa nikikwambia, hebu nikwambie Jiro, ukijua mtu ako na mtu ako guilty, wewe ni Kenyan, okay, why you complain if you are Kenyan? Sasa anakuja kutuambia nini huyu? Anajua aliingia na magendo sauli zake, ndio ana complain hivyo. He know his mother grandma is Kenyan, why he complain idiot? Anagaio Kenya na nani? Alipigania wapi? Maneno ingine ni kufanya watu wakuwe na kichwa.
And they have a whole country with a bigger coast. They have a whole Somali. They have got a larger coast. Now he's saying, and he's talking inside Kenya. And he's talking inside Kenya how he's gonna draw Kenya and take Kenya back. They should drop that. If they're Kenyans, they should drop the word Somali, but they cannot because they believe they're Arabs, they're Kushites, they're superior.
Wacha nikwambie kitu.
Wazungus and us who are black.
Wacha niseme kitu. 2023 I came Kenya. Nilienda Isri weko meno ya gold. Hao ndio wa Somalia wale wametoka Somalia. Hakuna mtu anaongea hata Swahili. Wamejaa Isri. Wale wako huko desert, hao ndio wa Somalia wetu. Na wengine wako huko Kawangwale kunaitwa nini Muslim. Hao ni wa Somalia wetu na wajua tumesoma na wao. Hao wengine na wanaongea Kiswahili. Hao wengine wako Isri wote ni wale walijifisha wakati ya Gulf War 1991 92 walikimbia Isri, mnakumbuka hivyo? Walikatalia pale na wamejaa kabisa, hakuna hata mmoja anaongea Swahili na wameweka magold pale wanauza. Wajua wanaongea lugha gani? Wako na mmoja tu anawasaidia customer kija. Na wamejaa kwa hizo manyumba zote, wanakaa huko juu kwa hiyo magorofa hizo. Sasa hao ndio inatakana serikali mpya ikija waingilie pale. Wakiwa ni business, akuwe na makaratasi ya business. Warudishwe kwao hakuna kupita. Hiyo ndio inatakana sasa to clear. Na watu wamenunua pale ni resident ama wamekuaje na makaratasi ya huko? Wamepewa na nani? Kwao wote wamehamia huko. Isiri hata unafikiria ni ya wa Somalia, unaona. Kwa hivyo kuna takana serikali kwanza huyo Matiangi, Matiangi akuja. Akija ndio atakagua hiyo. Ujinga iko huko. Sauli naona tu watafanya hivyo. Watakagua ni nani anakaa pale business na unaenda kwenye. You can do business. Hata hapa unaweza kufanya business, upewa makaratasi ya business, unarudi kwani. Unakuja business unaenda kwenye. Lakini sio wote wakuja wanakaa huko kwa gorofa wanaiba watoto. Ndio wanauza watoto kwa Israel. Unaona? Hiyo yote wakiingia hiyo manyumba yote watapata wao watoto wanapotea. I'm sure 100% vile. Nilienda huko siku 3 na nikaona ujinga baya sana huko. Nikauliza serikali iko wapi? Nikanyamaza tu vile walikuwa wanafanya. Huko na criminal going on in Israel. Na hapo ndio business ya hawa watoto wanaibiwa wako pale. Wasaganyise watoto wa Wakenya na wao. Unaona? Kwa hivyo tuna na government lakini itakuja tu msijali. Nimemaliza.
Haya sawa. Naona hata Mwamba ameingia. I think we are almost getting to the close of our podcast today, so I don't think me I have something else.
Ndio ujue Jiro unajua Jiro napenda Kenya, unaona sijalala. Na hapa ni saa 1. Sauli napenda hii nchi sana, hiyo nchi sana.
So there is a question I want to ask, Yeah, ni sawa hiyo and I appreciate that by the way. Tuko hapa sababu we love our nation. So there is a question I want to ask maybe Madam Belfast. Eli yako hapo tena. Okay, Eli maybe pia Eric can also react to that. So now politically how is this enmity going to maybe Madam Comfort, you might say that I'm a bit harsh on that, but how is this issue of now, because now this Somali issue is now becoming a very serious one. We said very much that they made Ruto is their president because hata walitumia pesa yao kwa kampeni yake. Some people say that I think kuna alitokeza Msomali akasema 60% of what Ruto used to get into power ni sisi to repair, meaning that they invested na kuna commitment Ruto aliwaambia, and now maybe hizo commitment Ruto aliwaambia ndizo wanaona sasa they will, and maybe they saw a path of because they are calling it historical injustices. That is the name which they are using. So how do we separate historical injustices and this stupidity which is being said that lazima watu wakubaliwe na wapewe ID without even caring where they are coming from? And how do we block it from not bringing political consequences? Because this Somali issue can actually produce a president for us, annoyingly. Nimemaliza.
Jiro, okay, quick one. Huyu unaona huyu Gachagua wakati amesaidia wale wa Somalia wetu wamewachwa kwa desert. Computer ni true, watoto wanatezeka, wamama wanakufa wakizaa, tabu, hakuna nini. Huko mzee mmoja na amesema alikuwa kwa hiyo mkutano ya Gachagua leo, Jiro angetuwekea ile video kwa kanisa. Akasema mimi ni Somalia wa Kenya na nilikuwa ndio, sijui amesema alikuwa chief au ndio huko. Kwa hivyo anajua na ni mzee wa kijiji. Akasema ndio alikuja kwa kanisa na kina Gachagua. Akasema anajua kila mtu. Na akasema hata Duale hakuwa Mkenya. Huyo Duale huyu. Baba yake ni sifta. Baba ya Duale ni sifta. Kwa hivyo Duale hata yeye sio Mkenya, unaona? Na ndio anapewa kazi, na ndio unaona anapewa kazi yote ni huyu Ruto. Sauli Ruto ni mjinga. Kwa hivyo huyu mzee atatusaidia sana. Akisikana na akina Gachagua aliwaambia anajua kila mtu huko. Sasa huyo ndio atatoboa siri yote. Nimemalizia.
Sawa, hata sisi tuko na ujinga sababu hata huyu Duale si alifanya kazi na Uhuru. Sasa zingine hata mimi nashangaanga, do they not do due diligence hao watu? Anyway, Ellie, you can react to that. So, Madam Comfort, you can go ahead. Nafikiria area yuko tayari. Can you react to that? Because like Duale amekuwa MP, Duale amekuwa nini Kenya? Yani
I told you just the way we have the project 25. They've had their project, and if you are not a patriot, you don't care if anybody can get a passport or ID for a country. You don't care. We have laws in the EACC. You cannot buy a president, so to say. You cannot. That is just knowing that they can open their mouth and say 60% of the money he was using. They were even saying in the clothes he was wearing, they paid for that. So they're admitting. That's what I'm saying, how they're so annoying the way they speak. That is so annoying when you say that. You don't have to say the silent part loud. So they say they made him president. They're just bragging. So we have the Kenyan Somalis would not do that, would not speak like that. And yes, they didn't do due diligence to know who Duale was. But the army people refused him. He had been given the docket of defense, imagine. Yet, like now, I know the Meru, the Mira business is not, he took it, they took over the entire Mira business. They fly it from Meru through Wilson or one of the airports. It gets to Somali fresh, and all that business is Duale. Those guys have taken up all the businesses. They've built malls in every area to take out all the kiosk businesses. Those of you who are in Nairobi know that. You go anywhere, even if you're along, you find a small mall tucked in with all the shops. Everything is there, everywhere. Small. That's how they do it. They take over the gas stations. They put a whole several floors for businesses. All that means is that many kiosks are put out of business. So they've put very many people out of business. And also showing how unpatriotic they are. You have the rice in Embu, yet they don't have a problem importing 70 million tons of rice to sell it from Isili at 20 shillings, or I don't know how many shillings a kilo. You can't even compete with that rice. So Moya people, they're just out. Then you import sugar. All the Luhias and Luos who are growing sugar, they're out. I mean, so you're bringing down a country. There's some priorities. You're breaking rules. These are pirates, the things they take out from other people's ships. You can't compete. The suits you're selling in boutiques are pirated. They've grabbed them from owners in the high seas. You can't compete with them. And those are not the ones we grew up with, period. But they know they have a country with a whole coast, a whole country bigger than ours. But now they're moving in. They like our climate. They like everything. They have moved in because we have structures. So our whole country has moved in. It's going to be a problem as they start multiplying. And I feel bad because when I was in Germany, I felt how the Germans, because I was there for a long time, almost, let's say 15 years. I saw how they were feeling when other people are coming in. You start saying, higher. That is where Nazism comes in. When you become a nationalist, you start feeling our jobs are going, our businesses are going. It becomes almost like a cancer. Huh? You try now, when you have a country that has open borders, you're in Nairobi, you see a whole place has been taken up by Chinese, and a whole place has been taken up by this and the other. That is selling our country. People have got no chances in business. Maybe Brenda, you can type something there if you're not able to come on and tell us what's going on. But then you have corruption that is affecting your school, your meds, and everything. And then you can't even do business. Then the people who had small businesses in a small area, they're told, oh, this is riparian, what. You wake up, the whole place has been burnt and high rises are built until now this is government affordable housing. How many people are replaced in those small businesses? You are not replaced, you're not told, okay, we're moving you from here to here. The press could not cover it vizuri. People have lost their livelihoods and they're watching other people taking advantage. Those affordable houses, who can afford them? So when the whole country moves in and buys affordable houses from people's pay slips being chopped off, money, public land being taken, it's a problem. The ones who are able to afford those houses. It's a problem that if not taken care of now, there'll be a problem later.
Sister, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
How is it difficult opposition mob in a government mob to be one each to be IBC joint? Na hiyo swali ni Kalonzo amesukuma na amesema itakuwa hivyo. Opposition side ni lazima kwa IBC wakuwe na mtu mmoja pale. How they do one way, only one group, like a government, IBC choosing. They should be both sides. Even here where I'm at, they do both.
Oh my. Let me tell you something, my dear. The problem is, if you're in a corrupt country, you're corrupt. There's a price for everybody. So when you say you put, the IBC has been put there, like I said, after selection, deadline, but they put people who they wanted. So you go there and you tell a thief, a thief who owns the entire place, I want, so that you don't steal my things, I'll bring one person there to sit there. One person, one Kenyan. His price will be, he'll get a price. You can't watch, or you can't do that. You just need a total overhaul. That would be even worse, because now that person who's been put there and they're paid, they'll say, everything was fine.
Niseme ukweli, ningekuwa kama government ya Kenya, na sitaki ujinga. Unaona kama Maraga was, he's in opposition, doesn't like the way government is doing. He should be one member of there. Why? He's somebody know law, doesn't want to breach law. Why Malaga can't be there? My question too. Now another question. Nimeona wakati hawa opposition wameenda kwa IBC wametoka na wamesema, na Karua alisema hivi, ni lazima ikuwe joint, na tumewabia hii IBC chairman will be opposition in it. Mimi nisikia hivyo kwa news, na mtu akisema hakusikia, mimi nisikia, na wanangoja hiyo na wanarudi huko. Wamesema tujarudi, tumewapea mpaka mwezi wa 3, tunarudi pale watengeneze share ya mtu mmoja hapo. That will be better. Another thing nikwambie, kwa ile mpaka nimekumbuka, unaona huyu mwanamke wa Nyeri alikuwa anafanya register parties Kenya, na amefanya hiyo kazi miaka mingi, si ndio? Amepewa hiyo kazi na Ruto ya
Everybody
IBC.
has a price. That's what I'm saying. Everybody has a price.
Yeah.
That is what I'm saying, is that it should be a total overhaul. We cannot put one more person there. They're talking of somebody having extreme amounts of money that the registrar of parties can be bought. Okay, that the entire executive, he's the only person up there. The entire parliament plus Senate, he can afford to buy them. Okay, so what are you talking about one person being added to IBC? If he didn't follow the rules, IBC, there's a selection team, everything, and yet these other people were brought after. Why? That is his IBC. Now you're going there to tell him, please, we want one of our people, we're going to have a people there watching for us. What will that person see?
Yes, they want somebody independent to be there as well. And
it's an independent,
another
look,
thing,
my dear, this is an independent election board. It's already independent. It should be independent. So if it's not, if you're having doubts that it's independent, you abolish it and put an entire new team. You don't say, okay, you're not dependent because you're actually put there by the president. The people who we selected were not even there. But hey, we're going to bring an extra person to sit here and watch what you guys are doing. And so then that is what we're going to see, that now it's going to be a good election. Now it makes sense because that person, if they agree and say, because they've been bored, they say actually it went perfectly. It's even worse. It's better to abolish the whole thing and we'd make it more transparent, in my opinion, if it's not too late. But I heard you from near Kamango. There's also a Somali village hapo karibu kutoka zamani. Sasa hao ni wa Somali wa Kenya.
Na huyu anafanga kofia, anakuanga kwa uchaguzi, si huo ndio wanataka alipwe? Amebakisha tu mwaka moja amalize miaka yake.
Huyo alienda zamani. Huyo ni rafiki wa Kamago ndani. Ni yeye hata hiyo printing alienda akaharibu, akabadilisha printing, tukakuwa na hiyo shida ya Kakamega na Mombasa being having separate day. That was the plan. Bado ako hapo, CEO, we know him. That's how ni project 25 ya Somali.
Na ingine nikwambie, tuache hiyo habari ya hiyo huko North Kenya, Somalia. Huyu mwanamke huyu amewekwa hiyo kazi, alikuwa ana register parties Kenya, these all parties, akapewa hiyo kazi ya IBC. Ndio niliona interview yake, alisema vile tumeanza saa hii huko North, msijali, we will carry on na register the one we have. Alisema hivyo. Kwa hivyo msijali hata Ruto wakilete nini. Walisema wataongeza mpaka wakauti mipaka. Walisema okay, we are not going edit the vote they registered. We know how many. You see? I saw that a long time. I didn't trust it.
But it doesn't, see, those ones, even if they vote there, you can create a vote and that vote can vote without the warm body behind it. I don't know that you can get that. So, and that vote can be in those 24 counties required to meet the bare minimum to become president. You have to win in 24 counties. That is where they're all over Kenya. The ones who have come, they're all over Kenya. And by next year, so they'll be able to make a difference there. So there's a big scheme of things going on. We just need to come macho. I don't want to hog the discussion.
Yeah. Actually, Mama, comfort, and you actually don't need 25% of them, because already Ruto knows in every county he has some people. So even if Ataki toss up even 80% of those people, it can make a difference. So
and then have the 50+1. So we just need to be ahead of the game. But in my opinion, somebody is the system. When we're in Azimio and we're being teased and being told mukona system, mukona serikali. No, the system is him. He's also the one who put in Uhuru Ruto. He's the one who put it in for 10 years. So he was the system. So we were actually campaigning against the system. Now he has the instruments of power. How do you think how the rigging will be perfect?
Lakini vile nasema Mount Kenya ikikubali lili wakae kwa kikabu moja, Ruto hawezi win.
Yeah,
Anyone agree with me?
but right now there's a lot of registration going on in the rest of the country. I'm not hearing the opposition talking about it. Wherever they go, they need to stop and tell people to register.
yeah, of course, because you know they also want to make sure that even as they are rigging, their mad work is becomes real. So, but there is something which I'm also asking, like, because we know that Kenya is a young nation. Like, majority of people in Kenya are young, and we saw like the Gen Z revolution. So the question which I'm trying to ask is, like, even if young people are going to get votes in large number, who I hear like Kenya tunasemanga, like the young people, maybe below 35, below 40, they are close to 65%. I don't know. Are those people still for Ruto? Is Ruto winning those people?
Come on, you know they're not.
Then
Okay, sister telling us.
And they have not yet registered. They'll get there when they're
Sister, tell us, how do you know about this Dennis Tubin? What job he does? How do you know him? Because we are adults.
He's you know, even the way he did a parallel voting thing for the Mbere and whatever. It's a simple program. He just created a parallel one to feed, to give the false results. That one, now that we know he can also do that, we'll have systems in place. We'll shut it down. It's a cyber thing. He was running those results, the results along the IBC ones. Well, everything, we just need to study what they did, because they're just going to move it to a bigger election coming in next year. But people are more alert.
So do you think he's going to do that? He going to do that next year, or what are we waiting about?
Doing it nationally is difficult. That's why they have that guy who did for Namibia and for Zambia, working with Kamagu, and our CEO. You had the former AG. He really made it clear. And I've also been seeing that guy. I followed him from Namibia, Zambia, and now he had pictures of him being in Statehouse with Camargo and Smartmatic. We just have to refuse to have Smartmatic and say it is not. The whole world has rejected Smartmatic. Why are we still using it?
But Matiangi is very experienced with the election. We know that. Hiyo job alifanya kwa hiyo country ile win. Matiangi is very smart with this. How comes he can help Kenyan with the machine he knows? My question.
No, we just need to have a different system. We cannot have Smartmatic. Period. From the we have to refuse it. But right now they've already hired them. They're gonna do the same printing. They're gonna use, we just have to stop that.
Nani waliuliza kidogo? Nani waliuliza when they were bringing that Smartmatic? Ama tu ni
they didn't. I mean, they are our employees, but they do not consult us. They don't have any participation. I just read it in the papers that they've hired it again. But that is when I talked in the whatever, and I shared what I was talking about with Akina Martha. Within 2 days, they went to the IEBC, and we hope that they're gonna reject that Smartmatic. It's gonna be rejected.
Na tena sister, wacha niwaambie kitu kingine nimeona na opposition. Mtu wasemi kitu. Walisema mikutano ingine walikuwa pale. wakati walitoka kwa IBC.
Before you finish,
Wote anaenda
let's also hear from
niseme
Belfast.
hii
Ukimaliza
unajua
Belfast,
mbele unajua watu walikuwa wamenunuliwa wanaenda na wanapiga picha. Wanataka kusema hakuna mtu ataingia pale na simu. Nimeona wamesema opposition hakuna wakati unaenda kuvote unaingia na simu pale. Unatoa inawekwa hapo chini unaenda kuvote peke yako ukiwa una kitu kwa mfuko kama simu. Hiyo nimeona tu Karua wamesema itafanyika na ni Jiro Dego ndio alisema hivi.
My dear, even other things as CS, government officials cannot be there. The CS went in and even burnt down the place because the results are not working their way. So it was a crazy thing. It's really, really, really crazy. Maybe Mr. Belfast, what is your input on this? So we have some balance.
I think Belfast alikuja akaweka remote na akaenda. Wacha niweke Martha Karua now that nani alimuitisha sana. Let's hear what.
I need to go. Thank you, everybody. Let me just say my goodbye. I'll pop in another time. But good conversation.
Yeah, thank you very much. In fact, I have appreciated you are coming. You are a titan.
Go away.
You're so good. You're so good. I never share with you.
Some of us we admire. Hatujui mtu ameitisha kiti, huyo si wa kuchezea. Sasa wewe sasa umefika ligi ya kina Stone PK. So akina Stone PK, mtu ameitisha kiti. So ni vile hatujui mwaka kama utaitisha. So
I know, unless they have an anyway, we'll see.
Yeah. So no, but imagine they can elect you.
Well,
this time round, let me tell you, even if you return to that Moranga, Aki, they might want you. They might want you. They know what is happening.
People believe in qualifications and integrity. But thank you. I appreciate if you learn also.
So you are title in Kenya tunakusikianga kama we can hear your voices somewhere. You see, actually that day when you finished with the Jadiel, one day we played your video here, all of it. Watu wakasema,
oh, you did?
Comfort. Yeah, okay. We played it here. What does God do? Hey, we are the comfort.
And the way I was hiding, no Kasongo is very sensitive.
Let me tell you, hata ukienda wapi, utokezee pahali, people are busy. By the way, your video was shared to me 5 times by 5 different people.
That's interesting.
Hey, kwani ujui Comfort alikuwa anaangusha mistari Kenya mbaya sana.
Anyway, but
lakini mimi sijamusikia. Mi Jiro, hii ni mara yangu ya kwanza.
We should be able to speak our mind. Even Jadel was saying, "We Comfort." Some parts were cut off because I said, "No, I just had to say it. Then I'll get out of here tomorrow." But anyway, take care, guys. Keep up what you're doing.
Yeah, tutajaribu. So there's nothing else we can do because unajua hata Ruto akiwa anasikia hii makelele tunapiga huku, he knows that he is under check. So hata he knows there are some people who he can't convince.
Oh yes, he knows that.
Yeah, he knows there are some people he can't convince, and it is very good for us when he is hearing some people who cannot be convinced by his small eyes.
Yes, and we're seeing the bigger picture. We're seeing the picture from above.
Na kabla ya uende hujatuambia hii ujinga ya Singapore. How is the reaction ya hii ujinga ya Singapore?
I told you it is ogoroki. You know, you're so sick in the head, or you're just trying to divert people. It is his imagination. It's like going to Madare and then you listen to a story and then you stick to it and believe it. He's just saying what is on his mind. But there's nothing like, even you surely, in a country where you can still bribe a cop is beating the opposition. There's no Singapore. We're very far from that. Yeah.
Yani kuna jamaa alileta hii story za Njamba. Somebody came with the story za Njamba. You know, the episode of stories za Njamba came. I didn't know that stories za Njamba could evolve to become presidential policy.
No, but you see, any illness can only get worse if it's not treated. So if you hire somebody who tells lies, now that he's in stage 4 of lying. Singapore. That
Yeah,
is
Where Jiro, you didn't listen Matiangi in a TV, in a church, asking
wait,
Ruto
let me go.
questions.
I really have
You
to
did
go,
hear?
ladies and gentlemen. I really have
Okay,
to go.
sawa,
I'll
Comfort,
join you guys sometime. Yes, take care.
thank you
and be
very
safe.
much.
Yeah.
Jerome Ora,
Okay,
niwe
bye.
huku tusikiliza, tumecheza Matiangi hapa sana, and let me have Mother Karua first.
Yeah, hapana, nilikuwa nasema Matiangi aliuliza Ruto anawaita wajinga, wana akili.
Yeah, of course.
Akamuuliza, yeah.
Relax, hiyo tulicheza, it was the first video which tulicheza hapa by the way. Hata ukiangalia, hebu angalia title ya hii show. Can you look at the title of the show today? Inasemaje?
Muriega. Kenya bede mwaririe gigicugu kinini. Umuthi tukite kuga ni twaregana na Kasongo. Ndego tubingiriria nyumba ta mburi ati agitumakie ni egutubura na kitoa machozi. Twoka kumwira bururi uyu ni witu na ndegutwingata. Hapa mnaniona nimesimama na dada yangu ambaye ni standing MP Madioya, dada Ada. No idue totiri endi. Mundu ungi wothe urenda gite kiu thiini wa United Opposition magacindana na mutumia uriku. Ona idue Madam CEO, ona idue aria turenda iturua cia president. Kama United Opposition tumesema yule atakayechaguliwa kati yetu ndiye tutafuata zote. Lazima tuondoe Kasongo, tukatae uongozi wake wa kimambavu, tukatae uvujaji wa haki zetu. Hatutakubali mauaji ya watoto wetu tena. Hatutakubali kuchafua kanisa na tear gas na mambo ingine. Hatutakubali wizi wa pesa yetu. Na tunamwambia akiendelea hivi atarudi Hague mara ya ngapi? Ya pili. Hiyo mmekubali? Andũ aitũ mumenye tutingĩbota kwĩngata Kasongo tutena ngwatanĩro. Na nĩkĩo ithuĩ tũrauga tuungane tujikomboe. Ati tuungane tujikomboe. Tondũ na atongoria tũngĩenda kũmũruta mũnyororo mutetikirite tutingibota. Lazima tuungane kama viongozi, kama wananchi, zote tuende safari moja. Mwena uyu ungi twina muthuri uretwo Professor Kagwanja no agoku ne momoi one namba 2 kuria PLP in charge of policy and strategy, na twina andu angi aingi a PLP digotinda ngimagweta.
Battleship sunk. Enemy battleship detected. Enemy submarine spotted. Attention. Reporting the target position. Enemy heavily damaged. Enemy battleship foundered. I need intelligence data. Engine.
Mirembe no murona haha ni women rep kuria Nyeri turamwita standing women rep. Nake mwanake uyu ni standing MP Nyeri town.
Oye. Basi muriega ndoito. Mwaseo. Kumbe mnajua hata hiyo lugha nyingine.
Ona guti mutongoria ona umwe ungibota kunyitithania rurire kana Kenya gutena urumwe. Tikio mwakionire my brother aba oka kunjerera. Tunyitithanie andu a Mount Kenya na turi ithuere tutingiabotire kumanyitithania matena wendi wa gutunyitane. Thabari ino ni ya mundu wothe ti atongoria ni akirindi tora mugatore kiugaga maboya mandui makirindi ni twanyitanira na andu itu ndirenda kumwira na hapa niseme na Kiswahili. Wa Kenya tusipende pesa kushinda haki. Tukipenda pesa kushinda haki, hii safari hatutatomboa. Lazima tupende haki sababu haki iko leo, kesho haki ni yeturaga miaka yothe. Irio turiaga na ndegetia matheri magirikia gwika atia kuthira. No haki ni ya gutura. Kwa hivyo tusikizane, kazi yetu kubwa ni kuungana ndivyo tuweze kujikomboa. Nimerwa mathina aria twinamo, sitarudia zile shida tuko nazo. Mimi nataka kupeana shururisho. Niseme hivi, nchi yetu iko na katiba na hatutaruhusu Ruto kuvunja katiba na kuendelea kama nchi ambayo haina katiba. Kenya sio dictatorship, it's a democracy. Nilimsikia akisema ati nchi zile zinafaulu ni za madikteta. Mimi namuelezea enda utafute nchi ya dikteta uhamie huko. Hapa Kenya hatutakuruhusu. Na tukisema hatutamruhusu viongozi pamoja na wananchi ni kweli hataweza. Lakini tukiwachilia tutawanyike, atafanya ile anataka. Leo ni Rigiji, kesho itakuwa ni Kalonzo, kesho yake ni mwingine. Ukiona mwenzako ameingiliwa, jua kesho ni wewe. Na wale wako kwa serikali, wache kuonyesha meno ukiona mwenzako wako na tabu. Sababu kesho ni wewe. Usome na ndugu yetu Rigiji. Alisimama na huyo mtu ambaye hana rafiki. Ile kazi amefanyiwa na Rigiji, angemrudi nyuma afanye ile alifanya. Wacha kuonyesha meno, ujue kesho ni wewe. Na kama unapenda haki, wewe ukiwa kwa security sector, ukiwa askari, ukiwa mwanajeshi, ukiwa NIS, ujue ya kwamba Kenya ikianguka hata wewe na jamii yako mtaumia. Hata wewe na watoto wako mtaumia. Sheria inasema utii amri, lakini usitii amri ambayo iko nje ya katiba na sheria. You do not have to obey illegal orders. Na ukitii amri ambayo imekeuka katiba, kesho wewe utapelekwa mahakamani peke yako. Mkumbuke Generali Ali alienda Hague peke yake. Na hakuwa na mapesa kama akina Ruto na wengine. Hawa akichangiwa na wanasiasa, askari nani anamchangia? Ujue utateseka wewe peke yako. Therefore, do not obey illegal orders, only lawful orders. Tunaambia serikali haramu ya Ruto, wacha kufanya police youth wing wa party yako. Wacha kuwafanya maagent wako wakati wa uchaguzi. Tuliona kwa uchaguzi mdogo, security ikiingilia hata ikazuia watu wa upinzani kuingia mahali inahesabiwa. Tumeona wakiingilia, wakisimama bila kufanya chochote. Wahuni wapige watu wa upinzani na waharibu mali yao. Hiyo ilionekana mbele na ikaonekana kule Malaba. Hatutakubali. Tuko na uchaguzi mwingine mdogo kule Embu na mahali ingine kadhaa wa kadhaa. Tutarudi kwa meza tena tukiwa upinzani. Tujue ni ipi tutafanya. Hatutakubali uchaguzi uingiliwe na watu wa security. Na nyinyi msikie, sababu it's not your work. Serikali inakuja inaenda, kesho hujui ni nani. Utakuwa wapi na hiyo kazi yako kama utaanza uchafu wakati huu? Hatutakubali mali yetu, mali ya umma kuvunjwa.
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform made for anyone with an idea and a drive to bring it to life. Describe what you want.
Hatutakubali kodi yetu iwe ni ya kutajirisha wachache. Hapa mwananchi akifa bila matibabu, watoto wetu wakikaa bila masomo, na wananchi walio wengi wakilala njaa, sababu gharama ya maisha imefanya nini? Hiyo kazi zote nasema na zingine nyingi hatutaweza bila kuungana. Mwito wetu ni tuungane, tujikomboe. Sio kiti ya urais tu iko na watu wengi, na mimi ni mmoja wa wale wanaitaka. Najiita standing president, sababu Ruto ni sitting. Akisimama hapo kidogo atakuta nimekalia. Na wale wote wanataka viti, iwe ni ugavana, iwe ni MP, iwe ni MCA, ujue hauko peke yako. Iko ndugu zako na dada zako pia wanataka nini? Viti. Tupendane. Yule mmoja atapata bahati, tukifanya mahesabu yetu ya upinzani, tuache apeperushe bendera, wengine wamfuate wakiwa nyuma. Tusipofanya hivyo, tutakuwa tumempigia kura muhaini, anatutesa, ametukanyanga katika koo. Mimi nawaomba sana, mwito ni kuungana, tujikomboe. Na ndivyo tuko hapa leo, ndivyo mlituona tukienda kule kwa polisi, ndivyo mmeona tukiwatumia barua. Hii vita tutapambana Kenya, tutapambana East Africa, tutapambana in the international arena. Na ujue hata ukiwa rais na wale wako Kenya waogope kukata kesi yako, unaweza rudi Hague mara ya pili. Uelewe hivyo. Usifikirie sababu ushaenda huko ya kwamba uko na immunity. Hiyo usifikirie ni sindano ulidungwa ya immunity. Njia ni ile ile na unaelewa, na tunapanga ushahidi. Na angalia hiyo barua tulimtumia. Jina ya kwanza ilikuwa yake as chairman of the Security Council. Anakeuka sheria na anajua. Na hiyo tumeanza mpango wa kuweka ushahidi wa kutosha. Na usifikirie tutakuachilia kudanganya wakati wa uchaguzi ati tukingojea kwenda Hague. Yote tutapambana. This election of 2027, we cannot allow it to be stolen. Not at all. Tutamhitaji wananchi, tukipiga firimbi, iko mambo tutamwambia mfanye. Hii kazi ni yetu zote. Tumekuja kuwaalika kwa vita ya amani ya kukomboa nchi. Vita yetu sio ya bunduki, ni ya akili, ni ya kura yako, na ni ya haki. Ukisimama na haki, hatuwezi tukaanguka. Sasa sitaki kuendelea sana sababu tuko na mikutano ingine, lakini iko watu wameomba watambulishwe tena sababu si wote walitambulishwa. Nataka kuanzia Profesa Kagwanja ni kama hakutaka kujisifu. Yeye ni Deputy Party Leader PLP in charge of policy and strategy. Madam Ada CEO tunamuita Standing MP Mathioya. Honorable Kuria Kariuki, Standing MCA Mai Mahiu. Honorable Karen Mwangi, Standing Women Rep kule Nyeri. Honorable Mudhoni, Standing MCA Kiru Ward. Uko wapi? Ako, okay. Honorable Elijah Wamugane, MCA, Standing MCA Getuge. Hivyo ndivyo amejiita. Coach Ragui, Standing MCA Gedioro Ward Nyandarua. David Kamau, Standing MP Bahati kule Nakuru. Kenywa Wajeri, Standing MP kule Nyeri. Mimi nikimaliza, on a lighter note. Ndugu yangu hapa mpendwa, Rigi G, second deputy president. Because hatumuiti former. Second, nobody else will ever be second deputy president in the Republic of Kenya. So that is a permanent record, na ndivyo tunaendelea kumuita second deputy president. Alisema ate wakaheti ta wakairetu. Kana ndemwira na gigicugu wakabete ta wakeretu.
My journey into trading, like that learning curve, has exponentially just gotten a lot shorter. The stuff that I'm learning, that they're teaching me, I don't think I would learn this in a lot.
Abai muro meitu maundu matiacenjirie. Wakeretu riguona nebo wina uritu. Ongirora mubiriga wa nyamu cietagwa simba. No thiaga kubita. Ne simba yanga. Ere mundu erietaga simba jike. Oyo murona aba ni simba yo jike. Na ndimwirage ndakorire Ngai arikia kugaya guoya ni ndianakora guoya. Koguo ti kwenda ndunginyenderie guoya tondu ndianabewa. No njokire kuringi ngabewe. Nitwanyitanira. Andu itu ndamwira mwage guoya mwende kiboto guti mundu ugakua na installments. Muthenya wa guka ni uyu na wakuma ni uyu. Abaitika boke dio kiruta wira wa mwathani ni wega muno.
Thank you muno sister. Na nikio ndokire gugucaria bara ya nene hai. Ni undu wa cimbe ya nga.
Yeah, Belfast, are you there? We tried to call you, Geskika. Belfast, are you there? So, Madam Jerome Waura, umefurahia hiyo story ya Simba Yanga?
I'm here. I'm listening to the good conversation.
Aya na sorry. Martha Karua anasema yeye ana uoga ya Ruto. When people always talk about courage. What is she saying about that? Is it that ni maandamano anaweza ongoza according to you, maybe the way you interpret that, ama she is ready to face him in terms of legal process, ama ni ujasiri gani anatuelezea like in the whole process of kutoa Ruto? Like I need to understand that courage. Is courage to do what? Jerome Waura, ujasiri ya Martha Karua ni gani?
Sasa Jiro, my brother, unajua Martha Karua ni nani? She is very high council. Amesomea law, anaweza hata kuwa magistrate huyu. Na huyu sio wa kijana kama Ruto. Kitu kingine wa Kenya wanasahau, Ruto anajua tu kuongea Kitungu, lakini hajui law. Anajigana hii grupu yote sasa ni watu wanajua law nini. Na anajihadhari sana kufuja hii katiba. Hii katiba ni kali sana Jiro. Watu wanacheza. Hii katiba inaweza kukuweka maisha kwa jela hii. Ya pili, vile Karua anaongea, tangu mimi niulize kwa nini Karua ulienda huko utaki kuingia kwa Mount Kenya. Ona ile uzo yake vile imegeuka sasa. imechanuka, alikuwa anaonekana mzee kabisa. Luku sasa, ujue damu ni damu, kusikana tu na tukuu yao brother zake. Ona vile amekaa sasa, hata si imagine huyu ni Karua sasa. Ukompare 2 years ago akiwa na huo Raila, muone vile amesagamuka sasa. Anaongea unaelewa. Mimi sikuwa naelewa Karua anasema nini. Sasa amekuwa mwanamke huyu, uangali wa madai mwingine, na asitoke pale, apiganie Kenya mpaka mwisho. Ukumbuke ameshika East Africa 3 sasa, ama president wengine wameua, ako ndani, atakuwa witness
Jerumwaura,
vile Museveni.
Jerumwaura, there was a time alitaka kukua governor wa Kirinyaga na mkamunyima, na alikuwa na uhuru. What was wrong with us?
Ozi walimpe miji takataka. Unaona? Wananyima mtu akuna sheria, aibi, akaki ajui corruption ni nini, anaogopa lu.
Yeah, anyway, watch a Belfast react. Maybe munaweza react because I have to get out now. We have been having close to 8 hours of a good show. Tutakuja kesho. So Jerumwaura and Belfast munaweza react. In the next 20 minutes, I will be crossing the show because I need to go to the shop. Thank you.
Jiro, thank you very much. I have nothing more to add because I think it's the strategy that they're using to beat Ruto next year, and it looks like it's still the normal strategy that has been used before during presidential campaigns. They go and have, unplanned impromptu or even planned street rallies. They block the economy. So hakuna watu ambao wanaenda kazi kwa sababu pale Dandora ama Kamukunji nini, watu wamekuja, watu wamekusanyika hapo hivyo, alafu kuna nini ile rally ya tuseme Gachagua, Ruto. To me, those are things that maybe we should change, because I have even seen Ruto now, designing a new strategy. It's almost like those town hall meetings, but there are rallies outside in the community, and people are given the microphone to talk about their problems and their hopes and wishes. But I see Ruto doing this. Is it as if they want to change their method now? They don't want to do those big rallies in towns. But if this is what Ruto is using as a plan, then I think the united opposition should do the same, but multiply it. Kwa sababu hii story ya Machopa, it does not help. The elections is modeled in Western culture. So we have to find something African, where people will go and talk door to door and get the votes. It is not a difficult job to do. Now, unasikia kila mahali, kila mtu, all these candidates, lazima wakusanye pesa ili wafanye campaign. But these campaigns can be door to door or planned, community meetings where people are given the chance to speak. And I think this Kenyans have tried their best. In fact, when you look at the Bunge ya Mwananchi, since it started around 2003, 2004, it means that Kenyans, they are more exposed than many African countries in having public debates. So, in terms of strategy, nafikiri sasa tumefika kile kiwango ambacho hawa wanasiasa ama wao wengine wanajiita vigogo vya vyama vya siasa ili wachange ile shida ambazo zinasumbua wananchi. I want to say something about Kango Kajaramogi. Nilisikia hapo Njiru akiita Kingi jana, Kingi Kajaramogi. Yesterday, or in the last few hours, Samuel L. Jackson, the famous actor, Hollywood actor, the Afro-American guy, he visited the graves of Jaramogi and Raila Odinga. It goes to show that this thing is international, whether we like it or not. The history of Jaramogi, Raila, and the culture and the community and the politics of Kenya has been taken very seriously. And I think that the state, whoever comes into power in next year, or the people who are acting now, should use it as a massive tourist attraction center in the Republic. Because you look at the mausoleum of Jomo Kenyatta at the Parliament buildings, which even we are not allowed to take photos, tourists cannot visit. It's like an empty shell. This is something that could have been used to broadcast our own tourism. So if they don't want to do that with the Jomo Kenyatta's, mausoleum, they should try their luck with the Kango Kajaramogi kule pale Raila Odinga alizikwa. So to see someone like Samuel L. Jackson attending and taking time to visit that place, it means a lot. I mean, this is one of the most known actors in the world. And no jokes about it, he must have thought about visiting this place. And it goes to show a lot about who Raila and Jaramogi were, whether we liked them or not. And so that is something that we need to look at very positively, because it can bring a lot of tourism to Kenya. And I'm sure that the memorabilia and other things that will definitely symbolize Mr. Odinga will be used to attract tourists there. I have seen a family picture of the Odinga family today. Of course, Ida was not there. Oburu was there. And all these other ones that claim to be on the UDA side, some of them were missing. That picture was symbolic because the rest of us will think that Winnie Madikezela, Mandela, is supposed to be one of the main people to take over the ODM party. We believe that her presence there was signaling the same. One thing I'm worried about is that the ODM is not serious about detaching itself from this thing where it looks like a Luo party. ODM is such a strong party, one of the largest in Africa, and ODM needs to fashion itself as a national party. And that means that the top leadership should not be necessarily mostly from one community. And I think that ODM has been in opposition for a good time, and it's not about getting into government or not, because it can still work good as an opposition entity. I don't know if the main united opposition are going to work together until near to the time when the elections are called, because we know that William Ruto kitu atafanya pale ni kununua wanasiasa. Mumeona hapo hivyo Moses Wetangula ameshaanza kubweka by saying that CG 56% of the members of the National Assembly will not come back. As if we don't know that. In fact, we know that maybe 80 to 90% of the MPs will not come back. We don't need Moses Wetangula to remind us about this. So those were my contributions this evening, and we need to continue to see how we can defeat this monster that is destroying our country. You know, this housing, hii kitu wanaita sijui affordable housing, hii hapa wamecopy and paste kutoka kwa nchi za nje. Kuna watu hata saizi wanasema walipatiwa nyumba ikachukuliwa. Hakuna kitu hapo. Ni kama kule siku za Moi. People were going for Harambee, and Moi was giving absolutely a lot of money. The checks were fake, they bounced, but some of the monies also went back to Moi's kitty. Is what William Ruto, if it is true, is trying to do the same. You have a situation which is so bad. People are desperate. They're saying that 20,000 shillings, you are an earner of 20,000 shillings a month, okay? And you have to enter into the mortgage system. If you fail to pay by 1 or 2 months, you start getting the warning and the house gets taken from you. Some people will be, staying in those houses, not sure if their next wage will come. Also, if you know that now there are people who have been used to pretend as if they're now the residents of these houses, and then the houses get taken away from them. If these things are true, then the Ruto state is robbing the contributors towards this affordable housing thing. It's very, very shameful. But I wonder if, say, Raila Odinga and Martha Karua took leadership, and their manifesto was nearly similar to the ones of UDA, were they going to commit themselves to this project of social housing the way it is happening now? If they were going to do that, then that's fantastic. But from what Ruto is doing, I don't have 100%, thought process that this is going to help the people of Kenya. I want to know, is it 2,000 people, 10,000, or how many per year will be able to own those houses? Because this is something that Ruto is using as a campaign tool, one of the most intimate campaign tools anatumia saizi. Nimewajengea nyumba, mko hapa, ameni muingie kwa hizi nyumba. Sasa hapo ndio kuna shida kidogo. Asanteni.
Haya, sawa,
Asante sana. Jiro, wacha nimrudishie kidogo
nitukumbushe.
Ngoja
kidogo, wacha hii video icheze alafu you will react. Please, wacha icheze. Because I can be able to control it from my car. So there is something here which has come up. So let's just listen from here. Yeah, so that podcast inaweza endelea.
There's one political truth in Kenya that has not changed since 1963. There's one political truth in Kenya that has not changed since 1963. That is since independence. That if you want to be the president of Kenya, you must deal with the mountain. Not sometimes, not maybe.
What happened, Jiro?
You can react as I bring it again. Ni kama nimefinya.
Sasa hata wewe ni mkubwa kuliko huyu. Huyo mtu mjui.
Aya, go ahead.
Sasa wakati wanalete wanasema maneno ati Kenya iko since kwanza niongea kidogo hiyo point nimesikia. Ati tangu 1963 au whatever. Wamesahau Kibaki amelana Kenya. Wamesahau already. Sinikwambia hawa watu ni geri. Forget already. Hii country ingekuwa uhuruto walisukumana vile Kibaki aliwape, tungekuwa tunafurahia kama overseas. They already forget. Haya, achana na hiyo ujinga yao vijana sitaki kusikia. Anyway, hiyo nyumba huyu Eric amesema na kubaliana. Sauli Ruto, msisahau tena wa Kenya. Ruto alisema ndio akaweka hawa watu wa UDA akina Gachagua kwa box. Hii nyumba tunajengea maskini slums. Na ndio wakakubali. Sasa hii lady ni ya government. Haya, nyumba ni wa Kenya wanatoa pesa. Alafu anawahusia tangu lini? Sisi nyumba ilikuwa ya slums. Kibira, Mathare, slums. Na ndipo UDA walikubali hivi. Hao wote akina Gachagua. Hata hakuwa anasema atakata watu mshahara. Alikuwa anasema atajenga vile Uhuru alijenga bila kukata watu mshahara. Sasa ameweka ni kama biashara na anadanganya watu 2,000 people we apply. Hata angekuwa anajenga vile Kenyatta alikuwa anafanya, si walikuwa wanalipo tu, watu wanaenda mjini. Tuko tu kwa nini? Tuko tu kwa hii tabu ya slums. Slum tu wamejaa pale, wako kwa tabu, wana nyumba. Sasa hii ndio tabu ya Ruto. Anahusia watu nyumba. Hii lady ni ya government. Pesa imetolewa na Wakenya. Kwa nini anauza? Na watu wanalala nje kwa Nairobi. Tulikuwa tunajengea slums, not millionaire. Awapatie waendelee kulipa vile wanalipa hizo nyumba zao ya kulendi. 1,500, 2,000. Hiyo ndio ilikuwa. Watu wakuwe Wakenya wanakumbuka vile Ruto alikuwa anasema. Sauli huu ni muuaji na muongo. Alisema watakuwa nalipa 2,000, 3,000 vile tu ana rent. Iko ati ni mortgage ati waanza kuambiwa deposit ya 40,000 whatever. Mama boga atatoa wapi? Kwa hivyo hiyo nyumba zote kama vile Gachagua anasema wakiingia warudishie account na account wakopeshe wale wako na pesa warudishie watu pesa zao. Sauli hata si imagine anaenda anajenga kwa government land. Ukinunua hiyo nyumba utakuwa na title kweli? No. Hata siwezi kununua nyumba kama hiyo. What happened if another government come? That land is government land. How do you say it's your house? How could you? Nani alikuuzia? Kwa hivyo hapo ni uongo na sikubaliani na Ruto hata kidogo. Hata saizi tukikaa tuko na maskini slums wanalala nje, wana nyumba. Kwa hivyo hiyo ni ujinga ya Ruto na sikubali habari ya hizo manyumba. Haya, Eric, nitakuuliza swali. Baba ya Raila alisikwa, Sauli si kuona hiyo madisi. Alisikwa na nini? Na state funeral. Huyo ndio anatakana akuwa amewekwa juu, sio Raila. Huyo mzee alikuwa first prime minister Kenya. Kwa hivyo baba yake first. Hata watu wakiwa wanaenda kutembelea pale, mungekuwa mnataja baba yake kwanza. Sauli ndio, huyu Raila ndio alimharibia ile mpango alikuwa naye. Naye ndio amefanya kazi kubwa kuliko hata Raila. Wafike hiyo. Kwa hivyo hata huo baba yao akuwe tu mnamheshimu. Hiyo kaburi kifunguliwa ataonekana. Haya ya Kenyatta, ukumbuke huyu Raila ni ya minister.
Wacha hii video ya nani icheze alafu wacha hii video jamaa icheze alafu
Sikusikii.
Video jamaa icheze, you will come back.
Hola.
Yeah. Wacha the board aongee. History ya Ruto, then you'll come back.
Welcome to the bold analysis. The president's planned Nairobi tour was cancelled last minute after a series of consultations on what happened in the city. And in this podcast, I will actually realize the president's attempt to reclaim Nairobi vote in a move that really does not augur well and is brushing shoulders with City Governor Sakaja. And in this podcast, we look at why the Nairobi still remains hostile for President Ruto, even as he attempts to make his way. But I want us to get the gist of this. There is a statement that was made by a man that, to say the truth, I don't like him, or he must not like him. The man who doesn't inspire anything in this country. And this man is a Homa Bay Town Member of Parliament, Opondo Kaluma. In his statement, it is very clear that if the president is planning to use ODM party machinery as part of the mobilization for Nairobi vote, then that strategy is dead on arrival. Ile mbio na vita itakuwa hapa, itakuwa mingi sana. And I'm talking about this issue Kaluma is saying here.
And our people keep saying, oh, that is for a start. The political formations we have in this country today are two. One is led by President Ruto, the other one is led by Gachagua. Baba had cautioned us against Gachagua when he lived. So we can only negotiate with President Ruto. And it will begin and end there. Once we are done with those negotiations, and I hope they end well, we will go into a pre-election coalition so that we have a strong voice in the government that will be formed. Okay? and we are going to agree on everything that we need to agree on that. If we don't agree, then we will run for elections as ODM. And the conditions we have given Dr. Oburu Oginga with the team that will be involved in that negotiation, including myself as a lawyer, are two main preconditions. Number one, the ODM party will always remain distinct and a separate political party in Kenya. Number two, the bases and strongholds of the ODM party must be ring-fenced and left for the ODM party. So zoning is going to occur. And any breach of those preconditions will falter the agreement. It will collapse, any negotiations. And so that is where we start from. And we are saying this because you need numbers in terms of elected leadership as a party to have a voice both before elections and even after elections. If you are to demand anything without numbers, for instance, in the National Assembly, you just be, nothing. So why Uhuru can now make noise, but his Jubilee is neither here nor there. So why Kalonzo can make all the noise he wants, but the nation can move with or without wipe. So I just want to ask our people to keep to those things. We are in all likelihood going into a pre-election coalition with President William Ruto. And I think Baba had showed us the way. And for those who doubt it, review Baba's speech when we were burying Mama Phidias here. She was very explicit. People have referred to Agile meeting. I was at Agile meeting. Agile meeting was not about political directions.
This issue is going to bring Nairobi vote to its knees. And it is finally true, guys who watch this podcast, that they are saying it. I told you, the reason why Western and the Nyanza governors are chatting totem is not because they believe it. It's not because they believe that they want to get their political futures beyond 2027. It's because they want to shield themselves from competition from UDA. Nyanza faced competition from UDA. And they want to blackmail President Ruto and cannibalize the region as an ODM zone so that they reduce competition and they make it look like if you're not in ODM, they will want to make it look like if you're not in ODM and you're not supporting William Ruto, you're an enemy, and you're on the other side of William Rigathi Gachagua, and you cannot make a way. That finally, they are saying it. Now, what happened? If you look at this photo, Gladys Wanga and a section of Nairobi leaders, Aladwa and Anthony Oluoch from Mathare, Kajwang from Ruaraka, and I think Jalango, were in Dandora. They attended some church service in Dandora. And if you look at this photo, they mobilized people. They mobilized people for this event. The strategy was, this crowd that was mobilized, they actually told them, wakutane Gikomba, where the president was also attending a church service. So what was supposed to happen? It was the ODM to do mobilization and bring the numbers back to the side of Gikomba, where the president was holding a church service. If you look at this crowd at the place where the president was, you will not see the yellow guys. You will not see the yellow guys. And the turnout was underwhelming, looking at what was expected. Now, this was an attempt to make sure that they bring the numbers. You could not see the numbers there. And I want to blame partly this on the messaging by ODM. There's nothing they're negotiating. They're talking like they've already negotiated. They're talking like the negotiation is just something to smoothen it, to make it happen. I need to say that. Now, I made some political observation. Sakaja is in this city. And Sakaja is the governor of Nairobi. Sakaja skipped the president's visit there. He is in Nairobi. If you check his Facebook page, you realize he made some county executive committee members yesterday, was in Nairobi and kept off the event. And in the president's speech, because he held a rally in one of the affordable housing sites around Silei, the president seemed to be blaming the governor for how the city is dirty, and they are now coming up with some company where county government and the national government are going to cost share in cleaning of the city.
Hapa imejaa. Kila mahali Nairobi takataka imejaa. Mimi nataka niwaambie watu wa Nairobi msikize vizuri. Mimi nimeamua ya kwamba maneno ya takataka na kusafisha Nairobi na kuondoa takataka haitakuwa kazi ya county peke yake. Mimi nitachukua jukumu kama national government, nisaidie county government na nisaidiane na wananchi wa Nairobi. Tuondoe takataka, tusafishe Nairobi, Nairobi iwe the famous city in the sun. Watu wa Nairobi mko tayari, my friends? Na nikisema hivyo, mimi nataka niulize wana Nairobi wote. The cleanup of Nairobi city is going to be a whole of Nairobi engagement. It is going to be the citizens of the city of Nairobi, the county government, and the national government. Na nimesema pesa ya kusafisha Nairobi, mimi nitatoa pesa nusu, county government itoe pesa nusu, tuweke kampuni ya kusafisha Nairobi mpaka Nairobi ikae chonjo vile tulikubaliana. Nairobi hoye! Sikizeni bwana. Kazi ya kuokota takataka ni kazi ya county. Lakini kwa sababu hii ni capital city ya Kenya, mimi siwezi kuruhusu Nairobi city iwe chafu tukiwa na national government hapa.
I want to say and I want to admit that Nairobi waste management has been a perennial problem. It's a perennial problem that has defeated Sakaja in handling. However, if the presidents want to support Sakaja on that waste management, they can still do it without taking over the responsibility. The county will still do it, but they take it over. Why is this one a bit interesting? Why is this part interesting? Because recently there was a story that Sakaja gave a tender to one of the MPs, we are saying probably Oscar Sudi, that had won a tender on kuhandle mambo ya waste. But there was a fallout between Sakaja and the guys who were given that tender on that waste management. Now, the way the president approaches it, he doesn't approach it from the point of nataka kusaidia. He's approaching it from the point like it has failed and I'm blaming Sakaja, and he's failed, he's not taken, probably he's pushing it. And in my observation, he wants to use that to establish contact with the city. It is not like on waste management. He wants to use that to establish contact with the city. Now, immediately after this rally, the convoy was supposed to snake its way all the way from Gikomba to make to CBD and finish the rally. Remember, this was a counter rally to what opposition did on Wednesday. Opposition were in Gikomba on Wednesday. So the move to go for that rally was just a counter move by the presidents to counter that team. And I don't know what's your take on Tutam. He attended a church service, and to try to embed Tutam in a church, he used this metaphor.
Sasa sikizeni. Aya, ketini. Nyinyi sikizeni. Unajua Biblia inatufundisha. Wacha niwaambie maneno ya Mungu. Biblia inatufundisha ya kwamba Yesu atarudi tena mara ya pili. So wakati mnasema tutam, mjue kuna 2 term ya Yesu kurudi na mjipange. Na kama nimekosea, askofu atanisahihisha. Si mnajua Yesu atarudi tena mara ya pili? Na inafaa tujipange, tusipatikane kwa upande ile ingine mbaya. So hiyo 2 term iko na maana mbili. Iko 2 term ya duniani na iko 2 term ya mbinguni. Mjipange na 2 term ya mbinguni. Alafu hii ya hapa itakuwa sawa.
Yeah. William Ruto, some things are not laughing matter, but William Ruto knows how to manipulate. Kukwambia tu hii ni hii, mpaka wanasema hii ni hii ama CEO. There are some people that look at it and feel that is it. He's saying the 2 term, hiyo ni ile kubunguni. And you see the way is in that place and he made it. We are not going to fix this country. And there are things that probably we are doing, we think they're right, and we are not going to fix this country. Do you know that today the president donated 10 million for a church construction, which is right? There is no problem on that. But then the question here is, where is this money coming from?
Huyu ndugu yangu amenieleza ya kwamba mbali na kukosa hati miliki ya kanisa hii, ambaye nimesema naenda kutafuta haraka nilete, ndio niwe na mahali. Kwani unafikiri sinajipanga na mbele? Alafu pia amenieleza ya kwamba mnataka kufanya maneno kwa hii kanisa. Unajua amejua ya kwamba huyu bwana ni yule. Si ndio? Ni yule wa kujenga makanisa. Sasa amejipanga huyu bishop. Ameona huyu bwana hawezi kutoka hapa bila ya mimi kujua maneno ya hapa iko namna gani. So kwa hivyo kwa ile kazi mnataka kufanya hapa kanisani, my brother Alfred, utanitembelea wiki hii, nitakutafutia milioni 10.
10 million, and there are school. I showed you video of schools in Northeastern where kids are learning under trees. You know, there is wasteful, not wasteful, but we are really doing things that at Kabani Mungu, surely. We have places, we have people who are still in school. Capitation has not been paid in schools. I was told somewhere, one of our good MPs, alipeleka mahindi ambayo imeoza. And then he said that fees, he told parents not to pay fees because he's going to take bursary. And this is now the 2nd month of the year and he has not taken that bursary. And some of the schools are grounded. I want to say this, I don't know, these are some of the things that works, and I think we seem to have forgotten. The Nairobi vote hunt is going to collapse because we seem to have forgotten it. We seem to have forgotten it. You know, this is amongst the reasons why people protested. People are asking, wait guys, you guys are raising and putting up a lot of money, showing a lot of money, and people are suffering, and you guys are not just doing. That is the same conversation that Rigathi Gachagua was having the Northeastern leaders, and you could see locals defending Rigathi Gachagua when he raised those issues. And he doesn't really mean well. Look at this matter of Wirima church attack. Wirima church attack happened, and for the first time, that was since it happened, alikuwa church. And instead of attacking and instead of condemning it, he decided to make corners. And when you listen to him, he seemed to be blaming opposition and failing to take responsibility.
Nataka niwaombe sisi wote, madhabahu ni mahali pa heshima, kanisani ni mahali pa heshima. Mimi nataka tuulizane sisi wote tukiwa wa Kenya. Sisi wote tukiwa wa Kenya. Siasa tunaweza kufanya, uongozi tunaweza kutafuta, lakini mahali pa Mungu pale kwa madhabahu kanisani ni pahali pa heshima. Tusilete siasa, tusilete chuki, tusilete ugomvi, tusilete fujo. We want our churches to be a place of peace, a place of seeking God. And all of us, irrespective of who we are, irrespective of what we believe in, we must respect the place of God in our churches. And all arms of security must ensure that our places of worship are protected from unnecessary and useless and retrogressive fights.
You see, this aspect of the word lying, just trying to manipulate people, it's for the moment. But it is some of the things that will make Nairobi very difficult, because here people have to look at it. People will see these things. Even he said something on tutatoa watu, sasa tutatoa watu watakuwa wanatolewa kwa force, blah blah and all this, watatolewa kwa fujo. And this is what exactly has been happening.
Tumekubaliana ya kwamba hakuna mwananchi ataondolewa na kifua ama na fujo ama na vita. Kila mwananchi atapangiwa mahali ya kwenda, tumjengee nyumba, arudi, nyumba iwe yake, aanze kulipa mortgage. And that is what we're going to do in this great city.
Whatever he's saying there is what has been happening in this city. So it's not like he's saying something out of the ordinary. No. No, he's not. And this is why I feel Nairobi remains hostile for President Ruto. It remains hostile because Sakaja influence in pitching for the Nairobi vote is very weak. If the president sitting in Statehouse, and he's realized that if I will want Nairobi vote, you know, for over time, it was Raila Odinga, Raila mania. There was the Raila following, people who followed Raila. And if Raila was alive, Raila will say, vote for William Ruto. And there are quite a chunk of the slum areas that would follow Raila's word like no, and they would have taken it. Now, without Raila in it, Oburu Odinga cannot have the kind of influence that Raila had in this city. Someone should not lie to you. Oburu Odinga cannot have that influence, not even Wanga. I saw them there. They were really struggling to hold the rally in Dandora. And I know their rally was also a counter rally to what Kina Sifuna did in Nairobi last week, because Kina Sifuna pitched tent in Kawangware. They were just trying to catch up, but does not work. And just to show you that that was it, they were really trying to push it on their end. They've realized using Sakaja to look for Nairobi vote is not there. And in fact, Sakaja might even be sacrificed. Sakaja might even be denied that ticket. I can tell you. Or they may tell Sakaja, where's Savina ODM? Then UDA to give it to someone else. That's how they can trick it. Number two, zoning in Nairobi will clearly give chance to fringe parties. In fact, I want to warn you guys, don't vote for political parties. Vote for candidates. So now Nani anasema zoning, because they think after they will go queue at ODM headquarters and pick the ODM certificates, direct nomination, now think everything is done. People must be given chances. And even if you think that ODM, UDA does not field a candidate, let the others field the candidates. Competition be there. Accountability question might still be prominent than tribe. And here, the question of Gen Zs will still come back at the right time. They will remember. Yes, they will remember. And accountability on what you have done is a question you cannot ignore. Thank you.